One inexplicable world. Earth, the living world of three-dimensional human beings. In a silent night, lived some normal human beings. In a certain district. In a rented house. A young man was lying on the sofa depressed. He looked at the ceiling with a drunken face. At the same time, he covered his forehead with his left hand. It seemed that he was trying to drink away his sorrow. He was still murmuring, "This world is so boring. Whether it's going to school or playing computer games. Isn't there a more exciting world? This place doesn't seem to be suitable for me at all." Looking back on all the actions and memories of the past youth seems a bit vicissitudes and powerless in today's economic era. Money is the last word in everything, whether it is talking about a girlfriend or thinking about doing things by yourself. If you don't have certain values and interests, everything is out of the question. In such a situation, there is often a group of special beings. That is Silk. Being despised by the noble people. But even so, there are also victims. Young people. Just one of them. Although he is only 19 years old this year. But the experience in it is similar to the record of a certain basketball red-haired monkey. The young man sat up again. Then he looked at the starry sky outside the window drunkenly. His mind wandered outside. At the same time, his eyes were a little blurry looking at the dark environment. He walked to the windowsill, blowing a gust of cold wind, and raised his long bangs. Make him sober himself. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly flashed across the starry sky. The young man looked at the gleam of light, frowned slightly, then let go of his smile and said, "A meteor. This kind of thing that deceives children is still believed by some people. Karma, karma." After the young man finished speaking, he hiccuped a few times in disdain. At the same time, he looked into the distance thoughtfully. Call. A gust of cold wind blew again. The young man's complexion looked a little pale. At the same time, he became a little more sober from the drunkenness. He carefully opened those light golden pupils. Looking at the starry sky, he thought in his heart, "If wishes can really come true, then I hope you can change the world." The young man didn't care about the sarcastic words he said before. Instead, he prayed. As soon as the young man finished his promise, he shook his head and laughed at himself. "Hey, drink a drink. I've lost my mind. It's a crime. Forget it. Go to sleep." How can such an undeniable wish come true? After the young man finished speaking, he immediately lay down on the sofa and fell asleep soundly. He was not afraid of catching a cold in this dark night. Hey, the little prince is born. King Vegeta. The name of this little prince. How is his fighting ability? This is 300 points weaker than the first prince when he was born, much stronger than the second prince. Hey! It's not bad. It's Betka's. Congratulations, King Vegeta. When a majestic man wearing a cloak was discussing a child placed on a certain instrument with one of his subordinates. The sleeping child suddenly opened its smaller eyes, looked around in silence for a long time. The baby looked around blankly and murmured, "Where is this girl?" But the words that came out of it were incomprehensible. To outsiders, it seemed to be calling, "The little prince is awake." The subordinate standing aside said immediately after hearing the voice, but the majestic figure in the cloak next to him didn't move at all. He just said lightly, "Let him stay here there. Give him exercise when he grows up to a certain age. If his personality is not suitable, throw him to the garbage planet. Just like Tabor." Understood, King Vegeta. The subordinate with a scout immediately responded with a smile. Vegeta? King. But the baby was stunned when he heard the inexplicable language. For him, the voice of the name of the animation character. He still thinks he can barely decipher it. But this language makes him a little uncomfortable. Because it is difficult for him to decipher. Although I heard part of it clearly. But now I feel very tired. I just fell asleep after saving my eyes. A few days later. The baby named Betkas before woke up a few days later. At this time, he opened a pair of smaller eyes. He looked around curiously and thought to himself, I didn't expect it to be this ghost place. Betkas was a little helpless, because he was just a young man on the earth. It was just because of emotional reasons. He drank and drank. Then he blew cold wind on the windowsill. Then he saw the shooting star again. Afterwards, I unconsciously made a wish to change the world. But I didn't expect the world to change. And it changed completely. He became a baby again. Born in an inexplicable place. Moreover, this place is still so cheating. Not only did he not understand a few words, but he even had some problems fully interpreting them. Although he knew that time travel was very popular in recent years, he never thought that he would be tricked, and he didn't know what the hell I have traveled to. There is not even a maid or anything like that. A group of big men are hugging and hugging them. There is a glass-like thing staring at him and doing something. It makes him very uncomfortable. Although he knew that he was a bit handsome, but he didn't think that he would be able to fascinate men. So he didn't want to grow up quickly, so as not to be hugged by men all the time. The most satisfying thing for Betkas is that he still maintains the light yellow hairstyle in his previous life, and his pair of light golden pupils. It makes him look a bit different, especially for a race with black hair. If it wasn't for his high status, he would have been treated as a heretic long ago because this is not a charity. And at the same time, no one has noticed. There is a trace of gas that cannot be detected by the naked eye around the baby. It is floating around. It seems to be protecting something. After continuously wrapping the baby for 10 minutes, the gas got into the baby's body at once. After that, it fell into an inexplicable silence. At this moment, the baby's body complexion is a little pale. But the baby himself is not aware of it. It seems that nothing happened at all. And the people around are not aware of the existence of this gas. Goodbye. A few years later, on planet Vegeta, a young man wearing a hard space battle suit and a light golden cloak behind him is sitting cross-legged on a wilderness. At the same time, a tiny breath of air erupts from his body, erupting like a burning flame, and in not far away, there is a majestic elder wearing the same costume and wearing a scout, staring at the young man. And he is the king of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta. King Vegeta watched the boy start to get lucky. Immediately, he clicked the start button of the scout with his left hand. In an instant, several numbers began to be displayed on the scout. But King Vegeta still looked at it with a cold face. No change. It seems that all the numbers can't attract his attention. 3053. Is this the highest limit? King Vegeta looked at the boy who stopped in front of him with slightly dissatisfied eyes. He secretly said in his heart, while the boy walked in front of him leisurely. It seemed a bit casual. King Vegeta faced him with an indifferent tone. The boy questioned, "It's still too slow." Betkas. You were born with 1000 combat power points. Last year it was only 2000 points. This year it only increased by 1000 points. Betkas looked at King Vegeta with a little contempt in his heart. But he said, "I will work harder in the future." And thought dissatisfiedly in his heart, "Damn you! You can improve your combat effectiveness? Increase 1000 points a year. I can be regarded as a little freak. Compared with Sun Wukong and others on the earth. The current me. But it is much more against this guy. Although I will definitely not be able to improve a few days compared to them thousands of combat power." Killing intent flashed in King Vegeta's eyes. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped a lot. At the same time, he said, "Okay. You can continue with the previous practice. Remember. Someone will pick you up later. You know how to do it." Betkas slightly stiffened his lips. Opened his mouth. He never said it. because he knew what King Vegeta was going to do next. In the past few years, Betkus finally figured out what world he traveled to. The well-known Dragon Ball world. The powerful level that can destroy a planet with just a wave of your hand. And the world of many masters. It made him a little stunned at the beginning, and more helpless. Because he didn't expect that he made a wish for the world to change towards the shooting star. He didn't expect that it really changed, but what made him more helpless was, himself. He was reborn as the third prince of the Saiyans, that is, as Vegeta's third brother, Tobul's third brother. What made him speechless was that Tobul had a low personality and combat effectiveness a long time ago, the reasons for being sent to other planets. Vegeta and Betkus themselves were left on planet Vegeta because of their combat effectiveness and personality. It's just the cultivation in recent years. It made Betkus, who was originally Lucy, taste the real pain. It's just that what's even more terrible is that Vegeta is practicing in the same place as him. The two have occasionally exchanged ideas over the years, but Betkus almost always wins more than loses. Because on the original Earth, although Betkus is a young man with a silk thread, he still knows some things like Taekwondo. His fighting consciousness can be regarded as advanced. For Vegeta, a prince with no actual combat experience, Betkus can be said to be occupying an absolute advantage. It makes Vegeta, a proud prince, always look unhappy. Seeing Betkus, his face is almost livid. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Ball world doesn't have too advanced tactics and conspiracies at all, Betkus really doubts whether Vegeta will come to kill him secretly. After all, the current Vegeta is not the kind of existence that values family affection later. Although now small. But the arrogance has been achieved. It's just not as arrogant as the original. Because Betkus is his demon, and King Vegeta's actions to the two of them are just in the eyes. Open one eye, close your eyes and don't care. It's right there, Prince Betkus, please come with us. And just after King Vegeta hadn't left for a long time, 3 cosmonauts suddenly walked out. Standing behind Betkus with a friendly smile, he said. Betkus turned around and looked at the 3 universes that suddenly appeared. People. The surface is full of calmness. At the same time, they are looking at each other. The 3 cosmic beings are all wearing the universal combat uniforms in Dragon Ball. One is like an octopus face, one is like a dog's head, and the other is like a fish face. When Betkus saw it, he secretly laughed. Understood. Betkus replied calmly. The 3 cosmic beings didn't say much. They took him and walked up. Then they walked to a small spaceship. One of the dog-headed cosmic men said with a threatening face, Betkus Prince Si. That's King Frisia's spaceship. You have to be careful, the people there may not be friendly to you Saiyans. Oh, thank you. Betkus said indifferently when he heard the words. He knew that many of Frisia's subordinates could not understand Saiyans, including Frisia himself. If it wasn't for Vegeta aptitude or otherwise. Maybe Vegeta should have died long ago in the original book. Although he, Betkus, is the same, don't think too much. Sit directly on the spaceship. Just click the open button, and the round spaceship will fly directly towards the huge round spaceship above. At the same time Tikas looked at Star Vegeta through the lens, and then at a round spaceship that just flew out in the distance. He said silently in his heart. Goodbye. Hoji Vegeta, and. Goodbye, Broly. There will be a period later. Kakarot. Frisia. I'm going to spend my days on your pirate ship from now on. I hope, don't make too much trouble. It's too troublesome. I don't like it very much. But in order to survive, I have to become stronger. Only more than 3,000 combat power. It's just a low-level miscellaneous soldier. Must reach to it is possible to get mixed up under you. So. Still need to work hard. Even show a potential that is not weak. But it can't be too threatening to you. It's just that those subordinates who have headaches are a bit troublesome. Dodoria and the like don't matter. The most important thing is the Jinnu team, that's the guy who troubles me the most. 3. Persuasion. Yo, brother Vegeta. Long time no see. When Betkus had already used the spherical spaceship to reach Frisia's spaceship. When he walked into a room, he found that Vegeta, who had a high opinion of himself, was sitting. He looked contemplative. He immediately spoke. It's you. Vegeta heard the voice. His face instantly became a little embarrassed. Then he stood up and looked at the angry face of Betkus. Betkus looked at Vegeta with the angry face in front of him, secretly in his heart Deo. If you grow up, you still have the qualifications. Unfortunately, now. Just a tsundere lady. Ba. Where did you go? It seems that you have time traveled. Your brain has become weird already. Hey! Nappa, you guys are here too. Betkus suddenly found a bald boy sitting beside him and said. The bald boy Nappa looked at Betkus who walked in. He seemed a bit cautious. Replied respectfully, Third Prince. Long time no see. After looking at Vegeta and Nappa, Betkus said absently, well, are we the only 3 Saiyans who survived? Vegeta was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Betkus loudly said, what did you say? Nappa was also taken aback by Betkus' words. Betkus looked helplessly at Vegeta whose face changed. He clapped his hands slightly. He looked around carefully and then whispered, do you want to die so loudly? Brother, this is not Star Vegeta. This is King Frisia's spaceship. If they find something tricky we will die, so don't shout so loudly. As soon as Betkus finished speaking, Vegeta punched seeing him hit him. Betkus's eyes were fixed. He stretched out his right hand to block the punch. Don't order me. Just 5 words. Vegeta looked extraordinarily cold. Betkus stared at the sharp-eyed Vegeta. He sighed slightly. Then said, hey! This is not an order for you. It's for your sake. You should be clear. On King Frisia's spaceship, there are many guys who are much stronger than us. Here, strength determines status. Even if we are the Saiyans, the fighting nation known as the strongest in the universe, people, if they have no strength, are just as useless. Vegeta shook his head coldly. He snorted coldly and said, humph. Why did you say that only the 3 of us survived? Nappa, the bald boy, looked at Vegeta and Betkus in a daze. Betkus looked at Vegeta who had calmed down completely. He also began to say, just now. Betkus Gita Star. Destroyed. What did you say? Vegeta's complexion changed instantly when he heard the words. Then he turned his head to look at Betkus and said in surprise, while Nappa looked in disbelief. Betkus repeated again, Betkus Star Tower. Destroyed. Except for us, all the Saiyans on the planet are dead. Vegeta's eyes became slightly confused. But then he became firm again. Then he said indifferently, Vegeta, the Tower Star is destroyed. What does it matter to me? Vegeta looked irrelevant. It really made Betkus feel strange. He thought to himself, this guy. Could it be that he really doesn't have any feelings for planet Vegeta? No. Then why? Mao wanted Sun Wukong to help revenge? It seems that he thought he was going to die at that time. That's why he said that. Hee. Sure enough, it was cold outside and hot inside. Nappa looked at the indifferent Vegeta. He didn't know how to interface. And Betkus didn't speak. The atmosphere became cold in an instant. In a few minutes, Betkus looked at the 3 people who were still staring at each other. Pretending to be old-fashioned, he coughed a few times and said, if the Saiyans sent to attack other planets might still be alive. Brother Vegeta, how about it? Do you want to look for them in the future? After all, they are the most important surviving members of our Saiyans. It is difficult to revive the glory of the fighting nation with just the 3 of us. Vegeta looked at Betkus with disdain and said, restore the honor of the Saiyans? I alone is enough. The extra garbage is not needed. Betkas looked at the disdainful Vegeta. He said expressionlessly, do you think you are a Super Saiyan? No need. There are always such guys in the world. They think highly of themselves. That's why they tend to die the fastest. Vegeta, even if he was a fool, could tell that Betkas was mocking him. His face turned ferocious and he said angrily, you bastard. Say it again. Betkas stared at Vegeta without giving in. He said without emotion, there are always such guys in the world. They think too highly of themselves. That's why they often die the fastest. Bastard. Vegeta became angry again. A Qigong wave in his left hand condensed and blasted towards Betkas without warning. Betkas looked coldly at the Qigong wave in front of him. Without hesitation, his hand's the curved arm was in front of the face. It was hit by the Qigong wave in an instant, causing a small explosion. At the same time, the smoke and dust scattered in the room, blocking the sight of several people. Vegeta watched with a livid face. Nappa looked panicked, because he couldn't get in. I've said it all. There are always such guys in this world. They think too highly of themselves. That's why they often die the fastest. And in the next second, Betkas's indifferent words came out again in the smoke and dust. Vegeta's face turned livid again. At this moment, Betkas appeared in the field of vision of Vegeta and Nappa in a slightly embarrassed whole body. It was just a little embarrassed. He didn't suffer too much damage. In addition to the daily practice, there is also a special physical exercise. The purpose is to strengthen one's physique. This can also better maintain the endurance and resistance in battle. This is why Betkas and Vegeta fights. Often he is the one who wins in the end. For the sake of my own life. Before I have strength, I should keep a low profile. Brother Vegeta. Frisia's subordinates have many guys who are very dissatisfied with us Saiyans, now we are not that strong strength against them. Betkas said sadly. Vegeta was slightly moved when he heard the words. But he still didn't answer. He seemed a little arrogant and indifferent. And Nappa was still stunned. Look at the two of them. For the first invasion mission. How are those two brats? Frisia sat on his exclusive throne, holding a glass of wine in his right hand, and asked Sampo and Dodoria with a blank expression. King Frisia, they behaved normally. They didn't have the slightest objection to our telling them that planet Vegeta was destroyed by planetary impact. Bo heard the words and immediately stood up and reported softly. Really? Frisia didn't change when he heard the words. He just took a sip of the wine and said after that. Sangbo and Dodoria didn't open their mouths after hearing the words. Because they are the people who understand Frisia's temper best. Lisha's indifferent performance means that he is thinking about problems. Don't think that Frisia is very good as the Emperor of the universe. But in fact, there are still people who are stronger than him. For example, as the father, the king of Kurd, or as Frisia's brother Kvela. This is the most untouchable point for Frisia. After all, Frisia wants to be a real emperor of the universe. He is not that kind of hypocritical existence. That's why he let his subordinates continue to study technology and even conquer planets. The purpose is to make his power continue to grow. For the future prepare. Give these two brats a chance. If they are alive, then continue. If they are dead, then forget it. Frisia shook his cup. Looking at the universe outside the window, he said calmly. As for the two little ghosts that Frisia mentioned are naturally Vegeta and Betkas. The incidental Nappa was left aside by Frisia. Understood. King Frisia, I will make arrangements now. Bo bowed gracefully, and then said. By the way, don't play them to death, if it's too difficult, it's not okay for them. Frisia suddenly said again. Understood. King Frisia. Hearing this, Bo was taken aback. Then he replied with a smile on his face. Then he turned and walked out of the room, leaving Frisia and Dodoria thinking about their own things. How much potential do these two brats really have? I hope I won't be disappointed. Frisia took a sip of his wine, looked out the window, and then said calmly, while Dodoria was silent, "He don't dare to interrupt." "Hey! Little devils! Mr. Bo told you to go to the conference room." At this moment, an alien with an ugly face pushed open the door of Betka's and others' room. Then he looked impatient. Said, "Understood." The corner of Betka's mouth showed an arc when he heard the words. He looked at Vegeta, but found that Vegeta was indifferent. Nappa next to him seemed a little nervous, and that came the alien who informed the messenger just curled his lips in displeasure and walked away. "Let's go, brother Vegeta, I believe that something very interesting will happen this time," Betka said while looking at Vegeta with a smile on his face. "Humph." Vegeta just snorted coldly, remained silent, got up and walked towards the door on his own, while Betka smiled slightly, and then followed. Nappa also quickly followed go up. The three of them wandered slowly in Frisia's spaceship. After walking a certain distance, they finally reached the meeting room in their memory. This is the most spacious room in the spaceship. It can also be said to be an exit. Vegeta pushed the door open without fear, and then walked in arrogantly. Betkas followed him with contempt. "If it was me, I might as well kick it open." How domineering! It's a pity that he didn't dare to do that, said. "I dare not do this." Because of his strength. With his current combat power of more than 3,000, he is just a potential miscellaneous soldier. Not to mention Vegeta and Nappa. You came just in time. King Frisia will continue to expand his power recently. So he plans to send some capable men to other planets to attack. As Scions, you should be very aware of such things. I won't explain much. And just after pushing the door open, Betkas and Vegeta Nappa found the pseudo-Manbo, standing in front of the three round spaceships, squinting at them and said, "Cut. Effective subordinate? I'm afraid they want to test our strength." Betkas curled his lips in disdain and murmured in his heart. "As for the coordinates of the planet to attack, the spaceship for you has already been set. You just need to wipe out the original inhabitants on that planet. Then come back and report to us. We will send people to receive it at that time." Xiao Bo said with a serious face. "We are killing people desperately. Are you taking advantage?" Betkas complained again in his heart. But his face just seemed a little eager to try, for this kind of war that invaded other planets. He really didn't implement it. Yes, Vegeta and Nappa too. In the original book, Nappa should be attacking other planets at this time. But I don't know why. This time, he followed Vegeta. "Understood. Please report to King Frisia. We will definitely complete this mission quickly. Return triumphantly," Vegeta said at the moment with a serious face, as if he wanted to complete this mission desperately. But Betkas knows that Vegeta is just acting on the surface. For Frisia, he just admires his strength and does not give in. "That's good. Then you should act quickly. The operation of the spaceship. You should have actually simulated it yourself," Baobo said flatly. Betkas, Vegeta, and Nappa walked towards the round spaceship with different expressions. Then they patted the top of the spherical spaceship together. The hatch opened in an instant, revealing a seat dot and something like a computer screen and keyboard inside. The three of them sat in together. At the same time, the hatch closed instantly. An opening was suddenly opened above the Frisia spaceship. The three spherical spaceships flew out at once, and then turned into three meteors in the sky. In a blink of an eye. Humph! Although King Frisia forbids you to go to a planet with high-level combat power. But this time, you have to endure hardships. Only then will you truly realize how powerful King Frisia is. Bo looked at the three spaceships disappeared in a blink of an eye. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself. At the same time, he turned around and walked towards Frisia's room with strides. After all, he is Frisia's follower. It is still necessary to go report the situation. However, Betkas, Vegeta, and Nappa, who launched the first invasion mission far away in the universe, did not know how big a crisis was waiting for them in front of them. 5. Show your opponent first. In the distant starry sky, 3 spherical spaceships are constantly flying by. Like meteors, passing through one planet after another. The 3 teenagers sitting in the spaceship seem a bit cold and boring. Hey, brother Vegeta, tell me something interesting, it's always so deserted. How boring. Betkas said to Vegeta's spaceship with a sad face. Stop talking. Shut up. Vegeta was dozing off. Hearing this sentence, he said angrily. Betkas said with an unscrupulous face, Cut, what's the matter now? Besides, it's only 10 minutes before the destination, talk, lift your spirits, exchange feelings, so as not to cooperate improperly at the time. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for the fact that Betka's actual combat power was about the same as his. He even had an urge to kill Betkas. Although this idea has been around for a long time. Then he said, You guy. Betkas heard Vegeta's reply. He grinned slightly and said, Nappa, are you right? Nappa was sitting in the spaceship. Hearing this, he was taken aback. He didn't expect Betkas to involve him. A little at a loss, he said, This. Vegeta said impatiently, Shut up. Although the words came from the communicator, Betkas and Nappa could hear Vegeta's anger and displeasure. People are witty and don't speak anymore. But they all act differently. Betkas seems a bit meaningless. Nappa is in a state of war. For him who was born as a nobleman. Whether it is the Prince Vegeta or Betkas is the third prince. He can't afford to provoke him. It's not only a matter of identity. It's more a matter of strength. You must know that Betkas can be said to be as strong as Vegeta at the moment. Although there is a slight gap, it is not far behind. He is the only one. Currently, his combat effectiveness is pitifully low. Betka's combat power, 3053. Vegeta's combat power, 3062. Nappa combat power, 764. Comparing the 3. The gap is really funny. Due to the relationship between Betkas. Vegeta has practiced a lot over the years. After all, with his arrogant personality, it is impossible to allow himself to lose to himself, my brothers, although he has lost n times, but his diligence is not comparable to that of ordinary people. And the 3 of them are still young, Betkas dare to guess. Wait for Vegeta. I grew up with Nappa to the point of the original book. At least Nappa's combat power may exceed 12 points. After all, there is his butterfly storm. And Vegeta may exceed dash at least. As for him, high goals are coming. Don't stop until you reach dash. A very simple principle. Because of Frisia's subordinates, Jinyu himself is the strongest. In the original book, Jinyu has a combat power as high as 12. If he wants to save his life, then Betkas can only go all out to surpass or even reach the level of Jinyu. After all, in that case, he will have enough right to speak to Frisia's subordinates instead of looking at their faces. Even if it is Dodoria who follows Frisia, and the same goes for Bo. As for being too powerful to be feared by Frisia, there is absolutely no need to worry because Frisia has a combat power of 53 without even transforming. After a complete transformation, he has broken through dash million. Will he be afraid of a wild monkey with a combat power of only 100,000? As for Super Saiyan, Frisia didn't take it seriously either. Of course he had this scruple when he wanted to destroy planet Vegeta. But more of it was because he thought the Saiyans were in the way, rebellion, and arrogant. That's why they were destroyed. The target has been reached. And at this moment, the spaceships of the 3 of them broke through the atmosphere of a pale yellow planet, and then quickly landed. SHHHHHH. 3 meteor-like existences flew straight towards the interior of the planet at once, flying through many places, and then landed directly in a wilderness. Bang bang bang! 3 slamming sounds. The spherical spaceships all fell to the ground. At the same time, a deep pit of about 10 meters was smashed out. The 3 of them opened the hatch in unison. Then they walked out. As soon as Betkus came out, his eyes were slightly fixed. At the same time, he said, "The air on this planet is really pungent. Is such a planet really valuable? Looks like." Vegeta also slightly covered his nose with one hand and said, "Ghost nose. Anyway, our mission is very simple. It's just to kill all the people on this planet. The next thing is just that group of guys take over." Then raised the footsteps walked towards the top of the deep pit. Betkus followed quickly after seeing it. Nappa also followed immediately after seeing it. But as soon as the 3 of them walked outside the pit, they suddenly discovered that this was a wilderness. The cold wind was blowing constantly. Accompanied by some flying sand and stones, it seemed extraordinarily desolate. A few hundred meters away was a village. The 3 of them suddenly seemed a little inexplicably excited watching this scene. Vegeta and Betkus looked at each other. The 2 of them knew each other. They flew directly towards the distant village. Nappa followed immediately. The speed of the 3 people is very fast. It is only a few blinks of an eye. They have already flown above the village. Looking at the busy crowd below, Vegeta and Betkus seem a little mocking. Vegeta sneered and said, "Start with these guys." At the same time, his right hand was slowly raised towards the front. A purple Qigong wave was forming in the palm of his hand, shining on the surrounding area, which was a bit dazzling. Betkus smiled slightly and said, "No problem." He also raised his left hand, and then used the qi in his body to condense in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a wave of golden Qigong gradually formed. Nappa watched the actions of the 2 from behind, and did the same thing. The 3 of them blasted out the Qigong wave in unison. Like 3 shooting stars, they fell straight down. Boom! There was a violent explosion. A mushroom cloud soaring to the sky emerged. At the same time, a gust of wind swept across the surrounding area. A burst of sand and dust was stirred up on the ground. Floating in the air, accompanied by some strange liquid and some severed limbs. Vegeta looked at the strange scene below with cold eyes. Then he said, "It's really boring." Betkus nodded in empathy. And in the next second, 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. The 3 of them immediately became vigilant. At the same time, his expression became serious. "You 3 brats! How dare you kill our clansmen?" After 5 figures appeared, Betkus and Vegeta Nappa could see the appearance of the opposite side, wearing a khaki robe. His skin is pure yellow. It's even more yellow than that of people of the yellow race. His muscles are bulging. He can tell he's a strong guy at a glance. His head is like a ball, but there is a tentacles on it. And there is no hair. In the angry eyes are yellowish pupils. The appearance of the other 4 people is not much different. Only the height has changed a little. It's a pity, brother Vegeta, King Frieza didn't give us a scout, we don't know the fighting power of this group of guys. Betkus looked at the other 5 and said with a slightly dignified expression. Vegeta said disdainfully, "It's just a bunch of rubbish." The 5 people on the opposite side turned livid when they heard it. All of them had blue veins exposed. It seemed like they were blown up. One of the taller starmen among the 5 people facing him said angrily, "You have to pay for your actions and actions. The consequences of angering our Cheeks family will be very serious." 6. Destroy. Betkus said indifferently, "The Cheeks family? I haven't heard of it. The cockroaches and ants know about it." Both Vegeta and Nappa sneered when they heard the words. Although the 3 of them are all little ghosts at the moment. But Saiyans have been able to remember things since they were born. Their maturity is not comparable to that of ordinary people. It's just that their experience in certain aspects is relatively poor. For example, their experience in life. The 5 people on the opposite side all became furious when they heard the words. And at this moment, a fat cheeks alien said angrily, "The third, the fourth, the fifth, teach the 3 brats a lesson." After that, 3 tall kicks walked out in an instant. Only the fat kicks and a thin, gentlemanly kicks stood behind. Vegeta looked at the lineup coming out from the opposite side. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth and he said, "A bunch of trash." Betkas and Nappa nodded in sympathy, with an attitude of not taking each other seriously. On the contrary, although the 3 people on the opposite side looked angry, they looked very calm, posing in a fighting posture, and seemed to be ready to attack at any time. At this time, Vegeta suddenly opened his mouth and said to Nappa behind him, "Nappa, can you solve it alone?" Nappa heard this. He frowned slightly. Then he said confidently, "Take out a bunch of garbage. I believe I can still do it myself." Hearing this, Vegeta immediately smiled and said, "Then you go. I hope you don't let me down." Hearing the sound, Nappa immediately moved forward alone. Betkas and Vegeta stood silently behind and watched. It's just that the thoughts of the 2 are completely different. It's really inconvenient not to be able to perceive the strength of Chi. I can't even confirm how strong the opponent is. I don't know if this guy Nappa can solve it. Hey! What a bad luck! There is no way to control Chi. Even strength, I can't even hide it. This is an advantage and a disadvantage. I don't know if the guys on the opposite side have the ability to hide Chi. If so, it's really convenient. If not, then go back this time. You must ask Frisia for a scout. Otherwise, one day you will meet a master. You are still arrogant. Don't know if you are killed, Betkas thought secretly in his heart, but on the surface his expression was not change. Watching the fight between Nappa and the other 3. Contrary to Betka's expectations, Nappa's battle with the opponent is not one-sided. On the contrary, it seems a bit persistent. With Nappa's combat power of more than 60, the 3 people on the opposite side can work together to resist firmly Nappa's attack. If it is one-on-one, it is estimated that Nappa will kill the opponent. It will only take a few seconds. But now it is a group fight. Even if Nappa has a fighting power that surpasses the opponent, it seems a bit difficult to defeat. These bastards! Nappa just punched the cheeks in front of him with his right fist. Suddenly, the 2 cheeks from before appeared on the left and right sides. The 2 of them sent out a light yellow Qigong wave and blasted towards Nappa. Nappa looked at the Qigong wave that was coming, and could only dodge quickly angrily. Otherwise, if he was hit by the bombardment, his injuries would definitely not be light. Although so far, Vegeta, Betkas, and Nappa are still wearing Scion's exclusive battle uniforms. But the defense is really not very good. Boom! When the 2 Qigong waves did not hit Nappa, they collided in the air and exploded. There was another violent explosion sound, and a slight gust of wind. Vegeta looked at this scene calmly from the side. He didn't seem to be anxious. Although Vegeta was a little disdainful about Nappa's performance, he didn't show it. Unhappy guy. Who knows? If he says something, will Betkas immediately curse him like a Buddha. Nappa once again blasted 3 waves of Qigong at the 3 cheeks on the opposite side. Seeing this scene, the 3 cheeks immediately dodged sideways calmly. At this moment, Nappa showed a scheming smile. When the 3 cheeks came back to their senses, they found that Nappa's petite figure had disappeared into the air. They were shocked. And at this moment, Nappa suddenly appeared behind the cheeks star on the left and sneered, "It's too late." At the same time, he strangled the chick star man's neck with both hands, and then twisted hard. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded. The faces of the 4 kicks people present suddenly became gloomy. They stared at Nappa's expression. They showed incomparable resentment and anger, almost at the same time. The 4 cheeks seemed to have psychic powers. The 2 flying cheeks landed on the ground together. After that, the four cheeks immediately blasted a Qigong wave and then attacked Nappa. Hey, hey, hey! You've already been asked to fight more and less, do you still have to push yourself? Betkas flashed in front of Nappa for a moment, looked at the four powerful Qigong waves that flew over and gathered with a sneer. He opened his hands to the left and right, and then slowly transmitted the qi in his body. At the same time, his hands emerged separately. Two golden energy balls, equivalent to the size of a shot put. I saw Betkas put the golden energy balls in both hands together in an instant to form a bigger energy ball, and then threw it forward. Vegeta looked at this move from the side. Suddenly, a cruel arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the field, the golden energy ball originally created by Betkas has been combined with the Qigong of the four kick stars. The waves collided together in an instant, formed a strong wave, swinging back and forth. Betkas opened one hand forward with one hand. It is like Sun Wukong controlling the vitality bomb, controlling the small energy ball. Ah! Looking at the vacillating attack, the four kicks people on the opposite side used all their strength in an instant. It was just a moment. The Qigong wave gathered by the four of them doubled in an instant. The energy ball suppressed it back. It seems that there is still some ability. Betkas narrowed his eyes slightly, frowned slightly, and said calmly, "Drink." In an instant, Betkas yelled loudly. The hand that opened forward seemed to exert force. In an instant, a strong force urged the small golden energy ball to move forward violently. All of a sudden, the four people on the opposite side where the Qigong wave gathered by the kick star was suppressed back at once. The speed was jaw-dropping. Before the four kick star could react, the golden energy ball had already flown directly to the center of them, and then, boom! A violent explosion sounded. It spread far away. At the same time, a mushroom cloud that was bigger than before rose. The surrounding ground was also razed to the ground in an instant due to this sudden attack. House ruins disappeared without a trace. A radius of hundreds of meters is a bit deserted. The desert. At the same time, the ground where the four kicks people stood originally has a large pit with a diameter of nearly 50 meters. Nappa swallowed his tongue. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was shocked and said, "It's amazing." Vegeta had a smile on his face. He muttered in his mouth, "The moves invented by this kid are still so powerful. It seems that I have to work hard. Otherwise, I really can't beat him." 7 Crisis. Betkas shook his paralyzed hand. Then he said with slightly solemn eyes, "I didn't expect a guy with such strength in a small village. I hope there is no guy on this planet with a combat power of more than 500. Otherwise." From the confrontation just now, Betkas has completely figured out the opponent's strength. Although it is not accurate, but Betkas is sure, the combat power values of the 5 opponents are all at 700 within dash. Even the thinner kicks just now. The combat power surpassed that of Nappa. If Betkas himself has a combat power of nearly 3053, he may not even be able to suppress them because the Qigong wave value of the 4 people on the opposite side has exceeded 2000 combat power. If he is hit, Nappa there is absolutely no life. Betkas and Vegeta. Severe injuries and frequent deaths. So, this makes Betkas extremely worried, you know. Vegeta and him. Even with the addition of Nappa, a scion with a combat power of less than 1000, the 3 of them can barely fight against a master with a combat power of nearly 10,000 at most. Even if they are careless, they will lose and die. A master with a combat power of over dash. Then, he believes that they will definitely not be able to complete the task this time. You must know that masters with a combat power of more than 10,000 cannot be compensated by the number. Especially for their current 3 skills. I have fought. I haven't experienced the actual killing battle yet. The same is true of Nappa. Life and death battle. These 3 words popped up in Betkas's heart. It made him understand what Sangbo did. Or Frisia's purpose. After thinking about it, Betkas couldn't help but smiled wryly. It seems that we will often encounter such things in the future. Hey! This is like cultivating us in life and death. But Frisia shouldn't need to value us so much. Right, what's the reason? Betkas was a little confused. That arrogant Frisia would train them like that, although it seems that this planet may indeed have warriors who threaten their existence. But Betkas, Vegeta, and Nappa are not without trump cards for life. With Betkas and Vegeta's life-saving trump cards, the two of them have enough confidence to save their lives. As for Nappa, it's not within their consideration. Vegeta flew to Betkas and Nappa at this moment and said, "Act separately." Just 4 short words. But Betkas's eyelids twitched when he just figured it out. Looking at Vegeta's serious eyes, Betkas didn't speak. As for Nappa, this simple guy doesn't think too deeply. The three of them just chose different directions. They started to clean up. They just didn't want to spare any original inhabitants on this planet. The agreed time was 1 day. If they didn't come back within 1 day, they would be treated as death. Go back to the assembly point and ask for support. But Vegeta obviously asked Nappa for this condition. After all, Vegeta doesn't think he will encounter any trouble. Even Betkas knows best. Then the meeting point was agreed upon, and the action quickly started. Betkas slowly flew in the air towards the planet. While scanning the bottom, he pondered, that guy Vegeta seems to be a little bit aware. That's right. In the original book, this guy's the mind is actually not stupid. It seems that this time, what is needed is time. Now I don't know if this planet is still in the night or in the morning. But at this moment, Betkas suddenly felt a breath of death. He was shocked for a moment and stopped immediately. At the same time, a straight light yellow beam suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and hit the distance at the same time. Then it exploded. That slight gap made him startled into cold sweat and infinite vigilance. Betkas quickly turned his head and looked towards the source of the light beam. Suddenly, he found an old cheek star in plain clothes standing in the air not far away, staring at him. Just a look at each other. Betkas looked extremely dignified. Because he knew that he had met a master this time. At the same time, he felt a little lucky and excited. He was lucky that he had met such a master. Not Vegeta and Nappa. Otherwise, Vegeta is okay. Nappa will definitely die. But the excitement is, the Saiyan blood in his body began to boil. But the old cheek star just didn't say a word. Quietly flew to a few meters away from Betkas. Betkas clenched his fists with both hands, staring at this cheeks star. The old chick star seemed to have thought of something. He sighed slightly and said, "The intruder, why do such cruel things?" Betkas was taken aback when he heard the words. Thinking that he was only a hair away from death before, he sneered and said, "Why? Because I am." The old kick stared at Betkas silently. But Betkas slowly finished his last words. "Saiyan." The moment Betkas finished speaking, it was like a gust of wind. It rushed straight in front of the old kick star. He raised his fist and hit the kick star's wrinkled face. But the kick star heard the Saiyan say the expression of the 3 characters changed in an instant. But it returned to normal. It just bent its head slightly to the right. All of a sudden, it avoided Betkas' attack. Betkas will not let go of the opportunity to fight at close range. You know, the beam of light from the old cheek star just now scared him a lot. He doesn't want this old cheek star there is a chance to breathe and release such a move. Immediately raised his right foot and kicked towards the cheeks man's waist. The petite legs carried a violent force. At the same time, his left hand was preparing a Qigong wave to hit the old cheeks man's face. Odd, there was a gleam of Jing in the eyes of the X-star. Just a teleportation and disappeared in place. What? Betkas kicked in the air. His pupils shrank instantly. He looked in shock at the old cheek star who had completely disappeared in front of him. Even the Qigong waves blasted out were extremely dazzling. But, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. You are a genius, have such strength at a young age, but we can't let you go because of this, because the Scions are a bunch of lunatics. For the safety of this planet only to destroy you. Betkus was shocked for a moment. When he turned around, he saw a light yellow light beam coming straight. The target was his heart. Betkus gritted his teeth for a moment, and moved to the left with difficulty. At the same time, a round ball of light suddenly gathered in the right hand. It looked at the old chick's star and blasted it. But, it was only a moment, the light yellow beam had already hit him. All of a sudden, together with the battle clothes were all pierced, accompanied by blood, and the old chick's star looked at the white light ball sent by Betkus and just tilted his head slightly. He avoided it. A little bit in his heart weird. Because he didn't feel threatened from that ball of light. But just in case he turned his head away. At the same time, because of the propelling force of the light beam, Betka's body fell backwards and flew over at once. The blood suddenly floated out, like snowflakes, dripping on the ground. At the same time the body fell to the ground. His complexion was abnormally pale. But, the old Czech star didn't notice. Betkus was lying on the ground. When he looked at him with difficulty, there was a hint of danger at the corner of his mouth, the radiant of, "Old man! You will regret your actions." Betkus struggled to open his eyes and looked in the direction of the old Czech's star. Enduring the pierced wound, he said with a little pride in his heart. "Ain't easy to kill." Vegeta had just wiped out the residents of a village. He suddenly found a shining sphere in the distant sky. He frowned slightly. Then he shifted his eyes and said secretly, "Hey! That direction, should be Betkus, that guy. He actually used this trick? Did he meet a formidable enemy?" Vegeta is well aware of the strength of Betkus. He can use the trick of using the luminous sphere. He can do it too. It can be said that that is their life-saving trump card. Only Nappa can't do this trick at the moment. Using and being able to make Betkus use this move also means that he has encountered a powerful enemy that is difficult to resist. Thinking of this, Vegeta felt a little heavy. Then he said, "It seems that it's not easy either. I have to be careful too." After that, I stopped taking care of Betkus's affairs and continued to do his job of destroying the enemy. And at this moment, Betkus just looked at the old Kick Star with a painful and ironic smile on his face, and the Kick Star looked at Betkus's smile, and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. But looking at Betkus, who has no resistance, "I don't know what's going on." Suddenly remembered the luminous sphere before. He frowned suddenly. Looking back, suddenly shocked, could it be? The old Cheeks people can be regarded as having a lot of knowledge. Scion, the rumors of people can also be said to be very famous in the universe. Although most of them are notorious. But Scions usually have a super strong form, that is the giant ape. It's just that there is no moon on this planet. So the old Kicks people didn't care at first. But seeing Betkus's appearance reminded him of the light ball. It immediately reminded him of the key point. When I turned my head to look at Betkus, but found that Betkus had already started to mutate. The petite body keeps expanding. As if something is about to rush out of the body. A pair of small arms becomes rough. His face becomes extremely ferocious. At the same time, some black hairs continue to emerge from the body, densely packed, covering the entire skin. The blue veins are constantly expanding and exposed. It seems to be bursting. It's just that the clothes are not bursting because they are wearing a Scion battle suit. However, the wound on the chest is constantly bursting. Bleeding. But Betkus won't care if he is in the transformation stage. Roar. Just for a moment. Betkus' figure suddenly swelled up, and suddenly turned into a tens of meters tall ape in costume. The old Kick Star looked at the giant ape in front of him with a look of surprise. His face was extremely pale. How could it be? On the contrary, the playful voice of Betkus, who turned into a great ape, came out of his big mouth. "Old guy, was it fun for you to TM before? It's time to change me this time." Enduring the pain in the chest, he raised his huge right fist and hit the old cheeks. What is shocking is, the body size has become bigger, but Betka's speed is even faster. The old cheeks star was just stunned for a while. Betka's giant punch had already hit him. One punch directly knocked the old cheeks star to the ground. At the same time, a deep human pit appeared on the ground. Boom! Betka's jumped with both feet on the ground. The tall body jumped into the air at once. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide. Suddenly a Qigong wave blasted out of his mouth. The target was the Kix star. Land place. Boom! It hit the spot in an instant. It caused an explosion that was more powerful than any before. The thick smoke spread out all of a sudden. The sand and stones kept flying in the air. Betka's landed again. As soon as his huge body stepped on the ground, it caused a violent shock. After that, he stared closely at the place of thick smoke in front of him. His blood-red eyes were extremely sharp. Cough, cough. And suddenly, there was an intermittent coughing sound from the thick smoke. It seemed to be panting. At this time, the old Kix star is not as calm as before. There is some yellow blood on the head. At the same time, the right foot and right hand have disappeared without a trace. Only one left foot and left hand are left for support on the ground, raised his head, and looked at Betka's, who turned into a giant ape, with a face of self-blame. Betka's took huge strides and walked forward slowly. Then he looked at the old cheeks and said with a sneer, "You don't have to doubt or blame yourself. I am the Prince of Science. For the giant ape transformation. But I will not lose my mind. Humph. Besides, the strength of the giant ape turned scion is 10 times stronger than before. For me now, you are not enough to see no. Maybe there's not enough guys on the planet to watch." The old Kix star endured the severe pain, reluctantly raised his head, and said intermittently with a calm face, Although, when you hidden to harm, but yes if you don't immediately go back for treatment if you also live not for long of into invaders. Say it again, on this planet not only me. Point 1, this like real powerful people. Betka smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface he looked very calm. It was this kind of calm that made the old cheeks extremely uneasy. Betka suddenly said, "A scum with a combat power of only 5 will always be a scum. You won't forget, am I the only invader on this planet? I can tell you besides me. There is another guy who is as strong as me. He is my big brother, hee. I want to see if you guys have pushed him into a hurry, will this planet survive?" The face of the old Kix star changed drastically when he heard the words. He seemed to be struggling. But Betka's raised his huge foot and stomped hard. There was only a sound of blood rushing, then there was no sound. At the same time, Betka spewed a Qigong from his mouth towards the artificial moon created in the sky in an instant, and directly blasted the artificial moon. At the same time, he also began to shrink from the body of the giant ape. It turned back into the appearance of a little ghost scion again, but due to excessive blood flow, his face looked a little pale, lying on the ground a little weakly. 9. Return. Betka's gritted his teeth. Looking at the wound on his chest, he hated the old Kix star who was so dead in his heart. At the same time, he wanted to find a way to learn the perception and control of Qi. When you meet a master, you don't even have the ability to fight back. Like this one. If he could sense Qi, he wouldn't have been hit through the heart. Fortunately, he barely avoided the vital point at the last moment. Let the attack hit the chest, but the damage will not be fatal all at once. But for him, serious injuries are absolute. If it weren't for the extremely tenacious life force of Science, Betka's should have been KO long ago. Not to mention the giant ape. Even pretending to be dead is a difficult problem. It just made Betkus experience the feeling of being close to death, for the first time. He found that death was so close. Although he had died once in his previous life, it was a death without consciousness. He didn't experience anything. This time, he really wanted to witness it. Especially the sound coming from his chest pain like a knife. Betkus struggled to take out a remote control from the pocket of his combat uniform. With trembling hands, he pressed a red button on the remote control, just for a moment. Betkus let go of the remote control. Let the remote control hit the ground all of a sudden. Betkus closed his eyes panting. For this injury, he had no choice but to go back. Because the facilities here are not enough for him to recover. Now I really hope there is a fairy bean. In that case, he will be able to recover. And at the place where Betkus, Vegeta, and Nappa landed on the spaceship. Betkus's spaceship seemed to obey the call. It rose directly to high altitude, and then suddenly moved towards Betkus flying in the direction of Cass. Like a shooting star twinkling in the sky. And at the same time, Nappa and Vegeta are fighting with different mentalities. Nappa encountered dozens of Kicks people in a capital city. It's just that the lucky ones are. Among the enemies Nappa encountered no one is stronger than him. So he just has to work hard to solve it. But Vegeta is different. When he saw the artificial moon made by Betkus just now, he began to be careful. Although he is proud, he is also clear. This is not the time for him to be proud. Any pride is built before absolute strength. Since Betkus, who is as strong as him, is forced to use the last card to save his life, then he dare not be careless. No. This guy just met two super strong cheeks. At first Vegeta was no match for him. He also suffered a small injury. Let the two cheeks be careless under the circumstances. Vegeta also used the trick of man-made moon. He turned himself into a giant ape. In just a matter of minutes, he killed two super strong cheeks. 10 times the strength of Vegeta and Betkus after turning into a giant ape is equivalent to a combat power value of more than 3. It is not something that people on this planet can resist. Even if they are injured. It won't be reduced to a certain point. It's just that it has reduced its strength by %. But it is enough to deal with these cheeks with a combat power of about %. After Vegeta became a giant ape, he no longer kept his reserve. He continued to destroy the giant ape directly. And the powerful people on this planet rushed over one after another. But it didn't take long for Vegeta to rush over. The tower was smashed into slag. So Nappa was the easiest. But Betkus was the most unlucky. Was hit hard. The current Betkus has just climbed into the spaceship. He escaped from the atmosphere and rushed back towards Frisia's spaceship. Maybe this time he will be underestimated. But Betkus believes that as long as Vegeta and Nappa humans come back after destroying all the inhabitants of that planet, then everything is not a problem. If it is possible, Betkus does not want to rush back. But first, he has no acquaintances in the universe. Second, he is not familiar with the distribution of forces in the universe. If he goes to the wrong place, he will have to wait for death. Go back to Frisia's spaceship. So he left this planet in a hurry. He didn't even say hello to Vegeta Nappa. Because he didn't have time. With his current condition, another hour is probably the limit. Under the threat of death, Betkus really has no time to hesitate. As for whether Frisia will be healed or not, that depends on fate. Because he really has nowhere to go. Master Shivo, the spaceship of the 3 Scions. One of them has returned. A frog-headed alien was operating next to a large screen, and suddenly opened his mouth to report to Ziobo next to him. Hearing this, Bobo was surprised and said, "Oh, is there only one? Did the other 2 guys die?" The alien with the frog head said immediately after hearing the words. Subordinates immediately search the information detected by the spaceship. After that, he kept pressing on the keyboard with both hands. A lot of data popped up. From the view of the frog-head look. Frown. But Bo is standing by the side with a face of indifference. For the spaceship of Betka's and others. They have done some tricks. For example, put some a machine similar to monitoring goes in. And a few minutes later, the frog-headed alien immediately said again, Master Zongbo, the information has been obtained. Zongbo nodded slightly, motioning to continue. The frog-headed alien immediately reported, the one who returned this time was the scion named Betkas. He fought with an aborigine with a combat power value of about 12,000. He finally killed the opponent. The injury was too serious. As for the battle process, it is still under analysis. After saying this data, everyone was a little shocked. Xiaobo was also a little surprised. Because he knew the strength of Betkas and the others. Xiaobo secretly said in his heart, did you kill a guy 4 times stronger than yourself with only more than 3,000 fighting power? It seems that he is really a tough guy, has potential. For Xiaobo, Frisia actually said that he would take care of the other party. He will not be too weak. The planet that Betkas and others arrived this time can be said to be at the upper and lower levels in the universe. It is just to test the potential of the 3 of them. As for threatening yourself, Xiaobo thinks that he is not a scum who was knocked down by more than 3,000 combat power scions. So he is not worried. After pondering for a while, Bobo suddenly said, prepare the first aid medicine. The scion kid will be treated as soon as he comes back. He is a subordinate who is valued by King Frisia, and I will report to King Frisia. All the aliens started to get busy one by one after hearing the words. 10 post-war summary. Did it die? Ho ho. Betkas only feels that his whole body is extremely refreshed now. It seems like soaking in cold water. His body is full of freshness. Even the wounds on his body don't feel pain anymore. At the same time, he opened his eyes slightly. But what the eyes see is very blurry. But the only thing is, Betkas knows that he is safe. Looking at the green algae in front of him, he knows he is in the process of treatment. At the same time, he has an oxygen supply in his mouth. Although his whole body is naked. But he doesn't care. After all, as long as the wound is healed, everything else doesn't matter and he is still in the body of a kid. Naturally, it is not a good development. And at this moment, an alien wearing a research suit with tentacles on his head held a blank paper similar to a record sheet and looked at Betkas and said, the consciousness of this scion kid has recovered. It's pretty quick. And a similar alien right next to him pointed to Vegeta and Nappa, who were in charge of him, and said, although the 2 little ghosts here are not as badly injured as the scion kid, their consciousness is still there. There is no recovery. The previous tentacles alien spoke to Betkas, who was slightly conscious again. Okay, scion kid. You're all right. I'm going to draw out the healing water. At the next moment, outside the tentacles the starman has already pulled down a certain switch. The water in Betkas's algae was pulled out at once. At the same time, Betkas shook his head while holding the lens. Now he still seems to be mentally weak. After all, he is struggling on the verge of death. It is not a joke. The tentacles handed a new battle suit to Betkas and said, Psy demi-human brat. Put on this dress, and this. This is your spoils this time. From now on, you only need to wait for the orders of King Frisia or Lord Shambo. At other times, you can't move around. But later, another machine with golden lenses was thrown towards Betkas. Betkas quickly caught the clothes with his eyes and hands. Then he grabbed the machine flying in the air with his right hand. Then he woke up suddenly. Because he found that what he was holding in his right hand was a combat scout device. The must for aliens in Dragon Ball equipment. This makes him very happy. Because of this thing, he has a little confidence in the future. Unlike this time, he did not know the strength of the opponent. In the end, he even suffered frequent casualties. If he knew the opponent from the beginning so powerful. Betkus has already started to fight as a giant ape. After all, he doesn't want to seek death now. Now that he has come to this Dragon Ball world, he should not be killed as a dragon or a passerby. It's better to practice hard and fight with the protagonist Sun Wukong. If he is killed, I can only blame my bad luck. Of course. The premise is that he can live to the moment when Sun Wukong comes to the universe. For this matter, he himself is not too sure. You know, there are many strong people in the universe. At least for him at present, it is still very powerful, challenging and dangerous. If you run away from Frisia, it might not be dangerous to go to the earth to steal a life. But for him, his strength also stops here. Because the earth in the early stage is simply not suitable for a high-strength candidate like him. And working under Frisia. Although there are dangers. But at least it can increase your strength without limit. Because this is not an ancient Chinese emperor, you will be feared. Even if you are feared, it is only by Shangbo. The people in the new team. Frisia would not have such thoughts. Because he has absolute strength, and absolute confidence. As for the group of people in Dodoria, Betkus has one confidence to kill them. Because of the most terrifying characteristic of Science. Dodoria and others have not experienced it yet. That is when you come back from the edge of life and death next time, your strength will increase. As for the increase, it may have something to do with your current strength. Put on the combat uniform again. Then put the combat scout on the left eye. Then click the button. Sweep at Vegeta and Nappa who have not yet regained consciousness. Drip drip. Betkus listened to the analysis sound of the machine, and then saw Nappa's number. The corner of his mouth raised an arc, and he murmured in a low voice, "It's really weak, this time it has a combat power of 972. Glanced at Vegeta. Started to scan. Drip drip. Betkus ignored the aliens around him who were observing him. Then he glanced at Vegeta in surprise, and said inwardly, Vegeta's combat power value has actually reached 4521. Compared with before, it has increased by 50%. Then proportionally, I won't be worse off. And when Betkus was thinking about how strong he is now, the tentacled alien next to him who gave him the clothes seemed to know what he was thinking and said, "Little, I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. One-handed after that death battle, it seems to have improved. You have a combat power of 4752. It is much higher than the kid over there. I really don't know how you did it." Sure enough, the Scions are a group incomprehensible wild monkeys. The value of combat power is 4752. Betkus was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't expect that his combat power value surpassed Vegeta's. You must know that Vegeta was 9 points stronger than him in combat power before. Gita's fighting power has increased by nearly 120. This increase gap makes him a little puzzled. Betkus dragged his chin. Looking at Vegeta thoughtfully, he thought to himself, is it because of the different degree of injury? Or, a talent problem? At the same time, he curled his tail around his waist, a little puzzled. It's just that it's not clear. He's going to the place where he should go to summarize some things. Because of this battle, although he didn't fully experience the same battle fun because of the use of a giant ape. But at least it made him experience a life and death. So Betkus plans to come to a post-war summary. At the same time, he will invent some new tricks again. After that, he will explore to see if he can control Qi or feel the existence of Qi. After all, this is the most critical and basic thing in the Dragon Ball world. He doesn't want to rely on the scout all the time because that thing is ineffective against some creatures and often the thing will even kill himself at some point. 11 Reason. Betkus sat on the bed in his own room, with one hand supporting his chin and the other hand supporting his joints. He began to think in his heart, I remember that in the original book, Son Gohan once explained how to use Qi. It's just that that seems to be used for Kong Wushu. At the same time, I began to carefully recall all the related matters in Dragon Ball. A little irritated, Betkus said impatiently, I can't remember. I just vaguely remember some bosses and some plots. I didn't pay attention to these small details. It seems that I still have to figure it out by myself. After that, sit cross-legged on the bed. Put your hands flat on your lap. Close your eyes and start to feel carefully. Cao manipulates the size of chi. Suppresses. Improves. Betkus began to try to mobilize the power in his body to hide. Hours later. Betkus is already helpless, because, let him do what he wants. He still can't control the chi control in his body. This is not because Betkus himself is stupid. It's because he doesn't know how to operate. It's like you stand in front of a treasure mountain. You know how valuable the things inside are. But there is no door to get in. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. But you can't get the point. Unless there is someone who knows the secret people walked in early. You happen to see it again. Then everything is transparent. Just like Betkus, he clearly knows that chi can be suppressed and improved. In this way, the strength can be increased or decreased at will. At the same time, it can sense the strength of the opponent. This ability can be described as convenient. But he doesn't know the specific method. Trying to mobilize the chi in the body did not change. Betkus murmured a little frustrated, do you really want me to go to the earth? Then I can see the details of Monkey King and others to know the specific method. Because he found that he really seemed to have nothing to do. Like the original book, the same is true for Vegeta in the movie. He quickly learned how to control chi after fighting Sun Wukong and others. This also shows that the difficulty is not very high. If it is a blind man who slanders, it may take a long time, so Betkus is depressed. Shaking his head, Betkus looked out of the window and said, I guess that guy Frisia won't allow me to go, it's too bad, it seems that I can only witness it with my own eyes in the future. Over the years, I'd better improve my strength first. Even if you can't sense or hide your fighting power, it's not a bad thing. After thinking it through, Betkus immediately jumped out of bed. After that, he began to recall some animation tricks he had seen in his previous life. He is going to borrow a lot now. After all, although the Dragon Ball world is mainly about fighting, powerful moves are still indispensable. For example, Kling's Chi Yuan Slash. Even a boss type like Frisia Cyril I have learned. Monkey King's Yuan Chi Bomb. Andalo's Kameha Kigong Wave, etc. None of these powerful moves have allowed Monkey King and others to defeat powerful enemies. The most common one is Yuan Chi Bomb. No need to explain up. It would be great if I could learn the Realm King Fist. Unfortunately, I don't have that life. Hey! Didn't you say that there are cheats and discounts for time travel? Why don't I have one for TM? Betkus recalled it a little bit. He couldn't help complaining and complaining. At the same time, he thought hard. Hey! I still can't think of any good tricks to borrow a lottery. Hokage, pirates, and Shinigami don't work. Forget it. We should plan training first. The gravity room is essential. And so are the weight-bearing clothes. It seems that find an excuse to ask Frisia to give me a vacation. Betkus stared at the front with flickering eyes, suddenly thought of a simple reason. Then the corner of his mouth showed an arc. Then fell asleep. I've already thought about the reason. Frisia probably won't refuse. Dodoria and Sangbo probably won't stop it. The time is long enough. Hehe, but if you go right away, you will inevitably be suspicious. It's better to make this request after a while. If Vegeta plans to go together, then it's pretty good. Betkus lay on the bed and thought leisurely. As for Nappa, Betkus never took him seriously, a superior fighter with no potential. Even with his butterfly storm, it is estimated that it will not be too strong. It is better not to waste extra time doing useless things. For Betkus, Nappa's strength is not bad in the early stage. But it is only a character of miscellaneous level. There is no need at all. In the late stage of Dragon Ball, it is not possible for a small character like Nappa to be mixed. Betkus doesn't want to be dragged down. He has already made a plan. Since he has come to this Dragon Ball world, he must mix until the end of Dragon Ball. No need be the strongest. But at least he must be so strong that no one can abuse him. This is Betka's life goal in this life. I see, that planet was conquered in just 3 days? Funny little ones. Frisia was sitting on his exclusive seat, holding a glass of wine leisurely in his right hand, looking at the starry sky outside the window, listening to Sangbo's report, and then said with an arc at the corner of his mouth. Dodolia's expression on the side was a bit weird. He opened the mouth and said, "This result, isn't it too, for the 3 scion brats?" Frisia didn't react when he heard that. He still looked indifferent. However, Baobo frowned and said, "There is no problem with this. According to the investigation, it is the 3 little devils who have transformed into giant apes to achieve such speed results. Otherwise, with their original strength, it would be impossible to complete the conquest of that planet. You must know that the strongest person on that planet has a combat power of 1, which is stronger than the original King Vegeta." Dodoria was immediately upset when she heard the words, "Isn't that cheating?" Bo said gracefully, "If we can win, there is no problem with any means." One sentence made Dodoria speechless. Frisia said at this moment, "Leave those 3 brats alone for now. That guy sent me a notification just now." His tone was full of angry and displeased. At the same time, the wine glass was crushed by him in an instant. The wine drifted away. At the same time, the surrounding temperature dropped by many degrees in an instant. It made people feel cold. A bone-piercing chill. Boom! Dodoria and Bobo suddenly looked at Frisia, who was gnashing his teeth tremblingly, dare not say anything. Frisia regained his composure all of a sudden. Then he said, "Forget it. Let me set off right away. Target, Father's planet." After hearing the words, Zhou and Dodolia immediately retreated. After they exited, both of them realized that they were already breaking out in a cold sweat, because they really felt that Frisia was angry just now. That killing intent was no joke. 12 make. Hey! The spaceship is moving at full speed? What is Frisia going to do? Betkus just woke up from a coma. He suddenly looked at the scene of the planet passing by outside the window. He was a little puzzled. Then he looked around and found that Vegeta and Nappa hadn't come back. Rubbed his hair. Then walked out the door. Squeak! The door opened in an instant. Betkus walked to the previous treatment room. He wanted to see if Vegeta and Nappa were still being treated. Otherwise, how could it be possible that after he fell asleep, how could the 2 remain still? Missing? Squeak! The door opened left and right. Betkus walked back again and found that there was no one else inside except Vegeta and Nappa, who were still healing in the sink. Even the tentacled alien from before was gone. Tika stepped forward. Looking at Vegeta and Nappa, who still had no signs of waking up in the sink, they suddenly murmured, "I haven't woken up for so long. How much damage have these 2 guys suffered?" Although Betkus can't know what happened in the end, but he is very clear. Vegeta and Nappa must have gone through a tough battle in the back. Even if it becomes a giant ape. To completely eliminate those the kicks, people also need to spend a lot of energy. Even if they are tired, they will probably die of exhaustion. Because at that time Betkus was sure that both Vegeta and Nappa had turned into a giant ape and even dared not cancel it. After all, the combat effectiveness of the residents on that planet is exceptionally strong. If they get rid of the giant ape transformation, if they meet someone with high combat effectiveness, I am afraid they will not be able to come back. By the way, where is Frisia planning to go in such a hurry? Betkus walked to a place with a large screen. Looking at the information on the upper screen, he began to interpret it a little. Urgent notice? Go to planet Farrand at full speed? Where is this planet? Is it worth Frisia rushing there so anxiously? Betkus looked at the several universal characters on the screen and said silently. At the same time, he was a little curious. What kind of place is this? It is worth Frisia's actions. Now Betkus doesn't know where Frisia went. How dangerous is the place? Of course this danger refers to him who is still in a weak state. Betkus looked at Vegeta, who was still sleeping behind him, and then slowly walked out of the gate. At the same time, he murmured, if Vegeta wakes up and gets the scout, you know my strength. If you are better than him, maybe you will become very unhappy. Then you will see that I have done so much training over the years, and I will do more than I do. I hope this time it will not be too exciting. I don't want to be Monkey King. After walking out of the gate, Betkus began to walk towards the mechanical room. Except for some rooms on the Frisia spaceship that cannot be entered, most of the other rooms are especially open. So there is no need to worry about being sentenced to any punishment. Betkus the machine room he went to last time was actually just a place where some aliens repaired machines. This time he planned to make some weight-bearing stuff. He remembers it very clearly. In the original book, Monkey King and Piccolo fought Raditz wearing weight-bearing clothes in the early stage. The combat effectiveness of the two of them after taking off the weight-bearing clothes can be said to have soared apart. At the same time, they can completely detect fighting power is suppressed. He is going to let those aliens help him make a combat-type weight-bearing clothing. One is to exercise himself. The other is not to stimulate Vegeta. Because who knows when Vegeta wakes up and sees Betkus he is so much better than himself. With his proud self-esteem, what will he do? Anyway, it won't be too good. The current Betkus doesn't want to get into trouble with Vegeta. After all, they are of the same race relatives. When Betkus walked into the mechanical room, he suddenly found that there was a sound of bang bang, but it was very small. It could only be heard when he entered the door. Betkus probably afraid to disturb others. If one is not careful, others will be wiped out if they are in a bad mood. So I dare not make too much of a mistake. After all, the aliens forged here are not too strong. And the moment Betkus walked in, the aliens inside looked a little nervous. Then they looked towards the door. But after realizing that it was only a child like Betkus who came in, I felt a little relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, seeing the reconnaissance device on Betkus's left eye, he became a little cautious. After all, the current reconnaissance device can only be worn by combatants. And usually it is not too weak. Dealing with them more than enough staff. You help me make a set of weight-bearing clothes. The weight is about kilograms. How long will it take? Betkus didn't pretend to be hypocritical. Because in Frisia, the strong are respected. For these weak people, Betkus would not lower his stance. Instead, he pointed at one of them very bluntly. The catfish-like cosmic man said, other cosmic beings with different appearances are a little trembling. This, 1 hour is enough. The pointed catfish alien replied anxiously. He was afraid that Betkus would be annihilated by accident. After all, such things are not uncommon. In the past, those who refused to create cosmic beings were destroyed by the parties. So they didn't dare to delay. Instead, they said straight. When Betkus heard the words, the corner of his mouth showed an arc. Then he said, then do it quickly. I want to see the clothes in an hour. I hope you didn't lie to me. After that, he walked to the side and sat on the ground looking forward to it. He put his legs down and pretended to sleep with his eyes closed. After the cosmic beings present saw it, they immediately went about their own business. The body is still too small now. It is not fully developed. Using too heavy clothes will hinder the development of the body. At present, 50 kilograms may be my limit. Well, try first, and then say. Betkus squinted and stared at the catfish alien in front of him who was preparing materials to make. He muttered in his heart. For Betkas, it is good to improve his strength. But it can't be too much. Cao is often rushed, it will bring about a devastating disaster. He doesn't want any tragedy to happen. Only by playing steadily can he ensure his own safety. So he doesn't need to say 100 kilograms of heavy-duty clothes all at once. It is estimated that he is not yet proficient. You will be crushed yourself. The body is the capital of the revolution. The revolution has not yet succeeded. We still need to work hard. Let's see the results in an hour. If it doesn't work, just change it. 13. The so-called party. My lord, the item you want has been made. Just when Betkas was drowsy, the alien with the catfish head looked at Betkas with a bit of trembling, reminded. Oh! It's finished so quickly. Betkas got a little blurred eyes. Then he took over the new combat armor, suddenly felt a sense of effort. Not bad. It hasn't been more than an hour. If there is anything else in the future, maybe I will come. Betkas felt the heavyweight clothes in his hands, and then quickly took off the combat uniform he was wearing. Then switched up. At the same time smiled. Please walk slowly. The catfish alien immediately respected, while Betkas walked with difficulty. He began to walk step by step. Every step as if it weighs 1,000 catties. There will be a bang 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 sound on the ground. Fortunately, that guy Vegeta didn't wake up. Give me time to adapt to the weight-bearing clothes. Otherwise, I will definitely be seen through. Betkas walked towards his room with difficulty. He secretly rejoiced. Because the clothes this time really made him feel a little uncomfortable. Although he had weight training on planet Vegeta back then, but now on Frisia's spaceship, there is no such weight as on the planet. For Betkas, it's just changed. When Betkas walked into the room, he took a short breath, then sat on the ground, took off the scout, and scouted himself. Drip drip. Combat Power 4452. Betkas put on the reconnaissance device again after seeing it. Then he thought to himself, the combat power has been reduced by dash points. That's good. At least it won't be seen for a while. Then let's try to train. I don't know where Frisia is going. I'm in such a hurry. I'm so anxious. Betkas looked at the constantly shuttling universe outside, and said with some doubts in his heart. Although it made him feel very puzzled, he would not miss the time for practice. Especially when Vegeta was still awake, he had to practice more with his weight-bearing body. In order not to show any telltale feat when the time comes. 1.2.3.4.5.6. Can't help but say it. Betkas has already started to do one-handed push UPS. For him, two-handed push UPS are no longer suitable. One-handed ones are the best. If it wasn't for the current physical condition, he even planned to do push UPS with one finger. This kind of pure exercise is the best way. And time is passing by under such circumstances. When Betkas waited for Vegeta and Nappa to wake up. But he waited for nearly 4 days. This situation also made Betkas very ashamed. Because he has exercised for 4 days, resulting in a certain improvement in combat power. In the case of weight-bearing clothes, he has reached a combat power of more than 4,500. If he takes off the weight-bearing clothes, it is estimated that the combat power will be nearly 4,800. Although he didn't surpass Vegeta under heavy load, it also made him feel ashamed. If he continues to exercise in this way, he may really surpass Vegeta. Maybe Vegeta used a scout to detect Betkas. His fighting power is not far from him. Vegeta has also started to practice hard. Because he absolutely does not allow a Saiyan stronger than him. Even if there is, only he himself can do it. Nappa looked at the two people who were struggling hard, so he had no choice but to keep up. Because if he lagged behind, he might be killed by the enemy that day. He didn't want a tragedy, so the three of them exercised in a quiet place. Not a word of conversation. And just one day, Frisia's spaceship suddenly landed on a technologically prosperous planet. At the same time, some personnel came to remind. This is the planet where King Frisia's father, the King of Kurd, is located. If you don't want to die, you can live in peace. Even King Frisia here must behave according to the rules. There are even rumors that King Frisia's big brother, King Kevala, is also here. Hearing someone's reminder just now, Betkas was instantly startled into a cold sweat, because he didn't expect that the three emperors of the universe are all gathered together, and he doesn't know why. So Betkas SI doesn't plan to disembark from the spaceship, because this is not Frisia's territory. Even Frisia is considered the weakest of the emperors here. If you are accidentally picked on, then it is not fun. So for the safety of his life, Betkas very wisely chose not to disembark. It may be because of curiosity, but Vegeta intends to go down and have a look. Although Betkas wanted to stop it, but he knew it was impossible. He could only bite the bullet and follow. At the same time, Nappa also followed. The three of them walked with Frisia's large army. They did not act alone. What kind of trouble did you cause, this? Vegeta also knows. Otherwise, he would have disappeared. Shambo Dodoria, you have to take good care of those guys who make stupid mistakes. This is not our territory. Frisia seemed to have learned some news to discuss. He suddenly turned to Shambo and Dodoria and said. Both Shambo and Dodoria nodded solemnly and said, "Understood." King Frisia. As soon as the two of them spoke, Frisia flew into the air. The target was a huge building in front of him. That's Kevala. Although I can't feel the chi, but this oppressive feeling is really strong, but, after all, you are just a dish. Betkas discovers that Frisia is gone. Suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure not much different from Frisia flying by in an instant, and thought to himself. After going back this time, I have to give a reason immediately. Otherwise, the strength really won't be greatly enhanced. There are many crises in the universe. It's really hard to adapt. The sweating my family thought to himself. Because this Kurdish king doesn't know what planet he lives on. The gravity is 10 times that of other planets. This also makes many people who are not used to it sweat a lot. Even Vegeta is a little bit hard to support. But Betkas believes that it is just a temporary hardship. If you get used to it, then Vegeta will be a little bit stronger. For Betkas, it seems a little unsatisfactory. After all, although he is very tired now, it is only a temporary discomfort. After he adapts, he will be completely fine. 14 Southern Galaxy. Waiting, long waiting. I don't know how long I have been waiting on this strange planet. Anyway, Betkas has become a little impatient, because from the beginning when I didn't adapt to the gravity of this planet. Until now when nothing happened. Time it also alternates between day and night. But except for some extremely powerful guys who dare to rest and sleep in place, most people dare not close their eyes. Because there are too many uncertain factors here. Although each is said to be the subordinates of the three emperors. But the subordinates are not so easy to talk about. The weak are afraid of the strong. The strong must have a reason before asking for trouble. Otherwise it's a naked slap in the face, so everyone is nervous now. Even Vegeta pretended to look around with a strong face. He didn't dare to blink at all. Betkas squinted at Vegeta. At the same time, he looked at the opposite side who had been staring at them. The Kevlar Mecha troops, the eyes in the eyes are kind of playful no matter how you look at them. TM. I can't beat you now. It really makes me feel aggrieved. Betkas looked at the other side. Said a little helplessly annoyed. And Vegeta next to him clenched his fists, but his body was motionless. But his eyes looked at the Mecha troops on the opposite side with a cold look. I want to take this opportunity to make trouble. Unfortunately, there is no way. Although Scions are arrogant. But they are not stupid. Betkas looked at Vegeta and Nappa. He secretly smiled in his heart. Oh my, those three Scion brats are so indifferent. Downy, one of the Kevlar mecha units standing directly opposite, looked surprised. The wrestler next to him said with a regretful face, "Obviously I heard that Saiyans are very proud. It's a pity." Looking at this expression, it seems that this is an extremely regrettable thing. Shaiza, stupid X, warned without changing his face, "Don't do this kind of behavior again." Those 3 Saiyan brats still seem very sensible. They won't act recklessly. It's just that what surprised me the most is, why didn't that guy Jinyu come with King Frisia? Lushi said indifferently, "It must have been cultivating hard somewhere. After all, I was defeated by you." Shaiza had a look of disbelief. Donnie looked around boredly and said, "Those 3 Saiyan brats are not fooled. It's really boring. I'm looking for other guys." Betkas had a hint of sarcasm on his face. Then he looked around. Suddenly thought of a very interesting proposal. But after thinking about it, he suppressed this move. After all, things are getting bigger. It's not fun, it's okay. It's better to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. When you become stronger in the future, everything will be easy to solve. Call. Suddenly a strong wind blew past. Frisia suddenly appeared. But with a slightly gloomy face, he sat back on his throne again, and said with murderous intent, "Go back." "Yes." Dodoria and Shangbo immediately replied with horror on their faces. It was the first time they saw Frisia so angry. Although he acted calmly, it represented Frisia was really angry. Something seems to have touched his boundaries. So everyone dare not touch his bad luck at this time. Otherwise, it will be a fate. 1 move in seconds. Everyone except Betkas and Vegeta returned to the spaceship again with fear on their faces. Then lift off and leave. But this time the direction and purpose of the spaceship has changed. Not going back the same way, but heading towards Gang Yuan's goal, Southern Milky Way. And Betkas doesn't know, he will encounter an absolute crisis of extinction. Years later, when Frisia came to operate in the Southern Galaxy, Betkas was very puzzled. Because in the original book, Frisia should be in the Northern Galaxy. How could he come to the Southern Galaxy now? It's just that I figured it out after looking into it in detail. That is to say, at the beginning, King Kurd, Kvela, and Frisia gathered to discuss the division of power in the entire galaxy. It was a very simple way. King Kurd himself occupied the 2 galaxies in the north and west, while Kvela was the East Galaxy. But Frisia wants to leave his homeland and go to the Southern Galaxy. This is simply a shame for him. It's no wonder Frisia was so angry at that time. Angry and wanted to kill people. Although countless planets along the way have been destroyed. But now Betkas doesn't care anymore because he has already received Frisia's nod. He started to travel by himself. His reason is very simple. On the surface, it is for Frisia clear up some ignorant original residents. If you get a good planet, you will contact me. And it was long term. Frisia didn't think much about it at the time. Anyway, in Southern Galaxy, he hasn't dealt with some powerful people who don't understand Frisia. It's also good to take Betkas out. Anyway, he doesn't believe Betkas will run away because there will be Betkas's journey record on the spaceship. I will find it at that time. Unless Betkas destroys his own spaceship, but that is impossible. Although Betkas clearly wants Vegeta to go with him. Unfortunately, Vegeta disagrees. He intends to become stronger in his own way. So Betkas can only step on the road to become stronger by himself. The journey. No. After nearly 6 years of hardships, Betkas is still a small achievement now. His combat power is currently only 13. He is only years old now. I believe that it will not be long before he will be able to surpass Vegeta in the original book, although that is his combat power when he still wears a heavy load. It's just that Betkas doesn't go back often. Frisia and others don't know his combat power value. Otherwise, he will definitely have some troubles. After all, a 13-year-old Saiyan kid can have such a high the fighting power. It's weird if it's not scary. Although he doesn't have any golden fingers, his strength can't increase violently. But he believes, as long as he works hard, because he is talented and has the capital to become stronger. Didn't see that Monkey King can become the strongest even as a low-level fighter, well, then as a high-ranking soldier. As long as you put in more effort, you can still reach a higher level. Today, Betka's launched another planetary invasion. The target is a high-tech planet. Hey! The air here is really a bit dirty. It seems that there are high-tech places. The natural environment is really not good. Betka's just arrived on this planet in a spaceship. He walked out and looked around. A little upset. Then destroy at speed, then continue to hone. Betka's had a wicked smile on his face, looking at the high-rise buildings in front of him. Don't you know, his catastrophe has already come. 15 hit a ghost. Boom. Betka's found the large city in front of him, and started to bombard it indiscriminately. A lot of golden Qigong waves bombarded the city in a series. It caused bursts of explosions. Mushroom clouds appeared everywhere. The black and smoky rock formation filled the entire sky. There were constant screams in the city. This kind of garbage planet. It seems that it can't be sold for much money. Hey! It's better to solve it as soon as possible and leave early. Betka stretched his arms. He looked at the ruined city. He sneered. After that, I pressed the scout again. See where there are still cities. Hey! There's actually a guy with 15,000 combat power. Betka suddenly saw the number displayed on the scout, and immediately changed his face, because he clearly remembered that he had explored the number on this planet before. It is marked. The highest guy's combat power is no more than dash. The lowest is only dash. Now there is an existence with a combat power of dash. Don't let him be surprised. Because he himself is just that strong, if you fight with a guy of the same level, then both will definitely suffer. Because the guy with W in combat power is not an idiot. By then it will be very difficult for Betkas to escape. Betkas pondered for a while whether he should leave or go and see. After all, he didn't want to joke with his own life. Forget it. If it doesn't work in the end, I will turn into a giant ape. Betkas thought of his registration card, and suddenly made up his mind. He didn't care about other small things. He just wanted to see how the guy with a fighting power of dash was doing. So he flew into the air immediately. When Betkas flew violently and arrived at the target explored by the scout, it was a place similar to a scientific research city. A lot of machinery was constantly running automatically. It's around here. Betkas glanced down with a solemn face, and then looked carefully. Suddenly his eyes caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure below. He immediately shouted, "Get out of here!" Directly, a golden Qigong wave blasted towards the bottom without hesitation. At the same time, the figure below seemed to have released a Qigong wave to fight back. Is it an illusion? This guy is so weak. When the two Qigong waves clashed, Betkas suddenly discovered that the opponent's strength was really weak. As long as he increased his strength a little, he could completely destroy the opponent. It's not that they hide their strength with gas. Forget it. Anyway, if you keep bombing like this, you will show your true face. Betkas didn't think about it anymore. He directly increased the output of the Qigong wave, and it went down all of a sudden. It hit the ground without any resistance, causing a wave of smoke and dust and a huge bang. The mechanical city was half destroyed. What? How is it possible? And just when the smoke and dust cleared, Betkas saw clearly the two surviving figures below. He found that a green protective shield was covering them. One was an adult man with a scar on his left eye. The other one is a cowardly-looking boy. That's right. It's the boy. And what is clearly displayed on the scout is, that boy's combat power has dash points, while the adult man's combat power is only close to dash points, that is, he just sent out the Qigong wave and Betka's yes bang. What surprised Betkas the most was that the boy was younger than him. He had such fighting power. It made him feel a little strange. Slowly lowering his figure, he looked at the two people opposite him with a serious face. Betkas suddenly noticed that the boy's face was indifferent. No. It should be said to be numb. It wasn't that he made a move just now. Betkas really doubted whether the other party's soul had gone out of his body. You are a scion. And the adult man seemed to have seen the tail wrapped around Betka's waist, suddenly said with a shocked expression. Betkas noticed the shock on the other party's face. Suddenly he was a little puzzled. Although scions are famous in the universe. But that was a long time ago. Since the scions were completely wiped out. There has been no a few cosmic beings can remember the race of scions. I am Paragus. Used to be a member of the scions. He is my son. Also a scion. The adult man introduced with a look of surprise. Betkas glanced at the boy next to him. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Son. Could it be? Betkas suddenly thought of the existence of the rumored scions who can reach more than combat power. It seems that there are not many, and if this boy is really a scion, then it must be a well-known guy, and such a guy there is only one called the Berserker Broly. Thinking of this, Betkas can't help but feel a little suffocated, because Broly is a natural super scion. If there is a battle, Broly will become a super scion. He can cheat, even if it is gigantic ape. There is no chance of winning. It's just that what makes him feel the most strange is, if it's really Broly, then why does his combat power only have points? You must know that the legendary Super Saiyan is getting stronger all the time. Every year's strength can almost be regarded as doubling. From the looks of it, the current Broly has been born for nearly 10 years. How can he have combat power? Turn out to be. Suddenly, Betkas caught a glimpse of the decoration on the young man's head. His pupil shrank. I immediately had the urge to run away. It's not that Betkas didn't live up to it, but he really didn't dare to start a war with Broly now. Because Broly is now wearing the controller from the original book on his head, which suppresses his strength. But even so, he has a fighting power of if he is suppressed by force? Just kidding. If there is no controller, Betkas really does not know how powerful Broly will be. Maybe it has reached maybe even stronger. If he becomes a Super Saiyan. Tisk tisk. Instantly kill him without pressure. Do you think Betkas may not want to run, but the next sentence of Paragus confirmed the identity of the boy. My son, Broly. 16 Broly. Broly, ah. When Betkas heard this name, he felt a sense of retreat, because who is Broly, a natural Super Saiyan? Let alone the current Betkas. Even in the future, he may not be able to fight well. Hee. So Betkas really wanted to turn around and run away. Because, if it is other scions, it is okay. Betkas is the relative of the main criminal who framed Broly and his son. In this case, it would be strange not to be avenged by the public. Paragus in the original book Lee is also an ambitious guy. He dare not put his life in the hands of others. But it's okay. He's not Kakarot's kind of relative. Otherwise, Broly would have gone crazy. After all, in the original book, Broly's reaction to Monkey King's aura was particularly strong. It even turned into a killing intent. At this time, Paragus seemed to be remembering something, because he found that the boy who was about 13 years old in front of him was very similar to someone he had seen, but his memory was a little unclear. Shit! I forgot. This eye-catching light yellow hair and light golden pupils. Betkas suddenly noticed the demeanor of Paragus. At the same time, he knew a flaw. Because he had never cared about his appearance before. Now it is a special situation. He discovered his shortcomings all at once, that is, in the entire race of pure scions. Betkas is the most peculiar. Because his hair color is light yellow and light gold. It is not pure black like other scions. This also led to it. It is easy to distinguish Betka's, especially his tail. It proves that he is a pure scion. Paragus is a bit old. It was only far away at the beginning I've seen Betka's before. So I don't know. I just think it looks familiar. It's probably only a matter of time before I remember it. It's a bit tragic. It seems. Betka's suddenly noticed the unkindness in Paragus' eyes and the sneer on the corner of his mouth. He said helplessly in his heart. If he didn't want to lose his whole card and the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan Dash, he would definitely cut off the tail. Because the tail is the biggest weakness of scions. So it's Prince Betka's. It's been a long time no see. No. Maybe the prince hasn't seen me and other lowly warriors. Paragus suddenly spoke with a cold tone and said. Indeed, I haven't seen it before. Betka's prepared to run away with one hand. His eyes were cautiously looking at Broly, who was still in a daze. Broly, give you a chance, kill him. Paragus said suddenly without warning. Betka's was startled when he heard the words. But Broly acted obediently. The speed was staggering. He rushed to Bet in an instant. In front of Cass, raised his right fist and hit him. Betka's eyes narrowed slightly. It was too late to dodge. Because Broly's reaction was faster than he expected, so he was caught off guard. He had no choice but to take it hard. He opened his left hand and directly blocked Broly. Punching fist. Snapped. There was a sound of collision. A gust of airflow was directly aroused and swept towards the surroundings. Bastard! How strong is this? My hands are numb. Betka's took advantage of this opportunity to block, and immediately jumped back. His right hand touched his immobile left hand and said in shock. He didn't expect Broly to be so terrifying even with this curse. It's Broly in his prime. So how scary is it? Perhaps. If the current Broly transforms into a Super Saiyan, it will be enough to torture Frisia's second form. This is still in the current situation of only a little over 10 years old. Betka's face looked a little gloomy, secretly said in his heart. But at this moment, there was a beam of bright light in front of him. Betcast suddenly looked up, and found that Broly had sent out a Qigong wave and blasted towards him. The figure no longer paused. Immediately lifted into the air to dodge. The Qigong wave suddenly blasted in the distance. A huge mushroom cloud and sound came out. It made people tremble. You are really proud. Betka's suddenly turned around. Lifting his right foot, he turned around and kicked. At the same time, a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was Broly. Boom! A kick landed on Broly's left arm, just a slight impact sound, but Broly himself took a few steps back to the right. But Broly himself became angry all of a sudden, let out a roar, and the chi in his body suddenly exploded. The body is obviously covered with a cloud of breath. At the same time, the muscles have also exploded. It seems to be full of strength. This made Betka's dare not take it hard, although he wanted to run away, but Broly won't do what he wants at all. If he is chased by Broly to the spaceship and destroys the spaceship, then it won't be fun. So, it is necessary to put Broly down for a while. Just a few seconds. He can run away. He doesn't expect himself to be able to kill Broly. He is not Monkey King. Has that kind of fate. For Betka's, the traversers who don't even have a gold finger are the most difficult. Some are just plot advantages. But that can't be used as a meal. Because there is no strength. What? Broly let out a soft drink, and rushed towards Betka's with a burst of breath. The speed was faster than before. Combat value 17342. Betka's looked a little dignified. Because he didn't want to force Broly to use stronger power, otherwise he would really die. At the same time, he immediately backed away quickly, but the speed was obviously not as fast as Broly's. Cut! You forced me. looking at Broly who was right in front of him. Betkasho didn't dodge anymore. 2 golden energy balls popped out of his hands. Then he put his hands together and merged into a football-sized energy ball. Hit Broly directly in the chest. Broly didn't know the reason. He didn't dodge it either. He let Betkas hit him. Suddenly there was a booming sound. A skyrocketing smoke and dust filled everywhere. Humph! It's really strong. But compared to Broly, it's still far behind. Paragus looked at this scene from a distance and sneered in his heart. He knew exactly how strong Broly was. Ni. Impossible, how come? Paragus suddenly saw a violent vibration in front of him. At the same time, a rushing momentum emerged. This made him suddenly have a bad premonition. When he saw the situation in the field clearly. Paragus is shocked, Broly is crazy, Betkas, desperate. 17 on the brink of death. A mass of hair turned purple and fluttered as if stiff, the whole body was enveloped by a flame-like air, while the eyes turned light green, their shape changed, and their skin also changed some colors. Broly, that's what he looks like now. But even so, the powerful force leaked out like a surge. It directly blasted Betkas hundreds of meters away. How is it possible? The controller is broken. To say that the one who is most shocked at the moment is not Broly or Betkas. It's Paragus. He clearly remembers. Without his own consent, Broly's power should not be able to break free. But at present, Broly's powerful aura has been deeply exposed. Just patronizing the power is enough to change the color of the world. The wind is howling, Paragus is even trembling involuntarily now and even thought of running away. But Betkas was too embarrassed. Slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the fragments of the scout that exploded just now because of Broly's sharp increase in chi, his heart was full of helplessness and despair. Because Broly transformed. He never imagined that one of his desperate big moves would affect and destroy the controller. This is still the most speechless situation for him. This caused Broly's anger to burst out and his consciousness to dissipate. Some just destroyed state of mind. Then the strongest force erupted. That aura is enough to make the current Betkas unable to resist. This gap is not a joke. Even if it's not a perfect Super Saiyan, it's enough to kill me in seconds, hehe. Betkas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Broly in the distance, who was constantly bursting into the sky, his heart was full of bitterness. Because according to his memory, the current Broly seems to be a so-called mimicry variety. It can be said that mimicry. It is just a fake Super Saiyan. It is not real. Although the strength does not increase by 50 times. But at least there are more than 30 times. Before, he could only barely deal with it when Broly became like this. What else could he resist? The only way now is to run. But is it possible to escape? Betkas asked himself this way in his heart, because the current Broly is clearly in an unconscious stage. If there is a little turbulent living body attached, maybe he will be the first to be attacked by the thunder. That's why he didn't turn around and run away immediately. Because even if he is -meters away from Broly at present, according to his pseudo-super race status, it is still easy to kill Betkas. I'm really not reconciled. It's an honor to die in the hands of a Super Saiyan. But to die in a pseudo-Super Saiyan, I don't feel honored. Betkas groaned a little in his heart, because he knew that Broly hadn't really transformed. Or to put it another way, Broly didn't want to directly transform into a real Super Saiyan right now. As for the reason, only he himself knows, so it is currently in a state of mimicry. TM's bullshit scene. I'm screwed to death. Betkas muttered a little in his heart, because he only knows now. Watching animation. The scenes described in the novel are so unreliable. In this state of mimicry, that kind of aura has already made him irresistible. If he becomes a Super Saiyan, then Betkas has no doubt that he will be overwhelmed or even unable to move. It will not appear at all as long as he is determined. The situation that can be resisted by explosive force. Just asking him to stand now is already beyond the limit. Aha! But Broly himself still erupted there on his own, with no scruples at all. The surrounding doomsday scenes, because of his own eruption, the violent wind kept sweeping the planet, the sky was covered with thick dark clouds and thunder strike. As if, doomsday. Seems like in the next moment, the planet will be destroyed. Thinking of what will happen next, Betkas really doesn't want to sit still because he hasn't lived enough because of the world view in his previous life boring. Then this world is different. Come here Betka, there are so many things I want to do. For example, fighting once with Monkey King who made the legend. This is also where the Saiyan instinct in his body belongs. Or the original him. It is not enough to have such a state of mind. Another example. Fighting against various bosses. Whether it's Frieza, Cyril, or the Devil. The god of destruction who can easily defeat Super 3 Monkey King. He wanted to fight once. So he was unwilling. Died here. Especially. Died in the hands of a Broly who was in a pseudo-super race state. After all, the current Dragon Ball Vegeta doesn't know. Even if he knows, he may not be resurrected. So Betkas is not reconciled. He doesn't want to die. Because it means that he may not have a chance to be resurrected. Because that guy Hades might not be easy to provoke. Where did the Saiyans in the original work go after they died? Hell, so why not see any of them? That's the representation, they're all reincarnated. Thinking of being forced to reincarnate by Hades. Finally passing through the advantages. Saiyan specialties will disappear. Betkas is a burst of fear. Because even Majin Buu can't escape reincarnation. So he, desperately wants to run away. However, Broly's explosive momentum stopped. Because of the explosive power, his body size has become a lot bigger unconsciously. The originally relatively short body has grown to about 1.9 meters. Amazing physique. Let Betkas and Paragus look up. There was a cruel smile on Broly's face. He was laughing crazily. He seemed to be celebrating that he had broken free from the nasty curse. At the same time, his hands were aiming in different directions. Two green eyes full of destruction aura se Kigong is taking shape. Seeing this move, the pupils of Betkas and Paragus shook violently. Because Broly was targeting them both. This time, Betkas and Paragus discovered how close death is to them. The powerful force deeply suppressed them and they couldn't resist. They could only watch burrow profitable action. Ruined. 18. The original planet. King Frieza. A powerful response came from the coordinate 88832. An alien researcher sitting in front of the machine said solemnly. A huge force response. When Frieza heard this, he looked at the researcher with great interest and asked. The monk Dodolia next to him also looked very interested. Because it seems that they haven't encountered such a situation for a long time. Almost 10 years. Even longer. It's strange if you're not interested. Wait. Master Betkas seems to be at that coordinate too. And at this moment, a researcher on the other side spoke again. Betkas. Is it his power reaction? Frieza asked with a slightly changed face. The monk Dodoria next to him was watching with a serious face. No. It seems. Betkas-sama went to invade the planet. He met a strong enemy. It seems to be fighting now. But the researcher's face was full of gloom. Said a little hard to say. Just what? Say it. Frieza asked a little dissatisfied, and Dodoria and Shangbo were relieved when they heard that the power reaction was not Betkas, because they thought that the power reaction was Betkas. Yes, these researchers call it a huge power response. Let alone the combat power exceeds 50 W. It's weird not to make them nervous. The difference in combat power between the two is too far. Master Betkas can't win at all. The researcher panicked. He quickly replied. His body was trembling a little. After all, the power detected is really too powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been shocked. Interesting. Shambo. Dodoria. Prepare the spaceship. Let's go and see. When Frisia heard this, a smile appeared on his cold face. He opened the mouth. Because Frisia was indeed interested this time. After all, he still believed in this mechanical investigation. So the person who reacted to that force. I want to see who can have such a powerful force. Yes, King Frisia. Dodoria and Shangbo immediately said in unison, the two retreated together. Then they began to prepare. Humph, who is it? I'm really looking forward to it. After Frisia finished speaking, he slowly flew out on the floating seat, but he didn't hear the researcher's next words. Nanny. Another stronger energy reaction appeared. What is going on? And at the same time, Southern Milky Way. The planet where Betkas and Broly Paragas are located. Boom! With a flash of golden light, the planet. A magnificent explosion like fireworks fell. At the same time, a round spaceship shuttle rapidly among the chaotic meteorites. The destination is unknown. Betkas, Broly Paragas, 3 people, but life and death are unknown. Who is the person riding in that circular spaceship? Hours later. King Frisia. Judging from this situation, this planet did explode. Dodoria knelt on one knee and reported respectfully. Is that so? Then what about the owner of that huge power response? Frisia just asked lightly. According to the news from the headquarters, it seems that it disappeared with the explosion of the planet. Shambo continued to talk beside him. Where's Betkas? Frisia asked a little bored. After all, he finally rushed over. But it was such a scene. It has to make people feel bored. Betkas's spaceship seems to have gone to a certain planet. As for whether that is Betkas himself, news has been sent from the headquarters. It is confirmed that the person sitting in the spaceship is. Shambo pondered for a while, organized his language and continued. Frisia was slightly surprised when he heard that. South Milky Way, a natural planet full of primitive vitality. A small circular spaceship broke through the atmosphere and landed on this planet like a meteorite. Boom! The spaceship smashed through a pinpointed mountain. Went straight through. Without stopping at all. Moving forward. Boom! Quack quack! When the spaceship crashed into a certain forest, a loud noise suddenly came out. A large pit of nearly 50 meters suddenly appeared. At the same time, it caused a burst of birds singing in the forest. Squeak! But the hatch of the small spaceship opened at this time. A figure suddenly appeared inside. The figure walked out of the hatch silently. If you look carefully, you will be shocked, because this person, it is full of scars. There is not a single intact part of the whole body. It seems that it has experienced some serious fighting. It has caused serious injuries and even a state of near death. And he is Betkas. Snapped. Bastard, damn. Bro, Lee. Haha, in the future one definitely will. Betkas clutched the wound on his right hand, looked at the front with blurred eyes, suddenly lost consciousness, fell forward in a coma all of a sudden. At the same time, in the forest outside the big pit, there are several figures protruding. It seems that after seeing that Betkas has passed out, he dared to come out with confidence. After these people came out, they were somewhat similar to humans. Except for the uniform green hairstyle, they all had stilt noses. Even, the ears were a bit long. But it was not like the rumors the elves are full of peace and vitality. The body is only briefly wearing a few pieces of commoner clothes. It is somewhat similar to the original ancient clothing of human beings. A boy from the universe, his heart is full of anger and hatred. And that endless potential. 19 Planet Lyras. It's so cool. Why do you feel the whole body is cool? Betkas gradually regained consciousness from the coma, suddenly felt the refreshment of the whole body. The body and mind felt extremely relaxed. It was like taking a bath. Wrong. Betkus suddenly recalled the guy in Broly who almost killed him. Woke up in a flash. Opened his eyes that were still blurry, looked around in a daze for a moment. Ho. Where is this place? Betkus opened his eyes. Hearing the sound of water flowing in his ears, he suddenly found himself in a sea. But the color of the water is a bit weird. It seems to be golden. Betkus, although Cass has been traveling in the universe for N years. But it is the first time he saw the golden sea water. It's just that what surprised Betkus even more is his injury problem. The body is all well. What is it? Betkus moved his body. Suddenly, he felt no pain at all. It was just a long-lost feeling. Think about it carefully. He remembered that day after he was targeted by Broly. He and Paraja Si struggled desperately. In the end, Broly even forced out the guy that shouldn't exist. The planet was destroyed under the fierce struggle between the two. And he also ran away in his own spaceship a moment ago. But because of his serious injuries, he didn't have much time. He didn't dare to stay longer. So he just learned how Monkey King escaped from planet Namek in the original book. Randomly chose a target. But he has a few steps less than Monkey King. Although he had a chance to escape back to Frisia at that time, but it would be bad if he escaped. Because his strength was away all the year round, so Frisia and others didn't know about it. If they knew, it would definitely cause a little fear, because for now he's too young. Think about Vegeta in the original book. They are close to 30 years old. They are only more than 13 combat power. He is only -years old. He has dash. Especially when he is still under heavy load. He came back from the brink of death again. His strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. In this case, does he dare to go back? The body moved upwards. Because the weight-bearing clothes on his body disappeared. He is still naked. Although the weight-bearing clothes are torn. Whoa! Sticking his head out of the golden water. Betkus suddenly found that the surroundings seemed to be a dense forest. But the trees in these dense forests were extremely tall and amazing. The minimum size of each tree is 30 meters, the tallest one can even reach the sky without reaching the top, and the water surface where he is located is a lake with an area of 100 meters. You're awake, my friend from the universe. Just as Betkus was in shock, suddenly a younger voice came from behind. Betkus turned his head and saw a young man with short green hair sitting there, just that appearance. Almost scared Betkus to death. Because the young man's face is too much like Gogeta in Dragon Ball GT. If it weren't for the old man's green hair, he really thought it was Gogeta who appeared. You threw me in this lake. Betkus suppressed the malicious thoughts in his heart. Then he opened his mouth and said. It's too rude of you to say that. Friends from the universe. This lake is the holy place of our planet Lyra's. You've only been in a coma for 4 days. The young man with green short hair didn't change his face. He didn't seem to care at all. Then he said. Nanny. Betkus was shocked when he heard the words. Because if he really had only been in a coma for 4 days, it would be too terrifying. You must know the injuries he suffered. It was enough for him to be paralyzed for half a year. Or even longer. But if, as the green-haired young man said, in just 4 days, or even earlier healed his injuries, then this can also be equivalent to an existence that is a little worse than Xiandu. Can Betkus not be shocked? Here's your clothes. It was fixed in the beginning by this Myra fluid lake. Suddenly, the green-haired youth picked up the Betkus spacesuit that was supposed to be tattered next to him, and then threw it over, while muttering. Betkus's face looked a little weird. He took the clothes and found the weight in his hands. He found that it was really his space combat suit. It was the so-called tights and double-shoulder armor. It's just, my friend, you are also a hard-working guy. You can tell from your clothes, that clothes will probably limit your strength. If you take it off, you can immediately catch the enemy by surprise in battle. The green-haired youth looked a little admiring and said, "By the way, from the beginning, friends have been calling non-stop. Are you too lacking in vigilance? You must know that the effect of this lake is exactly as you said. But it will cause some people to harbor evil intentions." Betkas quickly stood ashore and put on his clothes. Then he said, "If that's the case, I can only admit it." The green-haired young man didn't seem to care at all. He just replied indifferently, "This guy." Betkas looked at the green-haired young man's indifferent expression. He was a little puzzled. Unfortunately, his detector exploded. And he couldn't sense chi. He didn't know how strong this young man was. Judging from that introverted aura, at least it is an existence with a broken combat power. Forget it. Thank you very much for saving me. Can you tell me, where is my spaceship? I still have to report." Betkas suddenly continued to ask. "There. None of us touched." The green-haired young man pointed to a direction to the east and said. Betkas was ready to fly over immediately after hearing the words. But the green-haired young man immediately said, "If you don't plan to leave after the report, I can taking you to meet someone, maybe the thing you scions want to touch the most." Betkas frowned when he heard the words. Looking at the serious expression of the green-haired young man, he pondered for a while. Then he said, "Okay. Let me see what's going on. You wait here for me just 3 minutes. Just a blink of an eye." Betkas went straight out, leaving behind a phantom, slowly disappearing. "Scion, I believe that adult will be very happy," the green-haired young man said happily at the moment. 20 Met another Super Scion. This chapter has a very bug character debut. I see. Then it's really hard work for you. Betkas. You can continue to act according to the previous plan. Understood. King Frisia. The above is the end of the conversation between Betkas and Frisia. Finally hide it. After Betkas cut off the call, he breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly said, "This incident has already attracted Frisia's attention. This is also what Betkas expected. If Frisia didn't know, then it's still a weird thing." And Betkas had already thought of a reason, and it was a reason that Frisia couldn't refute. Betkas doesn't want Frisia to know about Broly's existence. Because if Frisia finds out, then he, Vegeta and Nappa's death may not be far away. So, he could only hide Broly's identity. He even made up another existence. That is, Kai Wangshan. Betkas explained very simply that when he was carrying out the long-term invasion plan as planned, he met a guy who claimed to be the king god of the Eastern Realm. Under the circumstances that they didn't like each other, the two sides fought. And I am no match at all. Just when I thought I was going to be killed, suddenly another guy named Majin Buu appeared. Then the two fought. I took advantage of it and ran away, but I was still injured. It took 4 days heal well. So after treatment, I came to contact. This is his so-called report. Completely diverted Frisia's attention. Although Frisia was very puzzled how this guy Betkas survived. Because he only learned about it later. That planet there is not only one powerful energy reaction on the Earth. Just as he left the main control room that day, there was another huge energy reaction. This also met the conditions fabricated by Betkas. This also made Frisia unable to find any flaws. Because the King of Kais does exist. This is also what Frisia knows well. But the rumors of Kings of Kais never manage the world. Otherwise, how could there be so many cosmic trouble? But what makes Frisia even more curious is the Majin Buu that Betkas reported. Well, let's not mention how Frisia is curious. Anyway, Betkas dodged a bullet. So now he is flying to the place where the green-haired youth is, because he is very curious. What the green-haired youth said is the thing that scions want to touch the most. Also, that guy Broly, if I meet you again in the future, I must repay you properly. When Betkus was flying, it suddenly occurred to him, the madness and fighting spirit that flashed in Broly's eyes just a second before he escaped when the last planet exploded was a burst of discomfort. Because he was beaten like that by Broly. It was the first time since his rebirth was the most miserable. If there hadn't been a miracle at the last moment, maybe he and Broly's father would have hung up already. A myriad of thoughts flashed through my mind. I just suppressed it secretly. I vowed in my heart that I must find my way back. The moment Betkus just finished thinking, the green-haired youth was floating in front of him, waiting slowly. I'll lead the way. Come. The green-haired young man just smiled. Then he turned around. Suddenly, he gathered a huge amount of energy, covering his whole body like a flame. He seemed to fly straight ahead like a shooting star. Humph! It seems that the strength is not so strong. Betkus looked at the green-haired youth who was accelerating in front of him. There was a smile on his face. He clenched his fists instantly. A strong energy erupted from his body. He chased after the green-haired youth. The distance between the two keeps getting closer. TCH. It seems that I really have to thank Broly. If it weren't for him, I would walk around the edge of death again. Maybe I wouldn't be able to reach the current level. It's just that this guy is even scarier. It seems that I underestimated him a bit. Betkus glanced sideways at the green-haired young man who kept squinting and smiling. He thought to himself. The two bypassed some large trees in a row, and then arrived in a cave. Here is. Betkus just walked in, looking at the vast space in the cave. He was slightly surprised, because the area inside is probably no less than the size of the entire square he had seen in his previous life, or even larger. That's a lot. This surprised him a little. The cave that looks so simple has such a large interior area. This is where the Lord lives. Is where the patron saint of our entire planet lives. The green-haired youth said with a smile. When Betkus heard the words, he stared inside with great interest. Sarah Hale, didn't I say that? Don't keep looking at me. Suddenly, in a dark corner, an old and heavy voice suddenly came out. Betkus immediately looked towards the source of the voice, and suddenly found an old black-haired old man sitting there. The hairstyle looks a bit messy. But there is a sharp murderous look in the eyes. It makes Betkus feel a little frightened. When the old man's eyes meet him, he suddenly realizes. This seems to be like Broly. That guy is the same. Even stronger than Broly. On the left cheek of the old man, there is a mark like a cross knife scar. A bright red headband is worn on the forehead. At the same time, what shocked Betkus even more was. Are you a Saiyan? Are you a Saiyan? The two of them saw each other's tail wrapped around their waists together. They were surprised in unison. Fair hair, golden pupils. That's right, it seems to be the third prince of Betkus. The old man seemed to be remembering something. Suddenly he said. Who are you? Saiyans don't seem to be as powerful as you. Betkus was in a serious mood. Because the aura that this old man inadvertently radiated was too terrifying. Betkus has a kind of affirmative psychology. The strength of this old man absolutely surpasses the legendary Super Saiyan Broly and even Frieza in full form. My name? Hehe, maybe it would be scary to say it out, but the third prince probably won't remember that there is such a person, right? The old man seemed to have thought of something. He showed a wry smile. His eyes became a little gentler. He was thinking in his heart. My name is Bardock. Nani. 21 The amazing story of Bardock. Everyone should remember well. Bardock is a big hole I dug. Will continue to come in handy in the future. Bardock. In Dragon Ball, it can be called the existence of dragon sets. In the early stage he was the one who resisted Frieza and others alone. But he was still easily killed by Frieza. But his own strength is considered superior in the final analysis. Because he is also a scion with a combat power of over W. Although it is only a short-lived wave. But it is undeniable. He is also a hard-working guy. Bardock himself has an identity that is worthy of everyone's attention, that is Monkey King's biological father. If only that's the case. But the most shocking thing is, Bardock turned into a super scion, even killed Frisia's ancestor, and left behind a famous sentence: be careful of the golden-colored scion, but it's just not taken seriously. And all this is the so-called beginning. Maybe Bardock is not the rumored super scion. But he is definitely the first existence to transform into a super scion. You seem to know something. Bardock looked at the shock on Betka's face. He said in a calm manner. He stood up slowly. His thin figure didn't look old at all. On the contrary, he felt full of strength. Didn't you die from Frisia's blow? Also, what's going on with your appearance? Betka's regained his senses for a moment. Then he pretended to be serious and looked at Betka's asking. In fact, he asked this question for nothing. Because he knew the reason. At the moment when Bardock was destroyed by Frisia's energy ball, he traveled to an era that has passed a long time ago. That was the era when Frisia's ancestors were police officers in the universe. And it was also in that era. Bardock has transformed into a super scion. Bardock's current appearance is clearly an aging condition. It's just that what surprised Betka's even more is that this is too confusing. Because there is always a weird feeling. After all, Bardock was killed by Frisia about 10 years ago. Now he encounters a old Bardock, even a Bardock who turns into a super scion. What's it like? It's hard to say. Hearing Bardock's words full of vicissitudes, Betka suddenly found that Bardock's character seemed to have changed, because it was in the original book. Bardock is also the same as the scions. He is proud and warlike. But he is also very kind. It can be seen from the treatment of the little alien in the chapter of Bardock. But now Bardock can't sense the arrogance and cruel characteristics of scions at all. Just think about it, maybe he will be relieved, because, after the tempering of time, no matter how tenacious seeing the character will also be obliterated. Let alone a mere scion. Although I don't know what you know, third prince. But it's not too strange. In fact, according to my age, I have already turned into a handful of Lois. Bardock muttered with a bit of nostalgia. Betka's listened silently. Because he knew that Bardock might actually have something in it. After all, life started from the generation of Frisia's ancestors. Perhaps it was fate. It brought me back to the distant past, no, even more distant, there. I met many masters, among them. The more Betka's listened, the more frightened he became. Because this Bardock is even more experienced than the original Bardock. Not only did he travel back to become a super scion and kill Frisia's ancestors. During his lost journey in the universe, he even met the Devil Bu who was making trouble in the universe. Even the four kings of the world. During the period, there were constant battles. But he still survived. What shocked Betka's the most was that Bardock once encountered the strongest villain boss in Dragon Ball GT, the Evil Dragon. It was also during that battle. Bardock was almost more tragic than the Monkey King in the original book. His body was almost on the verge of death. It was at that moment. Bardock found this planet, and fell into this planet by accident. Lake water on the planet. After recovery. But even if it is recovery, Bardock's strength is also a drop in strength, almost not even 1% of what he was back then, and the thing that makes Betka's tremble the most is, this guy has broken through the Super Saiyan the 4th person, even reached the 5th level. That is, he can fight against the evil dragon and not die when he reaches the level. This fucker is cheating, Betka's really wants to yell. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on? Monkey King can transform from a low-level fighter to a Super Saiyan dash. This dad seems to be even more terrifying. He even reached the 5th level? Tell me I haven't seen what the 5th level looks like. Betkas's heart is already in confusion. Because Bardock has brought him too much impact. Nothing can change this, especially when Bardock told him that he had broken through to the 5th level of a Super Saiyan. Betkas was about to go crazy. Because the 5th stage is a form he has never seen before. This makes him really look forward to it. Although there were pictures on the internet back then, most of them are PS. It is not worth believing. It seems. This Dragon Ball world may have guys beyond the plot of Evil Dragon. Really lucky. My blood is boiling now. Betkas trembled involuntarily all over his body. At the same time, he clenched his fists with both hands. He even squeezed out sweat. His face was excited. He muttered in his heart. That's the water of the lake. My life can last until now. Otherwise, I would have been a pile of bones. Bardock seemed a little optimistic and said. There was a smile on his face. But Betkas clearly caught a trace of sadness in his eyes. Thinking about it, he might also feel very helpless about his current situation. Lost the previous combat power, has become so weak. This is something no master can tolerate. Especially for the warlike Saiyans. This may be the biggest reason for Bardock's personality change. By the way, I don't even know what to call you now. Betkas showed a comfortable smile for the first time. He respected Bardock a little bit. Because he really respected Bardock a little bit. This is also a miracle man who created unknown legends in the dark. The strongest Saiyan remembered by the world, none of them. Of course. If that monster, Monkey King, breaks through the earth, then it's time to change. 22.5 days. Boom. There was a sound of blows. A figure flied quickly in the air. Betkas fell into the water of Myra Liquid Lake again. And Bardock stood 1,000 meters away with a calm face, no movement. Today's number 20 is once. The former green-haired youth, Sarah Hewer, squinted her eyes. There was a crescent moon hanging on the corner of her mouth. She opened her mouth and said. Still a long way to go. Bardock murmured when he heard the words. What? Betkas poked his head out of the lake. Swimming on the shore, he took a few sharp breaths. His heart was full of helplessness. This is already the 5th day. But those who have been abused in the past few days are really different. Betkas crawled out of the lake. The injuries all over his body have completely healed. Even his physical strength has been fully recovered because of the magical golden lake water. This made Betkas amazed. The presence of beans. By the way, how many times was Bardock called in today? Betkas lay on his back, looking at the dazzling Sunday. Thinking carefully about the experience of the last 5 days. Ever since I found out that Bardock had such experience. Betkas has been stalking and training with Bardock. Although the training was all one-sided. For example, Bardock it is easy to avoid Betkas' attack. And Bardock's easy yang finger can knock Betkas into the air and even seriously injure him. This is the absolute difference in strength. Even if Bardock's strength is not as good as before. But killing a little guy like Betkas in seconds is simply a matter of physical manipulation. Perhaps if the current Bardock exerts all his strength, maybe even Bu will not be an opponent, because the existence of being able to reach the 5th level of Super Saiyan is not a joke. Every time Betkas is just grasped by Bardock to be on the verge of life and death. It's like playing baseball. Every time he falls into the lake just before he is about to die. Then he is like Brother Xin. Wait, that's far away. Anyway, it's an infinite loop similar to this. But each time Betkas's progress is still obvious. At least he can now avoid Bardock's moves or resist Bardock's moves. Of course. It was when Bardock didn't give his full strength, otherwise Betkas would have been disabled long ago. And these 5 days, except for the first 3 days where he was studying moves by himself, it was such a training. After all, he can't stay on this planet for long, because if Frisian knew it, then it wouldn't be fun. although Bardock can solve it. But when Betkas asked him before, Bardock just said a word to make him shut up. That guy Cockroach will get rid of him, I don't want to do unnecessary things. Just a short sentence. Let Betkas shut up very clearly. Because in the original book, Bardock seems to have a part of the ability to foresee the future. I have also seen the scene where the future Monkey King and Frisia confronted each other. So it is not incomprehensible for him to say this sentence. So Betkas indulged in cultivation every day, striving for the kind of big explosion that Bardock said as soon as possible. Speaking of, why haven't I had a big outbreak so far? Logically speaking, with my current strength, even if it doesn't have 20 or dash. Betkas said strangely, covering his forehead with his right hand. These days, he was always beaten by Bardock. He didn't even know that he had come back from the brink of death n times. It's natural for him to increase his strength. A few of them came from his own hard work. But he was struggling with the big explosion that Bardock called. Bardock once clearly said that every scion with a combat power of more than dash has a chance to explode when he returns from the brink of death. As long as he gets this opportunity, his combat power can definitely soar to more than 1,000,000. Hearing such news, Betkas was willing to be abused, even if he could only support a few tricks, because there is indeed evidence to prove it. For example, in the original book, Sun Wukong was healed after he was seriously injured on Namek. After recovering, his strength soared from a mere 10,000 plus to 300 million. Vegeta also healed Dandan from 10,000 plus. It also broke through to about 250 million. Even Bardock himself was healed after he was seriously injured by Frisia from 200 combat power. It is worthy of -million. These three types of people are fully expressed. They are all guys who have experienced big explosions. To put it another way, it might be Emperor RP. So even for the sake of his own life, Betkas will die. Every time he fights Bardock desperately. Ever since he has to experience I want to fly higher, almost every time. But after practicing for 2 consecutive days, it seems that his luck is not very good. The opportunity of big explosion has never been his turn. Just a little progress. It's just that because he doesn't know how to control chi and doesn't have a reconnaissance device, he doesn't know what kind of strength he is currently, but he thinks it won't be less than dash combat power. And Bardock seems to know how to control chi. But it seems that he doesn't intend to tell Betkas. It makes Betkas very depressed. He originally wanted to learn it. By then, he would be able to control his chi well. In this way, he would not have to worry about his own strength leaking when facing Frisia and others. But I don't know what Bardock's plan is. I just don't plan to tell him. So it clearly exploded his delusion. Forget it. Continue. It's still early today. It won't be long before I leave. Get as strong as you can. Betkas stood up and walked slowly towards the practice site designated by Bardock. And Bardock continued to stand at a certain place with a blank face, staring sharply ahead. Alara, my friend is in danger, Mr. Bardock is serious. Sarah Hall looked at Bardock with a smile on her face, and suddenly murmured. But Betkas still doesn't know, his most speechless time is coming. 23 Betkas vs Bardock. Too slow. With a dissatisfied tone, Bardock stared coldly at Betkas, who slowly appeared in sight and said, "Hi." Betkas immediately cheered up when he heard the words. He responded, "You have to be prepared. This time I will use some real skills. If I die, I can only blame your bad luck." Bardock clenched his fists with both hands. He said with a serious expression. At the same time, Betkas could immediately feel that the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a lot in an instant. It became cold. Guru. Betkas felt Bardock's killing intent, couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, but he seemed a little excited. This is also every time he fights with Bardock. The pure Scion blood is at work. Scions are no more than other creatures. They will be afraid when they meet powerful beings. Scions will only be excited. They even want to fight. Even if they die, I don't hesitate to do it. Of course, some scions who are too ambitious are not the same. Wow! In the blink of an eye, Bardock disappeared from Betka's sight. Betka's immediately made a vigilant movement. At the same time, his eyes kept looking left and right, and looked back from time to time. Take a look. Or glance up. This is the sadness of not being able to perceive chi. I can only silently rely on my body's eyes to observe. Too slow. Bardock appeared behind Betka's in an instant. His left knee hit Betka's back. Cough. Betka's held back the huge pain and went straight forward to form a crescent-like posture. Before he could continue to react, Bardock's next blow came again. When you are hit by the enemy, you must quickly make a counterattack that can threaten the life of the opponent. Don't let the opponent continue to make unnecessary attacks. Bardock looked at Betka's pain. Said loudly again. At the same time, his right fist hit Betka's curved back directly with strong force. Another fuel to the fire. What? Betka's was hit by a punch and immediately flew forward for a certain distance. At the moment of being knocked into the air, don't think too much about the insignificant pain on your body. Scions are never afraid of pain. They only enjoy the fun of fighting. And in the next moment, Bardock suddenly appeared not far in front of Betka's, with his right hand bent at the joint, pushing towards Betka's chin. Cut. This is the foundation of the foundation. I am a Scion Prince. How could I not know? Betka's desperately regained his consciousness. He no longer felt the pain from his body. He burst out with his strongest power all at once. His whole body immediately gushed out energy to surround his whole body. Then two golden energy balls with powerful energy gathered in both hands. Look at the distance from Bardock. Immediately threw it forward. But Bardock watched this scene with a sneer. Boom! Two energy balls exploded directly in Bardock's surprised eyes. Betka's, on the other hand, was blown upside down by the residual wind of the explosion for a certain distance before he managed to stabilize his figure. A huge mushroom cloud rose in front of him. That's right. You can actually control the energy ball to explode before it hits the target. Is this one of the tricks you have mastered? In the smoke, Bardock let out a rather admiring tone. Hey, if I can't figure out any tricks after so many days, I'm really useless. Betka's said with a hint of pride. But when the smoke cleared, Bardock reappeared in front of Betka's. Except for a little bit of dust and the clothes became a little tattered. There was no damage at all. Sure enough, there is a gap in strength. Betka's deeply expresses the heavy gap. No matter how much power he has exhausted. In the face of Bardock's absolute strength gap, he is so powerless. It can only cause some troubles that are not even considered troubles. Little problem. Then it's my turn. These days I've been fighting hand to hand. Then this time I'll try to repay you with a unique move. But Bardock pondered for a while. Then he opened his mouth and said. Then, in spite of Betka's eyes that seemed to be cursing, a blue Qigong wave gathered in his right palm. I wipe. Betka's is really going to scold her. But Bardock's blue Qigong wave has already been sent. Looking at the blue Qigong wave full of huge energy that almost dyes the sky blue, Betka's said it was really scary. Dragon, Pai Qigong, Bo. Betka's didn't care about other things either. Immediately, he took out his greatest remaining strength. His hands seemed to be in the same posture as Kamei Qigong wave. Then he said slowly in his mouth. When Bardock's blue Qigong wave was still 50 meters away, Betka's shot out instantly. Suddenly a golden Qigong wave like a dragon's head rushed straight ahead. When the golden dragon head Qigong wave and the blue Qigong wave met, a sudden shaking of the sky and the earth was caused. The power is pretty good. It's a bit the same as Kakarot's Kamehameha wave I'm expecting to see in the future, but, your quality seems to be higher than that. Combining Kakarot's dragon fist burst with the Kamii Kigong waves fused together? What an incredible guy! Bardock looked at Betkas, who was on the same level as him. He immediately looked a little shocked. His face was full of disbelief. This was the first time he showed such an expression in front of Betkas. What? Betkas is now maintaining his output with a serious expression. He doesn't dare to relax at all. If it was normal, he might be proud of it. But the current situation does not allow it at all. Because this blow will not be returned. He's going to die in battle % of the time. But, past, for your natural aptitude, becoming a Super Saiyan, it's just a matter of time. So, here I will help you again. Bardock showed a hint of relief, and then said loudly. At the same time, he immediately increased his power output. Betkas was immediately suppressed in just a moment, there was no power left to resist. I can only watch Bardock's huge blue Kigong wave approaching, unable to move. Boom! 24 Saiyan Seal! Boom! What? In his dream, he foresees a ball of destructive energy blasting towards him. But he has no power to resist. Betkas wakes up suddenly, panting sharply for an instant. At the same time, I tilted my head and looked at the two sides. I found myself sitting under a big shade tree. The whole body was unscathed. I remember. I seemed to be hit by Bardock's trick. And then Betkas lay on the ground. Then he thought about everything before. He remembered that he seemed to die at that moment. But he didn't know whether he was lucky or not in the end. He didn't die again. It fell. Instead, it fell into the Myra liquid lake again and healed well. And the previous situation he knows nothing. Yo, you woke up fast. Suddenly, a word full of smiles and hearty words came over. Betkas turned his head immediately. Suddenly he found that the green-haired youth Sarakir who led him was still looking at him with a smile. It just looked like he had just arrived. Where's Mr. Bardock? Betkas pondered for a while and said. Oh, Mr. Bardock has gone to rest. After all, he is old. Too much activity. It's not good for his health. Sarah Hall replied with a playful smile on her face. It seems that his expression has never changed. By the way, how do you feel about yourself now? Sarah Hill didn't wait for Betkas to speak. She continued. Feel. Betkas was taken aback when he heard the words. Then he suddenly found that his body was full of power. This is more than 100 times stronger than before he came to this planet. Clenching his fists tightly, he stood up excitedly. Feeling the changes in himself carefully. At the same time, he couldn't help but tried to send a golden Kigong wave into the air. At the same time, he said loudly. Drink! In an instant, a wave of golden Kigong exploded in the air. An extremely powerful destructive force swept across the entire sky. The clouds were instantly dispersed without a trace. The violent wind became extremely violent in an instant, blowing the entire forest. That sense of coolness made Betkas deeply feel the feeling of power in his hands. This kind of super strength. Betkas even had a feeling that surpassed that of the pseudo-super Broly at that time. Sure enough, big explosion. Betkas calmed down the excitement in his heart, then took a deep breath and muttered. He according to what Mr. Bardock said. Your strength is currently between 500W and 600W. You can already be regarded as a big existence in the universe. But among those who are really powerful in front of the guy, is still weak. Sarah Kier still explained with that smiling expression. Humph. Between 500W and 600W? That's enough. As long as you can become a Super Saiyan in the future, Frisia doesn't have to be afraid. It's just that it doesn't seem possible to return to Frisia's universe. Shib. Otherwise, the strength will definitely be exposed. Betkas slightly calmed down the sound of his plop 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 beating again, a little nerve-wracking and said. After all, his strength has indeed grown too fast. If Frisia finds out, he will not be wiped out. Strange. Horner. Hey? This is... Suddenly. The next moment. It seemed that such a situation had been expected. Sarah Keir suddenly took out something similar to a pattern from the old trouser pocket. Betkus immediately stretched out his right hand to catch it. Staring at the pattern in his hand, he suddenly found that it was a pentagram. Put this thing on any part of your body and stay there for a second. Whatever you want. You can choose any place you want. Hee. There will be surprises then. Oh. That's right. By the way, this is what Mr. Bardock specially ordered me to hand over to you. Sarah Hall seemed to be looking at something expectantly, then said. Hey? Mysterious. Surprised. Betkus curled his lips in disdain, but he still acted obediently. It's just that he saw that the pentagram pattern was only a few centimeters in size. So he naturally held a pentagram towards the center of his forehead. Put. Then he opened his mouth and said. Is that so? That's right. Sarah Keir replied with a smile. Nothing. Hey. This is... Betkus waited for 5 seconds. A little impatient and was about to speak. But suddenly found that the pattern shattered. This made him a little confused. Go to the lake to take a picture of yourself. And see what you think after taking the picture. Sarah Hall continued to speak. Hearing this, Betkus immediately walked to the edge of Myra Liquid Gold Lake in front of him. Then he squatted down and took a look. Hey? My uncle is still so handsome and charming. It seems that nothing has changed. Wait. Betkus was flirting. He suddenly caught a trace of abnormality. He immediately lifted the bangs on his forehead with his hands. Suddenly, he found a pattern of a pentagram on his forehead. It was like a tattoo. But it is a blood-red pentagram. It looks a bit weird and strange. This is what Mr. Bardock said. Although your current strength is strong, you are still no match for Frisia. If your current strength is discovered, you will definitely be wiped out by Frisia. Therefore, this Scion the Seal gave it to you. Sealed your strength. Sarah Keir explained slowly. Scion Seal? What is that? Betkus has found that his strength has suddenly become weaker compared to the strength before. Now he is like an ant, so he was a little puzzled. Well, Mr. Bardock seems to say this, the Scion Seal is a seal that can only be used on Scions. Anyone who has won this seal, unless they can break through to a Super Scion. Otherwise it cannot be unlocked, and during this period. Most of the strength will be sealed. So it is called Scion Seal. According to Mr. Bardock, the Scion Seal is only the 5th level of Super Scion to make. Betkus was stunned by Sarah's words. Damn it! Why is there another Scion Seal? It's not mentioned in the original book at all. By the way, in the original book, Super 5 doesn't exist at all. I don't know what its ability is, that is, Enlightenment Gita is considered the tallest Scion in the original work. But for me, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Betkus carefully looked at the bright red pentagram on the forehead of the lake. Secretly whispered in his heart. As for strength, you still need to work hard on your own. Wait until the day you can become a Super Scion. Your strength will also increase relatively. Now, according to my feeling, your combat power value is only dashed to the extent. What a weak guy. Hee. Sarah Hall smiled and said something that made Betkus want to vomit blood. In the first second, the combat power was between 500W and 600W. In the next second, it may be at the level of 1W2. Betkus really feels like going back to the pre-revolution. 25 new goals. King Frisia, I'm back. At this moment, Betkus knelt down on the ground with one knee bent. He looked at Frisia Dodoria Sangbo in front of him expressionlessly and said. At the same time, he glanced at a slightly unfamiliar but familiar figure standing behind Sangbo. Slightly stunned. Then he returned to the original state again. Unfortunately, Betkas, most of the planets you have conquered over the years are very popular. Thanks to you, we have gained a lot of manpower and financial resources. Frisia's small body was still sitting in his exclusive position. A smile appeared on his cold face and he said. Dodoria and Bobo next to him watched indifferently, or rather, disdain, but the strange guy behind Bo is staring at Betkas as sharply as an eagle eye. No. This is what subordinates should do. Betkas continued to answer without blushing. Ever since he came to Frisia's spaceship, he has learned to put on a poker face. Especially when facing Frisia. Don't think about it. Any unfavorable thing against Frisia. Because it is easy to be caught as a handle. At least you have to wait until the time comes to show your true colors. Only a fool will put on a resentful face when he is not strong enough to Frisia. This is not to fight against Vegeta. Don't get me wrong. Go down. Go to the research room to get your reconnaissance device. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future. Create momentum for me, Frisia, in this southern galaxy. These stubborn native residents are really unforgivable. Frisia seemed a little annoyed, then continued. Understood. King Frisia, then I will take my leave. Facing Frisia, who was already a little angry. Betkas didn't want to stay any longer. If he was wiped out, then it wouldn't be fun. He immediately said respectfully. Then he withdrew. And the moment Betkas withdrew, Frisia suddenly turned to the figure behind Ziobo and asked. Kainu. How is it? The figure seemed to be thinking deeply about something, then said. The talent of this Saiyan kid is really amazing. Already has a combat power of 1. It seems that there is nothing hidden. This seems to be all his strength. But this kid has a bit of a personality not ordinary. Frisia didn't even bat a brow when he heard this. On the contrary, Dodoria and Ziobo next to him were shocked. It's only natural that Betkas has an unusual personality, because Saiyans remember things from birth, not to mention the birth of a prince. If he's like that bald boy Nappa, I still would feel weird. Frisia said slowly. This may be Betka's mistake. In Frisia's eyes, the more people who are superficially convinced by him, the more Frisia sees through, the more like Betka's pretentious silence. A guy who doesn't reveal any expression. Frisia will be more difficult to see through. Like in the original book, the reason why Vegeta can be seen by Frisia long ago. It is also because of their actions, because anyone with a discerning eye can see Vegeta's displeasure with Frisia. Naparati, the same is true for Zi. The thoughts in his heart are written on his face. Only Vegeta is a little bit restrained and knows how to hide. It's just that his arrogance leads to imperfect personality hiding. King Frisia, this Saiyan kid might be perhaps a threat. Isn't it? Just when Ziobo was about to speak, Jinyu next to him suddenly interjected. Ziobo was interrupted. He just glanced at Jinyu and stopped talking. Humph. The combat power of this Saiyan kid is really amazing. That kid Vegeta is only more than 8,000 combat power now. He still has to surpass a lot. Are you worried that his strength will surpass the two of you? Jinyu looked at Ziobo and Dodoria with disdain and sarcastically said. Cut. Bo and Dodolia didn't dare to continue the conversation. Although they did have that kind of psychological trouble. It's just that their faces are not very good looking. Humph. A very talented Saiyan. I, Frisia, would care? In my eyes, a combat power of dash is not enough. 100,000. 1 million. The same is true. At this moment, Frisia seemed domineering and said. The three present congratulated the surrender. By the way, King Frisia, about the thing I told you last time. Do you agree? Jinyu suddenly thought of something, then he said. The thing from last time. Was it the formation of the team? Frisia was taken aback when he heard the words. Then he thought about it and said. That's right, I want to form a Jinyu team. It is also the strongest team in the galaxy to serve King Frisia. Jinyu seemed a little excited and said. The strongest team? Yes. I agree. How many candidates do you want? Frisia immediately thought it was pretty good when he heard that. And said. This. I want to go to the southern galaxy to collect some experts for a while, to pick out the real elites from among them. I will be able to determine the candidates. Jinyu was asked that. He seemed a bit restrained. Then he replied. Well. No problem. Go. Frisia agreed directly in a good mood. I obey. King Frisia. This subordinate will retire. Jinyu immediately said happily when he heard the words. Then he made a respectful gesture and retreated. I also got the scout. Next, I will go to harm the southern galaxy. After Betka's got the scout, he immediately sat in his circular spaceship and was ready to go. Originally, he planned to see Vegeta when he came back this time. Who knew that he also went out to attack the planet? As a result, I couldn't see it. This also made Betka's a little regretful. It's just, that guy just now, is Jinyu? I don't know how strong that guy is now. In the original book, it seems to have a combat power of 12. Betka's murmured a little solemnly in his heart. It's just, my current plan is not to continue to become stronger, but to transform into a Super Saiyan. The moment the spaceship took off, Betka's had a new goal in mind. 26 Another invasion mission. Hoo. Betka's was sitting in the spaceship, snoring lazily. And at the next moment, suddenly a light came on in the spaceship. Betka's woke up instantly. Has it been 6 months? That's really far away. Betka's looked at a light purple planet in front of the spaceship with a bit of displeasure. Seemed a little dissatisfied. That's right, Betka's carried out his planet invasion mission again, and this time he let the spaceship choose a high-level planet. The purpose is very simple. It is to stimulate his body more by fighting. Because what he needs now is not to become stronger. It is to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although it needs to be done slowly. In fact, the transformation into a Super Saiyan requires 2 conditions. One of them may be able to transform. The first one is because of the outburst of extreme anger. This is the most likely way to transform into a Super Saiyan. But at the same time it is also the least safe method. Because the transformation of anger outburst can be changed temporarily. But in a long time, I'm afraid I won't be able to transform again. Because I haven't really grasped the essence of it. Only by constantly tempering my will, can I transform again. And Sun Wukong in the original book. Vegeta is equivalent to this first one is transformed by Frisia, and the other is angered by the shame brought by Monkey King and the future Trunks transformation, of course because of Cell's relationship. And Son Gohan, who also transformed into the second level of Super Saiyan, is almost the same situation. The second method is very simple. But it is the most difficult path. That is, slowly accumulating the power in one's body, making it full. Until then, Saiyan, it is very possible to break through to Super Saiyan because of this. Such a breakthrough is very safe. There will not be a situation similar to the first one that requires tempering one's own will to be able to transform. And such a Super Saiyan will often be stronger than a Saiyan who explodes. And Betka's. Obviously, this guy is not suitable for the first one. As for the second one, this guy never even thought about it. Because as far as he is concerned, he is not in a hurry at all, although he said that he wants to transform into a Super Saiyan immediately. But he also knows that it is impossible at the moment, because this is a very cheating restrictions. In other words, side effects of time travel. Others came here through time. He brought a golden finger. This guy came over time. Apart from being able to create his own moves and learn them immediately, there is nothing else. He even brought a side effect. That is, he has to wait until he reaches a certain age. He is only able to transform into a Super Saiyan. He is doing it now just to become more powerful in the future. Because he knows the strength of androids 17 and 18 after the Frisia story. Although I don't know if that guy Shuru will appear again. But Betkus can't control it anymore. Because he believes that it will be carried out with the plan he made. At that time, he will transform into a Super Saiyan time. Even Broly in the movie version has the capital to contend. Until then, Frisia. Betkus is confident that he can kill him in seconds. Even Cell, such an evolutionary bug, can definitely completely suppress him, of course. It's not Lightning Cell or Cell's third stage. It's the second and first stage. Amass more strength in your body, just wait until then. Betkus looked at the spaceship that had already started to land. Muttered in his heart. At the same time, the moment the spaceship broke through the atmosphere, it immediately opened the scout. Drip drip. Minutes and seconds. Several high-end combat power values are displayed on the scout. At the coordinate 222,134, there is a guy with a combat power value of 1. At the coordinate 831,234, there is a guy with a combat power value of 1. At coordinates 523,418, there is another guy with a combat power value of 1. This planet is really a high-end planet. And the scenery is not bad. It seems that it can be sold for a good price. After some detection, Betkus found that this planet is really a high-end product. Just the presence of more than combat powers is no less than 10. Such a planet. If he came from before, I guess it would be impossible to destroy it. But now it is different. With Bardock's devil-like 5 days. Now he is confident that he will be able to compete with opponents of the same level to kill the other party, just rely on the other party's experience that I have learned from Bardock. Open the hatch. Then he walked out with a calm expression. Betkus floated leisurely in the air. Then he took a look to the left, then to the right. Let's make a big fuss. Turn this planet into a Death Star. Oh. It seems impossible. After all, the price of this planet may be sold well. No way. No way. Can't destroy too much. Otherwise the price will drop a lot. Then the wages will be reduced. Betkus seemed a bit tangled and muttered. Damn it. Forget it. You can keep as much of your original appearance as you can. Anyway, someone once said that a sword has no eyes. I don't have time to pay attention to these terrains when fighting. Betkus chose in his heart the existence of the high-end combat power discovered by the scout just now, and said elegantly. The direction to the southeast. 35 degrees. The distance is Humph. It's you. Betkus instantly caught a combat power value of 1. A cruel arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he immediately flew towards that direction like a gust of wind. Drip drip. Hey? It's strange. There are 3 guys with a combat power of about who are approaching here. No. There are more than 3. Betkus was flying, and suddenly found that the screen of the scout displayed a few more symbols. He was taken aback immediately, and then said with a little serious doubt. About 8 of them. They are all existences with over fighting strength. Impossible. Could it be that those guys have already discovered me? Could it be that these guys can sense chi? Betkus carefully counted the number of approaching people. His face was a little dignified. If it was him before the seal of the Central Scion, he would kill this group of guys. Maybe it was just a matter of waving his hands. But at present he has to deal with so many same level or even stronger guys in one go. And it is very likely to be a gang fight or a wheel fight. This is a bit hard to beat with 2 fists. 27 The unknown race. It's getting closer. It seems that these guys do have the ability to sense chi. Betkus stared at the screen of the scout and carefully watched the data that was getting closer. he said with a serious face. Because there are no less than 8 people who are approaching this side alone, even everyone's strength exceeds dash points. This makes Betkas a little flattered. After all, he met such a big scene. Even the current Betkas has to weigh it carefully. It's just. It feels a little strange. There are planets with more than dash combat power. But there are so many guys with more than dash. It's really a bit abnormal. Betkas was not flying either. Instead, he slowly landed on the rocks below. Then he crossed his hands on his chest and stared at the surroundings. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. At first, he just automatically set the spaceship to help him find a planet with high-end combat power. Therefore, Betkas did not confirm it. But he did not expect that there are so many high-end combat power on this planet. Betkas estimated that even if there are many, one of Leah or Shivo came to this planet, maybe there is no good fruit to eat. After all, being gang beaten by so many guys with a combat power over dash is no joke. And in the next moment, 8 humans in small vests and trousers appeared. Oh! These guys still have the appearance of humans. That's really... Betkas looked at the 8 people who suddenly surrounded him. His expression was indifferent, but he thought secretly. The breath I felt, is that you? A handsome man with blue hair looks coldly at Betkas and asked. Humph. Your planet is really interesting. Everyone's combat power is so high. This is the first time I've heard of it. Betkas didn't bother to answer. He just joked indifferently. Stop joking. What is your purpose? That tail around your waist proves that you are a scion. A woman with long red hair said indifferently. Damn! Are scions so famous? How does everyone know about it? Betkas was speechless when he heard the words. Because he seemed to know the scions every time he met the aliens. It stands to reason. The scions have been extinct for so long. And here is the southern Milky Way, where the Milky Way is opposite. No one knows about scions. But I don't know if it's a ghost or something. Betkas always meets guys who know about scions. It's just that there was no trace of emotion on his face. It made the 8 people present look a bit dull. What purpose can scions come to other people's planets? Of course, to kill the original residents. Then sell them at high prices to other customers who need to find planets. After all, your planet is really good. I believe it can be sold a good price. Betkas showed a cruel smile. Said lightly. You bastard! Don't be arrogant. In the next second, Betkas had just finished speaking. Suddenly a black-haired boy rushed up from behind. He raised his right fist and hit the back of Betkas' head. Betkas didn't even turn his head. He just slightly bent his right hand and pushed back. The black-haired boy seemed to know Betkas's movements. He changed direction all of a sudden, making Betkas' Tikas miss the shot. At the same time, he appeared directly above Betkas in an instant, and rushed down quickly. What race are you guys? Betkas didn't move either. As if he was going to let the boy above attack him. He said in a leisurely tone. The tone was not too loud. But it was just enough for the 8 people present to hear. Puff. Drip drip. Snapped. At the next moment. In the shocked eyes of everyone else, Betkas's figure started to move like a phantom. I saw Betkas' left hand facing upwards. He just stretched out an index finger. Then instantly a golden light beam was sent out, instantly piercing through the heart of the boy who hadn't reacted yet. Because of the recoil, the boy's body flew backwards in an instant. At the same time, the boy's eyes were still wide open before he died. It seemed as if he was dying. The bright red blood was floating in the air. It was full of a bloody smell. Azar. This one shot just a time to meet each other. The other 7 people seemed to have no time to react. By the time they reacted, the boy's bright red body had already landed on the rocky ground, with a snap a sound brought them back to their senses. Sure enough, this group of guys, although the combat power value exceeds dash. But there are also many guys with little combat experience. What's going on here? Do they have any secret method to increase their strength? Betkas looked at the 7 people who were shouting around the dead boy, thinking secretly. From the blow just now, Betkas just wanted to test it, because the trick just now was actually a unique trick he got from Piccolo's magic light killing cannon. It was a very simple move. Just condense the chi on the tip of the hand. Then fix it and shoot it out. What Betkas wants to test is, whether the other party is a real master, but from the boy's performance, Betkas denied this point, because just now, if it is a master who has experienced a deadly battle, definitely be able to respond. Even if you can't dodge completely. But at least you won't be killed. This is also due to the fact that Betkas chose to shoot at such a good time. Even his own speed is too fast. Otherwise, he may not be able to kill the opponent easily. Hey, 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 the sad story of pretending to be a housewine is almost over. Betkas looked at the 7 people in front of him who were grieving. His tone was a bit blunt and cold. You bastard! I will never spare you. It seemed that they had reacted to Betkas's words. The 7 people stood up one after another. They stared at Betkas with eyes full of righteous indignation. It seemed as if they were going to eat him alive. At the same time, the 7 people the power burst out all of a sudden, and the whole body was enveloped by chi all of a sudden, triggering a strong coercive aura to attack Betkas. Cut! This kind of rubbish momentum is not as good as 1/10,000th of Bardock's. Betkas curled his lips in disdain, and clenched his fists for an instant. He also burst out his current extreme strength aura. A wave of aura enveloped his whole body. The 2 sides formed a wave of arrogance. There was a stalemate in the middle. At the same time, it caused a strong wind to sweep around. The sky and the earth changed color. The real battle starts now. A small preview, the next chapter. The battle between Betkas and the 7 will become a stalemate. But when the 7 use a certain move together. Nanny! This trick, impossible. 28 Tragedy. I have been forgetting to say 2 things before. That is about how the protagonist escaped from Broly. And Bardock's ability to see the future. I will explain it later in the article. So please don't think about it, fellow readers. Whoosh! When the auras of the 2 collided with each other, it had already caused the color of the world to change. Flying sand and rocks. Even the birds became uneasy. They flew away from this place one after another. At the same time. In the next moment. Suddenly, among the 7 people on the opposite side, the red-haired woman and a woman with light green long hair disappeared. The speed is good. But why do you always feel that something is wrong with you? Boom! Betkas scanned the surroundings carefully with his naked eyes. Suddenly, he found that the 2 women were attacking and kicking them back and forth. Betkas was not in a panic. He just turned slightly sideways, and directly grabbed the ankles of the 2 women with both hands. Then he said with a hint of killing intent. What the hell is going on with this guy? But the blue and stern man who talked to Betkas before was a little shocked. Because he clearly felt that Betkas's strength was about equal to them. But the situation seemed overwhelming the situation, as if they were not facing an opponent of the same level at all. Especially from Betkas's extremely fast shooting speed, super high reaction power, even that terrifying attack ability, and that undisturbed rhythm. This guy is definitely not a weak person. Although it is said that men love beautiful women. But for me, I don't have that interest. The damn guy is still going to die. It's not my style to be soft. Betkas looked at the 2 women who were struggling. There was a cruel arc on the corner of his mouth. He threw the 2 women forward in unison in an instant. Then he quickly stretched out his index finger with his right hand and shouted, "Die! Dangerous! Air Lisa Hiko!" Betkas sent out the same golden light beam as before and shot straight at the two overlapping women. It seemed that he wanted to kill two birds with one stone, and he didn't hold back. And the 5 people next to them seemed to be unable to watch any more. They all said in unison in shock. At the same time, the figure immediately rushed forward. It seemed that they were trying to save the 2 girls. Puff! Snapped! And the next second, another corpse with a big hole in the heart was paralyzed on the ground. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the ground red. Nanny, actually only killed one. When Betkas saw this scene, he murmured a little unhappy. Because the woman who was pierced to death by him was the red-haired woman who spoke before. It's just that the woman pushed the light green-haired woman before she died. This caused Betka's golden light beam to penetrate the body of the red-haired woman, but it only touched the arm of the light green-haired woman. Okay. Snapped. Sudden the next moment, Betkas was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, the blue-haired man appeared in front of him. He kicked him across the left side of the face and kicked him out of the way. And the blue-haired man seemed to be angry. Once again, he exploded with great strength. He directly chased after him. This guy is the real master. Betkas was flying upside down, looking at the blue-haired man who was chasing him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. When the blue-haired man approached, his right hand stretched out and opened in front of Betkas. A wave of blue qigong blasted out. Cut! Betkas also knew that he couldn't hide, he could only do it hard. So his hands crossed each other and bent in front of his chest to form an X shape, and at this time, the blue qigong wave immediately hit his hands. Boom! A skyrocketing explosion sounded immediately. A circular residual power that is expanding infinitely is constantly destroying the surrounding terrain. It caused a storm to sweep away. The sand and stones kept splashing on the face of the blue-haired man. But he turned a blind eye to it. Instead, his eyes were full of seriousness and he looked ahead. What an incredible guy, just now you really hid your own strength. The combat power is actually one. It really surprised me. When everything subsided, Betkas's leisurely voice came out immediately. A figure in distress slowly walked out of the thick smoke. It was Betkas. At this time, Betkas was fighting all over his body. The clothes have also become tattered. There are even some scars on the body. It's just a small problem. Did the death of 2 companions finally make you unable to sit still? Betkas smiled again at the blue-haired man, but this smile seemed a bit ironic to the 5 people opposite. Saiyan, you are indeed very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you can't match us. The blue-haired man spoke with a serious tone. Oh, level with your 3-legged cat kung fu? Or wheel fights and gang fights? Betkas said to the blue-haired man contemptuously. Jirake. Huller. Minsk. Almath Erlai. Use that trick. Let this scion experience our anger today. The blue-haired man immediately shouted to the 5 people behind, the 5 of them, including the light green-haired woman who had survived just now, all nodded to signal. At the same time, the blue-haired man retreated to the middle of the 5. Individuals are connected into a horizontal row of 1. Afterwards, the 6 people were isolated from each other for a certain distance. At the same time, they seemed to be divided into 3 groups. Each group consisted of 2 people. The distance between each group was about 10 meters. The distance between the 2 people in each group was 5 rice. What are these guys trying to do? Betkas looked at this scene. I was puzzled. Suddenly I had a bad premonition in my heart. And at the next moment, the people in each group on the opposite side danced a strange symmetrical dance at the same time, and then they stretched out their hands and pointed each finger at each other. Isn't this a fusion? I'll fuck you. Betkas watched the actions of several people. Really excited. Immediately blasted several qigong waves in a row towards the front. Fusion. Under the bombardment of a series of qigong waves, Betkas still clearly heard the language from the bombing. 3 huge and incomparable air pressure burst out at once. The leaked energy blows away the surrounding smoke and dust at once. At the same time, 3 chic and handsome, beautiful men and women were wearing the previous small vests and white SE trousers appeared in Betka's sight. It's really a bit tragic. Seeing the appearance of the 3 of them, Betka smiled wryly. 29 Helpless Great Ape Transformation. It's really fun now. Betkas looked at the 3 people who appeared in front of him, suppressing the infinite throbbing that came from blood in his heart. Drip drip. Betkas turned off the reconnaissance device in a rare way. No longer thinking about how powerful the 3 people on the opposite side are. Because this is a fusion technique. In the original book, it has performed miraculous functions several times. Its powerful strength is natural, needless to say, let alone the strength of the 3 people on the opposite side is more than dash. After all, the strength of each of the original 6 people is over W. After the fusion, there is no combat power of more than dash. Then this fusion is only effective. Although I don't really want to do that, but just in case. Betkas slowly raised his right hand, and then created an artificial moon again, throwing it towards the sky. The power consumed by Vegeta is different. Scions in their heyday made artificial moons almost don't consume too much. And the moment he just threw it out, the 3 people on the opposite side rushed over together. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them rushed to the front, back and left of Betkas. They were all attacking. So fast. Just enough to make Betkas barely dodge. But in the next second, he looked at the punch in front of him, turned slightly to his side, dodged it, and when the punch hit him again, Betkas burst into anger, retreated a small distance stiffly, and dodged again, but then came another punch, which made him unavoidable. Although he could barely avoid 2 punches, but he still got punched by another person. The powerful force directly made Betka's hard eye was blown hundreds of meters away. I don't know how many small rocky hills were knocked down during the period. Ahem, damn it, you can clearly understand the movements of these guys, but your body just can't keep up. Betkas crawled out from a rock pile. Coughed a little bit. A little uncomfortable. Because he could indeed clearly see the actions of the 3 after fusion. And even be able to capture and react. But however, his own physical speed could not meet the conditions for adaptation. This is the sadness of weak strength. He once broke through to the level of 500W600W because of the big explosion. It also led to his own strength increasing. It's just that he was hit by Bardock's Scion Seal. Although his strength was reduced, the weakening is only more than 1W2000. But his observation ability has not decreased. Only the speed and attack have decreased. This is also the reason why he was able to barely avoid 2 punches when the 3 of them threw 1 punch at the same time just now, and the reason why he couldn't dodge the last punch. It's just, is it only the giant ape? Betkas seems a bit heavy. Because if in the current state, let alone defeating the opponent, even escaping is a problem. So although Betkas really wanted to have a good fight with others, but others were gang fights, instead of a one-on-one duel. This form is disadvantageous. Let alone the scions who are more and more courageous. It is difficult for other people to persist. After all, the opponent's strength is stronger than yourself. But the strength is strong. He also plays gang fights. This TM is clearly just for fun. And one thing Betkas has to consider is, after the transformation into a giant ape, is still the opponent of the opponent. Although it is said that the strength of the giant ape can be multiplied by 10 times. But the question is whether it will become 10 times stronger at present. It's the opponent's opponent. Because this fusion does not say how many times the power after fusion is before fusion in the original book. So Betkas can't understand the gap between them. But the only thing that can be known is, the combat power on the opposite side is absolutely impossible to exceed 50W. But even if there is a 20 combat power on the opposite side, it will be difficult for Betkus to deal with it after turning into a giant ape. Now Betkus really hopes to have a Kai Wonkan, so that he has the strength to fight. Pity. This is unrealistic stuff after all. Cut. Don't care. Although it is said that the physical target after the giant ape transformation is too big. But the strength is increased by 10 times. It is an eternal truth. Betkus spit out a lot of phlegm. After standing up, he looked at the fusion trio that was flying towards him in the distance. He immediately turned his eyes towards the artificial moon that he made before. Not good. This guy seems to be transforming. The fusion trio who just arrived suddenly found that Betkus's body had begun to change. Suddenly his face changed slightly. After all, although Saiyans are famous for transforming into giant apes, few people know that artificial the existence of the moon. That's only a move of high-level Saiyans. So the three of them didn't stop when they saw Betkus send out the light ball. As for Betkus himself, his face began to become hideous and distorted. His hair color began to change slightly. At the same time, it seemed that something was about to break through in his body. It began to swell continuously. His arms became stronger and stronger, and his veins continued. The exposure leaked out. The pupils also disappeared in an instant. Became absent-minded for a moment. At the same time, the black hair began to grow out. The body keeps getting bigger, until it is as high as a large mountain range. Roar! As soon as Betkus transformed, he let out a symbolic growl, which caused the earth to shake. Fix it quickly. If he riots, it will be a disaster for the planet. A blue-haired man with white hair in the fusion trio suddenly said solemnly, the other man and a woman nodded slightly, then the three of them all began to burst out a powerful aura, covering the whole body. Then a blue SE, green, white, and 3 Qigong waves appeared in the hands of the three of them one after another. Dragon, Pai Chi Gong Bo. Betkus looked at the merciless gestures of the three. He didn't hesitate any longer. The huge body started to move directly. Put his hands flat against each other. Only a distance was left. Then put them on his waist. Suddenly a golden SE Qigong is gradually forming. At the same time, it is released instantly. Ow! A burst of dragon chant followed. At the same time, a golden dragon head rushed towards the fusion trio, and the fusion trio issued 3 Qigong waves with a serious face. And merged together at the same time. It becomes a pure 3-color Qigong wave and hits the golden dragon head together. Squeak! Crack! It seems that the power of the two is too strong. The center of the Qigong wave even inspired thunder and lightning to sweep the surroundings. At the same time, a strong wind surged, huge cracks appeared on the ground, even some stone particles began to fly into the sky. However, the sky became gloomy and dark. This is like a doomsday scene. The power emanating from this fierce collision can make everyone on this planet feel deep trembling. 30 superconvergence after fusion? There is another pitfall in this chapter. Yo ha ha! Boom! A huge explosion sounded through the entire planet. At the center of the explosion, everything around it was blown away by violent winds and waves. Pale and weak. But the earth seems to be torn apart by some kind of force. Ugly cracks are constantly exposed one after another. Different in size. It's really a strong guy, unexpectedly, under the slightly unfavorable situation, it triggered. Exploded. Chi. Gong. And in a certain pile of waste rocks. The fusion of 3 people. All lying on the ground in a state of distress. At the same time, the body looks full of scars. Although the clothes are occasionally tattered. But this is not the key point. The most important thing is the 3 of them consumed too much. Because they had used up % of the power of the 3 of them in the confrontation with Betkus, who had turned into a great ape just now. After all, they saw Betkus turned into a great ape at the beginning. They just planned to take a breath the one who wiped out Betka's. But did not expect that Betka's dragon-style Kigong wave was so tenacious, that he forcibly resisted them. Even if Betka's suddenly became unfavorable later, the moment they thought they were going to win, at that moment, the 3SE Kigong wave and the Dragon Pi Kigong wave exploded one after another. The remaining prestige of the two is at the very center of both sides. So the two sides have also been greatly affected. If both of them are powerful existences, I am afraid that the remaining prestige just now could kill them. Humph! You bastards, how much power do you have now? I believe you have used such a lot of energy, there is not much time left for fusion. Betka's huge body is still standing on the ground. However, there are traces of blood all over his body. There is a slight injury. On the contrary, the situation of the fusion trio is not much better. This guy is really arrogant. A woman with pale blonde hair and long hair in the fusion trio looked angrily at Betka's, who was sneering wildly. Immediately said, "His skin is too thick." After suffering such an explosion, he only suffered a little injury. A silent black-haired man next to him said with a gloomy face, "There is no way. This is the advantage of scions after becoming a great ape." The last white man with blue hair said helplessly, "It seems that if we want to completely eliminate this scion, we must use our last whole card, otherwise, when the fusion time comes, he really won't be his opponent." Suddenly, the man with blue hair in white spoke again. His tone was a bit dignified. "That's the only way." The black-haired man seemed to know something. He just said something lightly. Then there was no sound. The only light-haired woman also seemed to know about this move. There was a sad expression on her face. "Please. If it wasn't for the situation. I really don't want this." The man with white hair and blue hair suddenly sighed, and then said with a somewhat decadent expression, the person he was talking to was a blonde woman. "Don't worry, this matter. I believe I can complete it." Hearing this, the pale blonde woman just showed a charming smile. She opened her mouth and shook the dust off her body at the same time. She stood up and walked in front, looking at Betka's, who was slowly walking forward with huge strides. "Get into a fighting stance. Don't die." The black-haired man glanced at the fair-haired woman and said. Then he stopped talking. He and another man with blue hair and white floated back tens of meters away. The two of them suddenly burst into a powerful momentum. "Hey? What do these two guys want to do? If they use some kind of big move, logically speaking, it will only shorten their fusion time." Betka's caught a glimpse of the astonishing aura that erupted from the two of them. He thought about it for a while. He was a little confused. "Hey, big monkey, look this way." Boom! And at the next moment, when Betka's was thinking, suddenly the light blonde woman sent out a Kigong wave and attacked him while he was not paying attention. At the same time, she shouted, "You little one! Watch me trample you to death." Betka's suddenly felt pain in his abdomen. Then he looked angrily at the provocative eyes of the blonde woman below. He raised his right foot and stepped on the woman. "That's right. That's it. It's enough to attract this guy. Just buy enough time." The blonde woman jumped to the right for an instant. Then she thought silently in her heart, and at the next moment, Betka's huge foot stepped down again with visual pressure. The blonde woman instantly kept going backwards, backing away. Betka's continued to chase and step on. "It's almost like this." Just when the pale blonde woman noticed that the aura of the fusion duo in the distance gradually stabilized, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, but the next moment Betka's playful tone came. "I'm not a brainless villain. I can't even see this trick to buy time." Betka's huge head turned backwards for an instant. Then a golden Kigong wave was sprayed out from his mouth. It directly blasted towards the black-haired man and the white-haired man with blue hair. Not good. Oops. Damn it. It's a critical moment, how can I let you succeed? The black-haired man and the white-haired man with blue hair were shocked when they saw this scene. It was too late to avoid it, because they had accumulated energy for a while. Now they can't give up even if they give up. But at the moment when the golden Qigong wave was right in front of them, the light blonde woman appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. Her hands were firmly opened to resist the Qigong wave ejected by Betka's. Hurry up! Seeing this scene, the black-haired man didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately spoke up. The two of them understood for a moment, then they all raised their chi again. After that a strange scene happened. The two are like magnets. They are attracted to each other. The bodies standing together are slowly approaching horizontally. It is just a moment. The figures of the two overlap together. At the same time, a dazzling light is emitted. At the same time, Betka's, who was still working hard, heard three words faintly. Superfusion combination. 31 minutes. Boom. When the fused duo seemed to merge again, the moment the light blew out, the light blonde woman couldn't hold it anymore. Originally due to the joint attack with the other two before, it consumed a lot of power. Who knew it would happen? It was futile to be detonated by Betka's halfway. Even I suffered a little bit of damage. So resist it now. She has enough energy to spare. And Betka's was originally a guy who broke through to a high level. The little bit of energy that was consumed just now is not even 1/10 of his. So it is so handy to deal with this group of fusion talents who are currently surpassing his strength. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already collapsed on the ground. At this moment, because of the defeat of the pale blonde woman, the Qigong wave ejected by Betka's exploded nearby. There was a booming sound at the same time. A thick smoke came out. Stone the grains are constantly splashing and hitting around. A slight cold wind blows slowly past the side. At the same time, a small crater appeared at the place where the explosion occurred, just in the air at that place. There was also a man with pure blue hair floating, wearing a black vest and black trousers, staring fiercely at the place. Betka's, who turned into a giant ape, is holding the pale blonde woman before her with both hands. However, this woman seems to be dying. It seems that she will die at any time. It really opened my eyes. I didn't expect to be able to fuse after fusion. Although Betka's is in the form of a great ape, a pair of red eyes are observing the pure blue-haired man. He murmured. This is indeed the case for him. In the original work, he only remembers the fusion. It seems to be a powerful trick to turn two people with little difference in strength and size into one person. But I didn't expect that after fusion, they can fuse again. And it seems that the pure blue-haired man's strength is stronger. Although I don't know the specific strength. But Betka's can also feel a throbbing that has been suppressed for a long time. You will pay the price. Saiyan. I want you to know. The wrath of our Metamorians. The pure blue-haired man slowly placed the nearly dying light blonde woman on a flat place in a distant mountain range. At the same time, he returned to Betka's in an instant. Then he said with a blank expression. Hey, 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 the guy who talks big, there are so many in this universe, you have to prove it by action. Betka's curled his lips in disdain and responded. The huge body shook accordingly. Boom. So fast. In the next second, the pure blue-haired man suddenly disappeared from Betka's sight. Betka's reacted in an instant, and caught a glimpse of the pure blue-haired man appearing in front of his abdomen. Just about to raise a giant fist to hit the past. But the green-haired man took the lead. He let out a loud drink in an instant. Then his left fist hit Betka's abdomen with a boundless force. The speed was so fast that Betka's watched helplessly. Standing but unable to act. There was a punching sound. Betka's immediately felt a surge in his abdomen. A hot current surged in his throat unconsciously. At the same time, his huge body was forced back tens of meters before stopping. Whoa! It's just that before Betka's reacted again, the blue-haired man just flashed a few times. He came to Betka's head at once. He kicked up from the bottom and kicked directly, kicking Betka's huge chin upright. At the same time, the heat in Betka's throat was swallowed abruptly. Damn guy! Betka's was angry. Indeed angry. Was beaten by such a guy so that he couldn't fight back. So he was very angry. He no longer cared about the threat of the Qigong wave that might come from the next blow. He directly raised his huge right fist and hit the blue-haired man with all his strength. And the blue-haired man seemed a little surprised by Betka's actions, but he didn't panic. He just opened his right hand forward and sent out a blue Qigong wave in an instant, blasting towards Betka's chest, and Betka's punch had just hit his tiny body. The astonishing force directly sent the blue-haired man flying hundreds of meters away, causing him to hit a mountain, before he stopped. Boom! And Betka's himself was hit by the Qigong wave of the green-haired man. It directly caused a bombardment sound. At the same time, a huge mushroom cloud appeared there. The blue-haired man ignored the scar from the punch just now. He came to Betka's place again after just a few flashes and teleportation. Looking at the huge smoke and dust in front of him, he stared anxiously. Should be dead now. Who are you saying is dead? Just when the blue-haired man spoke, a human questioning sound came out. The green-haired man was startled. He looked down at the explosion hole below. Suddenly, he found a man with torn clothes there haughty. Looking at him contemptuously. Although I don't know how you changed back from the giant ape, but you are no longer my opponent. Saiyan. For my two companions who died. Today I will kill you with my own hands. The blue-haired man was only a little surprised. Then he said in a sad tone. He, kill me? Just because of your combat power, you only have a guy with more than 1 million. Betka's suddenly let out a wild laughter with unknown meaning. Then his expression suddenly changed. A strong momentum burst out instantly. This powerful chi erupted in an instant. The entire planet was shaken a few times. This absolute power made the blue-haired man suddenly feel depressed. His pupils trembled violently unconsciously. The blue-haired man's complexion changed instantly. A look of horror looked at Betka's and muttered incoherently. Impossible! Such a powerful chi! You failed to kill me just now. It was your last mistake. Betka's looked at the blue-haired man with a sneer and said disdainfully. Then Bardak's words suddenly came to mind. Just this once, only 10 minutes. Get rid of you bastards, 5 seconds is enough. Destroy all life forms on this planet. 5 minutes is enough. You should feel honored, to be able to die by my hands. Humph! Betka's suddenly stretched out 5 fingers. Sneered at the blue-haired man and said indifferently. 32 harvest. You played really well before, didn't you? It's time for me this time, smelly guy. Betka's stared at the blue-haired man coldly. He just said in a cold tone. But his eyes were full of sharp killing intent without hesitation. It's just that this pure killing intent instantly made the blue-haired man feel like an ice cave. It's as cold as it is. It's as if the temperature has dropped a lot. It's impossible for this guy to hide his strength. Otherwise, we can't detect it. The blue-haired man's face turned pale at this time. At the same time, he was puzzled. Because he had already detected the astonishing explosive energy emitted by Betka's. That kind of huge momentum has far surpassed him. At present it is impossible for him to be an opponent anymore. This makes him very puzzled. How can Betka's become so powerful in an instant? Boom! In the next second. Suddenly the blue-haired man felt a pain in his abdomen. When he reacted, he found that Betka's had appeared in front of him and punched him in the abdomen. That kind of severe pain and the powerful force, made some kind of hot flow in his body unconsciously swallowed up his throat. Then he took a mouthful of wow. At the moment of flying backwards, he spit it out. Boom! At the moment when the blue-haired man flew upside down, Betka's reappeared behind him. His knees made a slight 90-degree bend, and then hit the blue-haired man's back. Crack! What? The blue-haired man let out a miserable cry in an instant. Then there was a sound of bones breaking. Then he flew forward again. His limbs spread out, as if he had lost the strength to resist. Boom! And in the next second, while the green-haired man was flying, Betkus flew over and overtook him, and then stood in front of him. Before the green-haired man had a chance to react, he clasped his fists together. Then raised it high, and smashed it down hard again towards the abdomen of the blue-haired man. Puff! Boom! The green-haired man suffered this heavy blow. He immediately bent his body into a bow and arrow shape. At the same time, a blood spewed out again. It fell quickly towards the ground. At the same time, there was a booming impact sound. On the ground a humanoid spider silk crater appeared in an instant, but the blue-haired man was like a candle in the wind. Where was he panting? Although I really want to kill you in 5 seconds, but I still want to play. Betkus looked down from the air at the blue-haired man in the pothole below. Said in a bad tone. Oh, it's not good. I have committed the arrogant attitude of the Saiyans again. Sure enough. The strength is stronger. The playfulness in battle is heavier. Betkus was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head. He found that he seemed to have made such a mistake unconsciously. Because Saiyans seem to have this kind of personality. Monkey King and others in the original book sometimes, due to their own strength, they will be more playful in battle. So it can easily lead to tragedy. Shiru's time was a tragedy. There is no need to explain this. Betkus worked hard to control his mentality and will. Try not to be affected by this powerful force. After all, his time is only 10 minutes. So, what he needs is a speedy solution, not a slow solution. I don't want to be tragic. For the sake of the world. No. For the peace of the universe. Rest in peace. Don't worry. All the people on this planet. I will send them to the underworld. Well. You just need to wait for a few minutes slowly already. Betkus suddenly stretched out an index finger. He said coldly to the blue-haired man who was still unable to move in the human-shaped pit below. Then he sent out a golden beam of light, flying straight down. Boom! It's not like the previous penetration. This time it's an actual explosion, a mushroom cloud rising slowly, heralding the departure of another life in the world. Next, there seems to be that dying woman nearby. Hey, the location seems to be that place. You can feel a weak breath. I'm sorry, it's to blame. I blame you for being too weak. Weakness is a sin. Betkus carefully sensed his surroundings. He showed a slightly thoughtful expression. Then he said slowly. At the same time, he stretched out his palm in a certain direction again, sending out a golden Qigong wave and blasting away. Boom! Ha ha ha! This trip is really rich. Betkus looked at the scene of the explosion in front of him, and suddenly laughed loudly. Because he has been able to perceive Qi. He has even controlled it. This indicates that he already has hidden capital in front of Frisia and others. Don't worry anymore. That's right. It's thanks to the blue-haired man who hadn't merged before that suddenly raised his Qi at that time. It also allowed Betkus to occasionally capture the trick. That alone. He already knows how to use Qi. That's why he can perceive the existence of Qi. For me, the scout is just a decoration now. But the biggest gain is not counting this. Hey! Betkus said in a good mood, because he learned how to control Qi this time. This is a big surprise, but another bigger surprise made Betkus feel even happier. That is hyperconvergence after fusion and fusion. Witnessed the existence of both. The excitement in Betkus's heart. No. It should be said to be happy because he has mastered the essence of the two. Just need a little memory and practice a few times. Fusion and superfusion are advanced moves. He can also learn right away. This is actually his talent, no matter what kind of trick, as long as Betkus has a look at it, he can immediately grasp the essence of it, just like Majin Bu, just look at it after passing Sun Wukong's Kameha Kigong wave, you can use it immediately. But Betkus has seen it once. You can completely reproduce the memory of that move. You can even learn it within a certain period of time. So this time he has gained a lot. Although the move of fusion may be a tasteless move in the future, but Betkus believes that super fusion is definitely the trump card in the whole. Because after the fusion of a guy with a mere combat power of more than 1, plus super fusion, the combat power can reach the level of 100 million. This is 100-fold increase between the two. Thinking of this, Betkus just a burst of eagerness to try. He wants to see how powerful the Super Saiyan will become after super fusion. 33 years later. This is another pitfall. By the way, the cover is finally done. Well, it was too big before. It can't be uploaded. Now it's shrunk. It's okay. The one on the cover is the protagonist. According to my understanding. Really handsome. The boundless universe, the world inhabited by countless life forms. There are cosmic beings living here that are different from ordinary people. There are also residences of lower life forms. And at present, in this universe, there are still 3 emperors who are ruled, suppressed, under their abnormal power. They live a life like slaves in a mediocre way, and they're evil men. Hell! Why have so many souls come to hell in recent years? Yama's huge body was sitting on his exclusive chair. Looking at the densely packed long queue that never came to an end, he said with a headache. Although the underworld has never been leisurely. But this is the first time that so many soul bodies come one after another. Even his hands feel numb. After all, he is very tired. It is said that the report is like this. It is caused by the recent destruction of planets by the subordinates of the self-proclaimed Cosmic Emperor Frisia, although sometimes it only occasionally kills all the original inhabitants of all planets. Next to it is a ghost with horns, holding a list and saying, "Damn it! This Frisia! When he dies, he must go to the lowest level of hell. Killed so many lives." Hearing this, Hades said angrily, as for Frisia's subordinates, he didn't pay attention. Because Frisia is the boss, so naturally he fights for the boss. But, his subordinates also committed a lot of crimes. Some of them are very tall. The horned ghost looked at the list. Then he said, "Let's talk about it. I want to see what bastards are acting so mischievously. When they are dead, let them all go to hell." Hades looked at the ledger, then said loudly, "Well, there is a guy named Jinyu, very strong. This guy's crime value is very high, it has exceeded dash. What else is there? Lego. Bart, these guys the crime value has already exceeded dash." The horned ghost carefully reported everything written on the list and muttered, "Nanny! These goddamn guys!" Hearing this, the king of Hades was furious. After all, those whose sin value is less than dash are barely able to go to hell. But once they exceed it, they must be targeted. But Jinyu has as many as dash. This kind of number. It is not as simple as just going to hell. Hey! Strange. There are guys who surpass them. Suddenly, the bullhorn ghost saw an astonishing number and said in astonishment, "Nanny! What else? Could it be Frisia?" Hearing the words, Yan Wang immediately questioned. "No, this guy's name is called Betkus. It seems to be the remnant of the Scions, even Frisia's subordinates. The crime value is more than 400 million, this is amazing. How bad he has done. How many people have been killed?" The horned ghost seemed a little shocked by this kind of data. Then he murmured a little. "It's a Scion again. Hey! It's really troublesome. It's hard to say that the Scions were almost extinct more than 10 years ago. But I didn't expect, there was another guy who got worse. I guess all the Scions in the past did not one can compare to him." Hearing the words, Yan Wang immediately covered his forehead and said helplessly, It's a pity that no one can cure Frisia and those bastards. Shameless dividing line. Betkas. Wait for me. On a high-tech planet. Betkas was walking slowly in a palace. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Betkas looked back and found Jinya walking. He said with high interest, "How is it? Did you decide what I asked you last time?" "Ah, what are you referring to?" Betkas was taken aback when he heard the words. Then he thought about it carefully. He found that it didn't seem to be a big deal. He was puzzled. "Join my Jinyu team, this thing." Jinyu immediately resisted the urge to curse when he heard the words. Then he calmed down and said, "Do not want." The moment Jinyu finished speaking, Betkas refused expressionlessly. "Nanny." When Jinyu was in high spirits, he was suddenly stunned by Betkas's words. He originally thought that Betkas would join him. Who knew that Betkas would block him with just one sentence, and there seems to be no hesitation yet. "Why? What's wrong with joining the Jinyu team? With your strength, you are only inferior to me among King Frisia's subordinates. Your qualifications." King Frisia is very optimistic, so I only then did I break the rules and get the chance. "Please King Frisia let you join?" Jinyu asked a little confused. "Because I don't like dancing, and next, I will go to the planet Aroth to make a deal according to King Frisia's order. I heard that the other party's traitor seems to be very powerful." Betkas didn't stay any longer either. He just continued walking forward, then he said lazily, "What an ignorant guy, Captain Jinyu, leave this kind of guy alone, Saiyans are indeed a group of wild monkeys." Suddenly, a white-haired, red-faced cosmic man walked out from behind Jinyu. He said disapprovingly, "Jess, don't underestimate Betkas, his combat power is more than dash." When Jinyu heard this, he immediately said with a serious face, "No. Captain Jinyu, how could he still hide his strength?" Jess suddenly looked surprised when he heard that. "I don't know. As for the actual strength, I can't judge it. It's just that it must not be less than 100,000. He is the strongest Saiyan in history. Even Vegeta. At the level of Dash." Jinyu said with a serious face. "How is it possible? The fighting power is no less than 23. He is only 1 year old. 10 years ago, his fighting power was only more than Dash." Jess said with a look of disbelief. "Perhaps he is a genius among geniuses. Fortunately, this guy doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives. That's why King Frisia didn't deal with him at the request of Dodoria and Shangbo." Jinyu continued. "Maybe there's another surprise on this trip. Betkas just got on the spaceship that he has used for nearly 10 years. Looking at the picture of the continuous ascension outside, he muttered expressionlessly. 34-year summary. I'm going. Tragedy. The uploaded cover did not meet the requirements. I can't understand. I didn't save it. I have to find an acquaintance to redo. A circular spaceship is still like the only ray of light in the darkness. Flying towards a certain direction quickly in the silent universe. Leaving only layers of afterglow in the universe. This is Betkas' spaceship. Haha. There is still a short distance. It's really fast. Betkas suddenly opened his light golden pupils in the pitch-black spaceship. Then he said slowly, with his hands still clasped on his chest, as if nothing had happened, indifferent and calm. Have you been silent for a long time recently? I always feel that the instinctive throbbing in my blood is going to be suppressed. Hey! It seems that I have been too quiet recently. Betkas suddenly touched the bangs in front of his forehead. Thinking about his performance in the last 10 years. The corner of his mouth showed a slight arc unconsciously. His face was full of an expression of eagerness to try. In the past 10 years, Betkas has experienced a lot of big things. For example, his crazy record of killing. Constantly accepting missions to destroy the planet. Killing the Aborigines. For Betka's, read more. It also gradually became numb, especially when Frisia once assigned Vegeta to fight on a certain high-level planet. At that time, I once ate spaceman meat with Vegeta. Thinking about those things is a bit too disgusting, but as long as I see more, my heart will gradually become numb. The more troublesome thing for Betka's is Vegeta himself because of Betka's strength. Vegeta has been very unhappy for a long time. This also completely hit his proud self-esteem. Especially in recent years. The gap with Betka's is widening. Vegeta's mood is really bad every day. Like Nappa, he lives in fear almost every day. Even in recent years, the scumbag Raditz who just joined is also panicking all day long. And also because of the existence of Betka's. Vegeta is indeed much stronger than the original. The combat power can even reach the level of 7,000. Compared with the original, it is much stronger. If Vegeta invading the Earth with this kind of strength, Sun Wukong and the others are absolutely unable to win. And Nappa doesn't know what's going on. The combat power is only more than dash points so far. This disappoints Betka's for a while. Raditz, the most inferior scum, Betka's almost didn't even glance at him. And the more interesting thing is that a few years ago, Shambo and Dodoria suggested that Frisia kill Betka's. At that time, Betka's knew about this kind of thing. It's just that he was also watching Frisia's reaction. If Frisia really wants to kill him, he will definitely let Bardock unleash his strongest power in an instant without hesitation. Instantly kill Frisia in the first stage, let him not even have a chance to transform. It's a pity. Frisia doesn't seem to pay much attention to it. So he didn't agree with Dodoria and Shangbo's proposal. This also led to Betka's didn't do anything. Even Dodoria and Shangbo almost saw Bet later. Cass always hides, because he can't be provoked, especially a long time ago. He was one of the candidates who was planned by Jinyu to be included in the special forces, although Betka's didn't agree. In fact, the biggest thing is Betka's himself. His killing is too much. His heart is numb. It will also make him prone to more brutal mentality. Especially he is still a scion who is so arrogant and cold race, so often in some battles, there will even be abnormal behaviors. Just like Broly who went crazy. And Betka's also figured out a solution after that. That is, don't kill for 5 years. Don't do anything unless necessary. In other words, Betka's has not killed anyone since 5 years ago. He has not even destroyed a planet. Even if he sees flowers and plants, he will not step on them. Because he is cultivating his mind. Do it correctly said. It is to calm down his heart. Get rid of the cruelty and darkness that does not belong to him. Let them never affect him again. He doesn't want to be like Broly. This also reflects Betka's amazing record in the first 5 years of the decade. In just 5 years, he has more than 400 million evil points from Hades. This is also terrifying. It can also be seen how obsessed Betka's was at that time. And no killing within 5 years. Betka's also took a lot of effort to hide it. After all, Frisia would not allow him to be absent for no reason. It's just that Betka's also came up with a way. That is to show your strength better. In that case, as one of Frisia's high-end combat power, then you don't need to go out often. His idea is also very good. Since Betka's has shown the strength that exists only under Frisia himself and Jinyu, his treatment has improved a lot. Generally, those low-level strategy missions, Bait Cass hardly ever goes out. Only some trading missions he often goes out. It's just that sometimes there will be some advanced missions to conquer planets. But they are all done in teams. So almost Betka's is standing aside and watching. No effort. Although some people have doubts, no one dares to go question. So it's unbelievable. Only 5 years. Betka's spent the past. But today, I just found out about an interesting mission. So Betka's took it. Because, he hasn't done it for nearly 5 years. He has completely cleared up the negative influence in his heart, and his combat effectiveness has not declined. Because the usual training is essential. As for the current strength of Betka's in the Saiyan seal, from his own point of view, it is only around 11. Now he is looking forward to that day 4 years later. Because that day will be the beginning of the legend, and it will also be the day when he transforms into a Super Saiyan. At that time, he will be able to truly get rid of the Saiyan seal and achieve the supreme absolute power. Although I don't know how far I can reach at that time. But in Betka's impression, it should not be lower than Cell's second stage. This also gave him a certain strength to temporarily resist the guys like number 17 and no 18. Has the destination already been reached? Damn. I'll go and see next. Who is that very powerful traitor? The moment Betkas looked at the golden planet in front of him, he suddenly became interested and said. 35 Chapter to the North Galaxy. Boom. Breaking through the atmosphere again. Betkas's spaceship fell into the planet at once. At the same time, it landed in a seawater. At the same time, because of the sharp impact, it caused the seawater to swell. The seawater at the landing site split apart. At the same time, a huge pit gradually formed, and Betkas slowly opened the hatch. Then stepped out. Tall body. Those pair of light golden pupils that will never change. And that light yellow hairstyle that has never changed its shape. A pair of eyes reveals a kind of indifferent emotion. And the whole body is wearing a new blue battle uniform. He has the feeling of a pure warrior. The golden scout he carries and the slight curvature of his mouth add a lot of evil charm to him. Nearly 10 years of growth has completely developed his body to the extreme. Due to the unremitting exercise in normal times, he now has a height of about 1.8 meters. However, his body is still beautiful. It's not like the type of muscle leakage. Although Betkas's body looks very thin, but the power contained in it. Guys who haven't fought in person will never experience that kind of horror. The direction of the transaction is 88231. I can feel a few breaths. Hey? This kind of combat power is only at this level. Cut. It really disappoints me. Betkas recalled the place of the transaction a little bit. Then he turned his head and looked towards the east direction. Then he sensed the breath over there. Suddenly his face changed slightly. He was a little unhappy, because he did detect it a few chi but still very weak for Betkas. It is indeed very weak. Because there are 6 people on the other side. Among the 6 people, there is only one guy who is the strongest. Betkas can roughly judge the combat power of that person by using chi. It is at most about dash. The weakest is only a few thousand. Can this not disappoint Betkas? Fortunately, he still wanted to see if he would meet any acquaintances. In the end, the expectation was in vain. It's just that it's still work after all, we still need to find a solution. Betkas shook his head, indicating that his luck was not very good this time, and immediately flew in that direction at full speed. After all, he hadn't done anything for 5 years. His hands were already itchy. He wanted to quickly solve this boring thing and leave already. Let's find a high-end planet. It's just a few blinks of an eye. Betkas's speed can even be called extremely fast. Flying at full speed. It directly allowed him to reach the place of the transaction within a few minutes. Standing in the air, looking at the 6 people below. To be more precise, it's a person wearing a black windbreaker. He doesn't show his face or figure. Betkas looked at the 6 people with a slight frown. The 6 people seemed to have noticed Betkas and looked up. Both sides were looking at each other. But Betkas suddenly caught a glimpse of the right hand of a man in black seems to have given some instructions. Then he stepped forward and said, "It is the people sent by King Frisia to trade. We are the people who bought the planet." That's right. Betkas slowly landed on the ground. Then he stared sharply at the faceless man who spoke. From the words, Betkas could clearly tell that the other party was a man, but other than that, he couldn't get any useful information. About the purchase of Planet Alice that was mentioned last time. We've got the money together. The leading man in black continued to speak, then walked up behind him and the first two took out 4 piles of large boxes and placed them in the middle of the 2 sides. Snapped. Betkas just walked forward, opened the box, and looked at the amount of money inside. Unconsciously, he glanced at the leader standing in front who seemed to be trembling. Then he suddenly smiled as if he had discovered something. Standing up, he said, "The number is correct. Congratulations. From now on, Ailes Planet will be your new residence. Our personnel will be evacuated from there soon. Happy transaction." No. No. I have to thank King Frisia. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find such a good planet. The leading man in black didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Betkas's smile, and said politely, "Then you can go now. I have to take the money back to the base." Betkas picked up 4 big boxes, turned around and flew up. Then he said, "The 6 people seemed to be relieved, all of them flew away in the air." Seeing the disappearing figures, Betkas suddenly showed a smile of unknown meaning. The corners of his mouth were slightly opened and he muttered a few words. Then he rushed in the direction of the spaceship. Dales. Fruit of the spiritual tree. Doteria. Bo. Put all the important things in the base back into the spaceship. Let's leave immediately. At this moment, on Frisia's base on planet Frisia, Frisia sat on his floating seat, and said to Zongbo and Doteria in a good mood. "Hi. King Frisia, but where are we going?" Hearing this, Xiaobo was taken aback for a moment, and then asked cautiously. "Humph. Father came to contact me just now. He said he would give me the Northern Galaxy. So we have to leave here. Go back to the Northern Galaxy." Frisia was in a very happy mood. So he didn't care about Xiaobo's question. Instead, he said happily, "Learn." Hearing this, Bobo suddenly came to his senses, and immediately went out to get ready, while Doteria on the side honestly looked at Frisia who was still in a good mood and asked, "King Frisia, since we are going back to go to the North Galaxy, then, do you want to evacuate all the forces here in the South Galaxy?" "Well, this is not acceptable. The Southern Galaxy has been developing for so many years. How can we give up? In this way, it is enough to leave a certain number of deployment personnel here. The rest of the personnel will return to the Northern Galaxy with me." Frisia pondered for a while after hearing the words, and then said, "For him, Nan Yinhe is impossible to let go. After all, it has been developed for so long. How could he be willing to let go? Unless he didn't take over from the beginning." "Doteria. You are now going to inform the personnel who are performing the mission. Tell them to change the course. Go directly to the old base of the Northern Galaxy. Immediately." Frisia suddenly thought of some capable subordinates who were on a business trip. Then he instructed. "As ordered." Doteria nodded seriously when she heard the words, and then slowly exited the room. Dividing line. All personnel who are on mission. Due to special circumstances, the return target has changed. The new target is the planet Ed. It wasn't long before Betkas got on the spaceship and returned to the voyage. Suddenly, he was refreshed by the message popped up on the spaceship. Then he read it carefully. Suddenly he was puzzled. Planet Ed, isn't it that Frisia is here? The Frisia planet in the Northern Galaxy. How could the target be set there? Betkas was slightly puzzled. At the same time, he called out the question of specific information. After a few minutes, he finally got the answer. Frisia was going to return to the Northern Galaxy. That's fine. In the remaining 4 years. It can still make me strong for a while. Try to improve my strength. Betkas showed an expectant smile. Then he changed the navigation target of the spaceship in an instant. After that, the spaceship suddenly bent the forward position and began to fly in another direction. 36 strong attack. CPW 28H30AL, it's a tragedy again. Uploaded twice in a row. It doesn't match. The first time it seems that the bookmark of the starting point is not up. Looks like the author's pen name is missing this time. I'll just pass it on here. Well, at least let you know what the protagonist looks like first. 2 years later. Within a certain boundary of the northern Milky Way, Betka's spaceship is rapidly flying towards its destination. Drop. Suddenly, Betka's, who was in a coma, suddenly woke up. Even the lights in the spaceship turned on. At the same time, Betka's moved his arms a little numbly, and then sighed, no, thinking that it will take more than 2 years to fly from the southern galaxy to the northern galaxy with a spaceship. It's really troublesome without teleportation. It's just, 4 years have passed like this for 2 years, tisk tisk. What a waste of time. I don't know if my body is rusted. Betka's looked at his body that seemed to have changed, and immediately said, by the way, what area of the northern galaxy are you in now? How far is it from Frisia's old base planet? Betka's suddenly remembered this matter. Then he opened the data in the spaceship and began to search carefully. TCH. It's still 3 months before we arrive. It's too early to wake up. When Betka's learned of his current location, his face was a little gloomy. Because for a whole 3 months, he could be bored to death in this small spaceship. He didn't want to continue to sleep. Because the body has not fought for nearly 7 years. It is estimated that if the instinctive scion blood in the body is not stimulated, will it be detrimental to the transformation into a super scion? Then it is not clear. Why don't you just find a random planet and try your hand? Betka squinted his eyes and tilted his head to look at the rapidly flashing planets outside the window in front of him. Then he murmured in his heart. Just as Betka was casually scanning the planets that flashed by one, suddenly the pupils of his eyes shrank. Then he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! It's really lucky. This TM. I'm planning to find a planet to try my hand. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. It's just right. It's time to meet those guys. I don't even know how weak they are right now. When Betka's laughed, immediately he moved his hands swiftly. Temporarily changed the target of the spaceship to a certain planet that he had seen before. The spaceship immediately accepted the command. Then it bent in a U shape and flew towards the planet set by Betka's. In just a few seconds, Betka saw the planet that flashed past him inadvertently again. Earth. Cockroach. Here I come. Betka looked at the azure planet in front of him. Immediately he was in a good mood. At the same time, the spaceship plunged into the planet, broke through the atmosphere, and quickly landed towards the interior of the planet. Meanwhile, in the Earth Temple of Heaven. This incomparably powerful and evil aura, what's going on? The old god stared at a certain direction with a solemn face and cold sweat. His tone was full of surprise and said, God. And the on the side felt a little trembling, because he felt an evil aura that was so powerful that it surpassed all previous people. This kind of aura was even hundreds of times stronger than the great demon King Piccolo. It was simply terrifying. Is the earth going to suffer another disaster? The old god looked a little confused and said, Western capital. Yamcha looked at a certain direction, trembling all over his body. The pupils in his eyes trembled unconsciously. Even the Tianjin rice that occasionally appeared on the side was the same. There was also a Gaixianren and dumplings. Cold sweat broke out on their heads, while Bulma and Pool Oolong looked at the three of them blankly. Who is this powerful energy? Yamcha said with a shocked face. Could it be that Piccolo guy? Tianjin Fan asked with an unsure tone. Impossible. How could that guy become so strong, and that aura clearly came from outside the sky before? It can't be Piccolo. Yamcha's emotions are already messed up. Because of the chi he felt this time. He can no longer muster any strength to resist. The turtle fairy next to him has a mentality of waiting for death. Because of this evil chi has far surpassed the strongest Sun Wukong and Piccolo on the earth. If there is a fight, there is no hope of winning. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Why did you suddenly change your face? It's a party after all. Bulma looked at the few people with a blank expression and asked. Although Oolong was puzzled, but he also noticed the expressions of the several people. According to his years of experience, there must be some powerful enemy, so suddenly the pig's head was sweating. How can there be a party in the mood now? I'm afraid the earth will be destroyed. Yamcha sat on the grass decadently. Then said in a low voice. Earth will be destroyed. You're joking, with Goku here. Piccolo won't be able to win. Bulma couldn't believe it when he heard that. It's not Piccolo. If the person this time is an enemy, his strength is hundreds of times stronger than Wukong and Piccolo. It's not something Wukong and Piccolo can win. Turtle Immortal sighed a little. No. A wilderness area. So powerful. Who is this? Piccolo clenched his fists. Looking forward with a shocked face, the sweat on his head dripped unconsciously. At the same time, a strong sense of frustration formed in his heart. It's over. This planet. Piccolo murmured unconsciously, but then his expression changed, then he gritted his teeth and flew into the air all of a sudden, rushing towards the root of that chi. Bun Mountain. Wukong, what's wrong with you? Kikai looked at Monkey King, who was still eating and drinking just now, with a strange expression. Suddenly, he found that his movements stopped for a moment. Then there was a serious expression on his face. The expression that I had only when I was there, while the 2-year-old son Gohan was happily eating, no reaction at all. Kiki, I'll go out for a while. Gohan, please take care of me. Monkey King stood up. Then he tightened his belt. Then he said with a serious expression on his face. Ah, Goku. Kikai was about to ask what happened. Suddenly, she found that Monkey King had already flown into the air. She prayed in her heart. In a certain forest. Sure enough, the air on the earth is good, the original nature here is still very good. If this kind of planet is sold, at least it can add a lot of bonuses. Mistaken. This planet is not for sale. Betka's was floating in the air. Looking at the surrounding green forest and those small hills, he admired it with great interest. It's just that the fighting power of the people on the entire planet is too weak. Betka's suddenly looked into the distance. Showing a smile of unknown meaning. Murmured. 37 Easy Spike. The cover is finally finished. Yoshi. Readers, how is it swollen? This breath, it's Piccolo. He really came too, but the other breaths seem to be Yamuti. Tianjin rice, dumplings and kaleang, how did they come? It's just that if this continues, several people will meet on the road. Sun Wukong was flying in the air with a serious face. At the same time, he frowned slightly and sensed several gusts of energy that were rushing in the same direction, and suddenly murmured. This time, Sun Wukong was also very surprised by the inexplicably powerful aura. He was even shocked. Because this kind of powerful aura has far surpassed him. Especially this kind of aura is still full of evil feelings. Then compared with Piccolo, the little devil on the earth, the evil spirit is much stronger. That's why he rushed over. I want to see who it is. As for fear, Sun Wukong has never experienced it. On the contrary, he is a little worried. Sure enough, that guy Monkey King is here too. There are some little guys, but... Piccolo also flew towards a certain direction rapidly. At the same time, he suddenly felt a few familiar breaths. He suddenly said with a gloomy expression. This time, Piccolo felt a sense of frustration for the first time, because just feeling that amazing aura from a distance made him almost lose the fighting spirit to fight. After all, their fighting power so far. It's only reached about 300. Compared with the current 11 strong Betkas with full firepower, the difference is more than 100 times. In a few minutes. It really is Wukong. Hey! Hey! Wukong! Yamuti, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Kellen were rushing to the place where Betka's was. Suddenly on the way, the three of them saw a familiar and reliable figure. Suddenly, Kellen shouted happily road. Sure enough, it's Clin and you, how did you come? Monkey King, who was flying in front, turned his head slightly. Seeing Yamuti, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Kellen, he suddenly smiled. Then the speed slowed down a little. When the two sides approached, Monkey King asked immediately. Actually, I'm ashamed to say it. If possible, I really don't want to come. Yamsha had a trembling tone. He said in a low voice. Sun Wukong looked at Yamsha and could understand his mood. After all, when such a strong guy appeared, it is not bad to have the courage to face it. Even Piccolo almost lost his will to fight, let alone weaker people like Yamsha. But, if the other party wants to destroy the world, it's useless to hide, it's better to unite. Maybe. Tianjin Fan suddenly interjected, but he didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly interrupted by a sneer. Humph, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. With you group of weak guys gone, you are nothing but existences that can't even be regarded as miscellaneous soldiers. The four of Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Kellen, and Dumpling were startled when they heard the words. Then they turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Monkey King showed an arc at the corner of his mouth. He squinted at Piccolo, who appeared. Pick! Why are you here? Clinton looked at Piccolo in horror and asked in surprise. The other three also looked alert. Pick, the Earth is in a big crisis this time. Sun Wukong didn't react too much. He just spoke in an inexplicable way. Hey! Monkey King, you don't need to say it. I know it too. If the other party really wants to destroy the world, then I can't hide. If that's the case, why don't you hide? How about uniting with you guys? Upon hearing this, Piccolo pouted and said proudly. That way I'm more confident. Sun Wukong suddenly said something confusing. How confident are you? Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong suspiciously and said. The other four also looked surprised. Everyone fights together. It's better than me fighting alone. After all, the opponent this time. With my strength, I don't have much confidence. If you add Piccolo, at least there is a ray of possibility. Sun Wukong said with a serious expression. Humph! After all, isn't the chance of winning increased by 0.0001%? What nonsense! The corner of Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Then he said speechlessly. Sun Wukong smiled and did not speak. The other four looked at blankly. But the six were still flying quickly. A few minutes later, a vast forest appeared in front of them. It's here. Hurry up and suppress your anger. Don't be discovered by that guy. Piccolo looked at the distance. Immediately, he and Sun Wukong took the lead and flew to the ground. Then he instructed. Everyone nodded solemnly when they heard the words. Then they all suppressed their aura. After that, everyone walked forward slowly. Gollum! Walking in this silent forest. On the contrary, it makes people feel a chilling shudder. Clin swallowed his tongue unconsciously. Then he looked around, while Monkey King and Piccolo took the lead in walking ahead. Serious vigilance, Tianjin Rice and Yamuti. The three of them were walking in a cold sweat. When everyone came to a place with a strange big hole, all of a sudden they stopped. The chi is left here. What is that thing? Monkey King looked at the round spaceship in the pit. He stared strangely and said. Could it be a spaceship? Yamcha trembled a little. Then, is it really an alien this time? Tianjin Fan was a little ashamed. Several other people fell silent one after another, but then a sudden word made them vigilant. It's been a long time, Kakarot. A cold word came to everyone's ears. Everyone turned around in shock and looked at the sky behind them. Suddenly, they found a handsome man with light yellow hair floating in the air. He stared at them with an indifferent expression. It was Betkas. Who are you? Monkey King and the others immediately prepared to attack. Then they asked with a serious expression. My name? Humph. Want to know? Betkas suddenly sneered, then said slowly. The next moment he disappeared in front of several people. Boom. Wow. Boom. Puff. Boom. What? Boom. Ah. Suddenly. When Sun Wukong and Piccolo reacted, they suddenly found that Betkas appeared in front of them. It was just a face-to-face meeting. Yamcha, Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and Dumpling all made a miserable cry screaming and being hit. Flying upside down. Yamuti Tianjin rice. Kailang. Dumplings. After Sun Wukong reacted, he was startled. Then he shouted. This guy. Haha. Piccolo was also taken aback, because he just found out that he hadn't caught the opponent's movement at all. This terrifying speed really made him feel trembling. But the next moment his right hand issued a pale golden circle. The Qigong wave blasted towards Betkas. Is this a toy? Betkas looked at Piccolo's blow with disdain. Then a small stone suddenly appeared in his left hand. He immediately blocked the middle finger with his thumb, and then shot out. Whoa! Boom! The stone pierced directly through the Qigong wave emitted by Piccolo, and detonated the Qigong at the same time. Due to the rapid speeding, the stone even scratched Piccolo's cheek, making his peculiar lavender blood flow out. At the same time, due to the explosion of the Qigong wave, the smoke and dust were diffused. Sun Wukong immediately took a few steps back into the air. He looked at it solemnly. And Piccolo looked forward with trembling hands. When the smoke and dust dissipated completely, Betkas still looked like nothing happened, but he put too much pressure on the two of them. Sure enough, no way. Betkas stretched out his right hand and shook the index finger of his right hand. Then he said with a disdainful face. 38 warning. Damn. This guy is simply playing. Piccolo looked at Betkas's disdainful expression with trepidation, and said angrily in his heart. You guys like this, are really too weak. With your strength, how can you beat Vegeta in the future? You may not even be able to deal with Raditz. Betkas thought secretly in his heart, for this occasional pass by the earth this time, he came here with anticipation, especially seeing Monkey King himself. He was not even a little excited. If it was just the beginning, maybe there will be excitement. But, for him who has killed people like him for many years, I don't know where to throw this kind of excitement. Big. At this time, Sun Wukong slowly landed beside Piccolo from the air. Then he whispered to Piccolo with a serious expression. Then Sun Wukong said something softly to Piccolo. Let Piccolo face se suddenly changed. Then he smiled confidently. Sun Wukong also looked at Betkas with a smile. Both of them were ready to attack. Compared with before, the two became more confident and peaceful. I have a lot of confidence. Oh, did you think of a way to deal with me? Let me see how powerless the struggle of the ants will be. Betkas looked at the two people who had changed with great interest, and thought secretly. And the next moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo made two squeaks at the same time, and disappeared directly from Betkas' sight. Betkas saw the movements of the two of them, and was still careless. Boom! Boom! Too slow. Betkas suddenly turned his arms to the left and right to form an upright L shape. He blocked the punches of Monkey King and Piccolo, who suddenly appeared on the left and right sides. Then he said slightly. At the same time, because of the resistance, there was a slight impact sound, but Piccolo and Sun Wukong remained unchanged. It's just that the two of them flew up their right feet and kicked towards Betkas at the same time. Betkas closed his eyes. He kept shaking towards the back and front. It was just a cross. He escaped the pincer attack of the two people. It seemed very casual. Turtle, Pai, Chi, Gong. At the next moment, Sun Wukong immediately jumped back. Then he quickly sent out Kamei Kigong with both hands and directly blasted towards Betkas, who was right in front of him. I said it all. Is this a toy? Betkas looked disdainfully at Sun Wukong, who sent out this blow. He just waved his left hand slightly to the left. There was an explosion. Humph! Take the move. Demon Gun Light Killing Cannon. At the next moment, Piccolo's unique voice came from the right side of Betkas. At the same time, a super powerful energy beam surrounded by a spiral energy that gathered Piccolo's whole body blasted towards Betkas. A move of this level. It's really thanks to you guys who can handle it. Betkas looked at the magic light killing cannon rushing from the right. The corner of his mouth showed a slight arc. Then he said disdainfully. Instantly, he aimed his right hand at the magic gun light killing cannon and flicked it slightly. He fired this move easily. Open. Success. In the next second, Sun Wukong appeared behind Betkas in an instant. Both hands were trying to grab the tail of Betkas' waist. It seemed that he would succeed immediately. Monkey King immediately said happily. Che, the biggest weakness of scions is indeed their tails. But, not all scions' weaknesses will be their tails. Betkas figured out what Sun Wukong was doing, and immediately sneered. Then, the tail around his waist suddenly relaxed like a spirit snake. He used Dragon Wagging Tail, and hit Monkey King's abdomen all at once, knocking him into the air. Out! Boom! The moment Sun Wukong was knocked into the air, he crashed into a big tree and collapsed on the ground. Cut! Did it fail? Piccolo looked at this not far away. He murmured with a slightly changed face. At the same time, he was panting a little anxiously. He had already exerted a certain amount of energy when he used the magic gun light killing cannon just now. This is enough to make him he was much weaker for a while. Hateful! Monkey King struggled to stand up from the ground. Looking at Betkas, whose expression remained unchanged, his face was full of unwillingness. It was a pity that he just succeeded. Because although he didn't know who Betkas was, the tail around Betkas' waist was exactly the same as when he was a child. This also reminded him that as long as he was caught by the tail, his whole body would become weak. This also temporarily let him know the chance of victory. But who knows? Betkas's reaction is unexpectedly fast. Just relying on his tail can knock him out. It's time for me to attack. You are ready. Just as Sun Wukong stood up, Betka's cold tone came out immediately. It made Piccolo and Monkey King instantly vigilant. But the next moment, Betkas disappeared between the two in the blink of an eye. In common sight. Where are you looking? Sun Wukong and Piccolo kept observing the surroundings to prevent being attacked by Betkas. But Betkas suddenly appeared behind Piccolo, and sneered. Oops! Bick! Snapped! Betkas just swiped his tail towards Piccolo's abdomen. He easily sent Piccolo flying upside down. The strong impact made Piccolo feel extremely painful. But Sun Wukong reacted at the same time, and immediately prepared to rush up. Betkas appeared behind him in a teleportation again. He just flew up and kicked Sun Wukong on the back. Let him fly forward, the strength makes Sun Wukong feel the burning pain in the back. It makes him fly even when he is clenching his teeth. Boom! And at the next moment, when the distance between Sun Wukong and Piccolo approached, Betkas appeared in the middle of the two of them in an instant, stretched out his hands to hold the back of the head of the two, and slammed it hard on the ground. The heads of the two were suddenly smashed into the ground by Betkas, and said at the same time. Kakarot, you are really weak, this level of strength is not something we scions should have, you have to remember. You are a scion, be strong. Weakness is not just for scions. Just when Monkey King and Piccolo were desperately trying to turn over and struggle, Betkas said something again. 1 year later, there will be another scion who is much weaker than me and will come to the earth again. His goal is you. Kakarot. No. According to the name of the earth, it should be Sun Wukong. You have to remember, 1 year later. If you are still so weak, maybe it will be the end of the earth. Betkas finished this sentence slowly. He flew up immediately. Then he stopped looking at Monkey King and Piccolo, who were turning over in a panic. He got on the spaceship and left immediately. Starting Point Chinese website welcomes all book lovers to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in the original Starting Point. Read. 39 Rated strikes. Suddenly I feel that instead of writing more chapters with a lot of nonsense, it is better to write some chapters that you like to read. Soldiers are more expensive than Jing. It is also the same reason. Chapters are more expensive than Jing. If you are not Jing, no amount of more is useless, so I decided strive to write the most satisfying and different Dragon Ball fan. As for how many words to finish, I have not decided yet, but I believe it should not be less. Then there is the last foreshadowing. After that, I will start to enter the main plot. I hope you will support me more. This book will not be invincible. Because the most important thing about Dragon Ball is to work together with Wukong and others to feel very interesting. It has the most flavor of the original Dragon Ball. This is my words. Oh. On an unknown planet. The above is full of misery like a sea of blood, but what's even more weird is that there is no sound on the planet, even if there is. It's just the sound of buildings collapsing or stones falling to the ground. And everywhere at any time visible corpses. People have to sigh, what happened here? And at this time in a city. Betkas stood proudly on the top building, looking at the lifeless planet. Then he looked at everything with numb eyes. I didn't expect this high-end planet to have the fruit of the spiritual tree. I don't know where I got it from. Betkas looked at the fruit he was holding in his right hand, a little sighed. This is what he just snatched from a guy with a combat power of only over 1. Otherwise, if someone else eats it, then it will be a bit difficult to deal with. After all, the boosting ability of this fruit is really strong, but Betkas doesn't want to eat it right away, because this thing is somewhat the same as the boosting power of the scions coming back from the brink of death. The most specific thing is the increased strength, exactly how much, but for him at the moment, it doesn't make much sense to eat this thing, because at the moment he doesn't need to increase his strength at all. He just needs to make his body stronger. When he becomes a Super Saiyan later, he can do evil. Or give it to Vegeta. Betkas thought for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Of course, Betkas is not planning to feed Vegeta right now, because if Vegeta really eats it, the ghost knows what he will do. He will even resist Frieza because of his momentary strength. And the most important thing is the battle between Monkey King and the others. If Vegeta really ate the fruit of the Jing God tree, Monkey King and the others can really go to soy sauce. And he plans to wait for Vegeta to eat when he goes to Namek. Because it may be a good time at that time. By the way, Raditz should be arriving on Earth soon. Betkas pondered for a while, took out the controller of the spaceship, and pressed a red button. At the same time, he secretly thought of. Because it has been a full year since he attacked the Z fighters on Earth. According to calculations, this year is the year when Raditz will go to Earth. If there are no accidents, Raditz should hang there. And Vegeta will go to the Earth to make a fuss because he knows the role of Dragon Ball. It seems I won't be able to relax for long. This seal. I feel that it is getting weaker and weaker. It seems that the situation of transforming into a Super Saiyan is estimated to be in the next 1 or 2 years. Betkas touched his forehead. He looked at the spaceship that landed in front of him. Then he opened the hatch and sat in. After that, the hatch closed slowly. There is one last planet. Well, it seems that the distance is a bit far away. Just the past will take 6 months. It's really troublesome. Betkus looked at his next destination. He was a little troubled and said, for these distant planets. He really didn't plan to go, because just sitting in the spaceship every time he sleeps he needs to sleep for several months. Especially during the time when he returned from the southern galaxy to the northern galaxy. He slept for 2 years. It is estimated that if it is a normal guy, he would have been driven crazy. Forget it. Let's go. Just after Betkus said a word, the spaceship immediately lifted into the sky. Like a shooting star, it began to flash and fly rapidly in the universe. Meanwhile Earth. I didn't expect there to be such a weak nation. Cut. Raditz had just stepped off his spaceship. He looked at a panicked farmer holding a gun in front of him, and said with contempt. Who are you? The farmer asked Raditz with a trembling tone. At the same time, the aiming shotgun on his right hand was still trembling. The highest combat power on this planet. Hey! They are all coming here. Raditz first turned on the reconnaissance device. Suddenly, he found a few guys with high combat effectiveness all looking at this side and rushing over. His expression changed slightly. That's right. Let me see. Cockroach, what are you guys doing? Raditz suddenly showed a smile. Then he laughed loudly. At the same time, a kigong blasted at the farmer in front of him. In the eyes of the farmer full of horror and despair, he continued to laugh wildly. Boom! Pick, it seems that you have practiced well this year. Monkey King was flying rapidly in the air. At the same time, he glanced at Piccolo who had just flown beside him. His expression didn't change and he smiled and said. Humph! The shame from a year ago must be returned to them. Piccolo just snorted coldly. Then he said calmly. It's just that the guy who came this time. His energy is much weaker than the guy from a year ago. And the Tianjin fan on the side said with a relaxed face. Kellen Yamcha. Dumpling and the others also looked relieved. After all, the guy who suddenly appeared a year ago really made them experience the power of despair. Looking back, it made them feel shuddering. Just one meeting can easily solve the 4 of them. The pain at that time. They arrived unforgettable now. But Sun Wukong and Piccolo remembered Betkus's warning in a year's time even more deeply. So from that moment on, Sun Wukong and Piccolo have practiced crazily. Sometimes they often fight. But most of them are practiced in different places. The fighting power of the 2 has improved to some extent at least. Even Kellen and the others have improved a lot. These Z fighters have a strong enemy as their target. The level of cultivation is not ordinary. And now, Raditz is coming. Naturally, this group of Z fighters gathered together, and began to move closer to where Raditz was. And Raditz still doesn't know what kind of troublesome situation will be waiting for him. 40 The death of Raditz. Earth. After the Z fighters arrived at the location of Raditz one after another, after Raditz explained what the Scions were, Sun Wukong and others had already understood the existence of Scions, but Sun Wukong himself was extremely denying it. My identity is Cockroach. But I seriously stated that my name is Monkey King. After that, the battle started one after another. Finally. You bastards! Raditz looked at Monkey King and others who were panting constantly with a distraught expression on his face. His expression changed from the initial leisurely to ferocious. He didn't expect that the Earth, which he regarded as an inferior planet, would be forced to be like this as a Scion warrior. The combat shoulder armor all over the body has been besieged by Monkey King and others. Some scars have been added to his body. But the most important thing is, his price is not useless. Although he is already in a mess. But Sun Wukong and others are not much better. Injured, severely injured. Now the only ones who can barely stand up to fight are Monkey King and Piccolo. The other clans are almost crippled by Raditz and fell to the ground. In the original book, Sun Wukong and Piccolo fought against Raditz alone. And the strength of the 2 sides was very different. This also led to the action of pulling Raditz' tail in the end. Then Piccolo came for the sake of killing. But now, the situation is similar. Except that Raditz at this time is at least much more injured than in the original book. So Raditz was very angry. He was angry that he, an upright scion, would be forced into such a mess by these weak guys. This hit his self-esteem. So he was going to explode. Damn cockroach, and you guys, go to hell. Raditz opened his hands. His face was glaring angrily. At the same time, the veins all over his body were exposed. A powerful aura was emitted. Hey! Piccolo! Are you okay? Sun Wukong reluctantly stood up. Looking at Raditz in front of him, he asked Piccolo who was panting next to him. Humph! This level of consumption. How can it stump me? Piccolo replied with a serious tone when he heard the words. His face was serious. Then he stood up straight. Although this guy is much weaker than the guy from a year ago, but he is really strong. Piccolo! Can you still use a magic light to kill? Sun Wukong took a few breaths, then breathed steadily, then looked at Raditz, then said. One shot? The remaining chi. If you want to use one shot, you can barely do it. Although Piccolo was a little puzzled, but he answered honestly. Even though this guy suffered a lot of injuries, but he still shouldn't be underestimated, but at present, only your magic penetration light cannon and Klin's chi circle/kin pose a threat to him, but Klin has already I don't even have the strength to stand up, so I can only rely on you. I will find a way to hold him. You must find the weakness of that guy. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. He looked at Raditz, who was ready to go. Then he squatted down slightly. Then he continued. Piccolo just nodded silently. Then he fixed his eyes on Raditz in front of him. Here. At the same time, put the middle finger and index finger of the right hand together and place them in front of the forehead. A strong chi began to gather. At the same time, a light came out. And the next moment, Monkey King has already rushed out. Cockroach! You bastard! Die! Raditz looked at Sun Wukong who was rushing over, and immediately roared. Putting his hands together, a violent qigong wave suddenly came out. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong. Sun Wukong looked at the qigong waves blasting ahead. He just stopped his progress with a serious expression. Then he began to put his hands on his right waist and put them flat to face each other. He began to gather his own chi. At the same time, a blue qigong gradually formed. What? Then it shot out in an instant, collided with Raditz's qigong wave. There was a fierce collision. The momentum of both sides was stalemate. No one can overwhelm the other. It's just that compared to consumption, it's obvious that Monkey King can't do it. On an unknown planet in the universe. That trash Raditz can't even deal with an inferior planet like Earth. Vegeta sat on a stone pile with a gloomy face. He listened carefully to the sound from the scout. Then he said in a cold tone. It's just a low-level planet. It's really strange to embarrass Raditz. It stands to reason. Raditz shouldn't be in a hard fight with more than 2,000 combat power. Nappa stood aside, a little puzzled. Humph, trash is trash, this kind of guy doesn't deserve to be a scion at all. Vegeta murmured with a gloomy face. He stood up immediately, Nappa was silently nodding at the side. Hey? Wait. That guy Raditz seems to be really going to be killed. Nappa suddenly noticed a scream coming from the scout. Then he said in surprise. Vegeta still had that expressionless face when he heard the words. But his eyes were full of murderous intent. You guys, these bastards. I'm with companion. Absolutely. Will come to revenge for me. Hee hee. Just buy that A.bald.headed. Little. Said. What. Dragon. Beads. They. Absolutely. Yes. Will. Come. They are much stronger than me. As long as 1 year they will definitely come. Just now. Everything happened. Everything. They. By. This. Detection. Detector. Heard. You. Best. Pray. Bet. Cas. Don't. Come. No. You only. Have to wait. Die. Raditz collapsed on the ground with a painful expression on his face. He said with a passionate expression. Piccolo knelt down on one knee. Seeing Raditz still muttering there, he said angrily, a dead man is still talking. At the same time, he barely stood up and walked in front of Raditz. It was very easy. Take Raditz's last breath. Hey, Monkey King, you're not dead yet. Piccolo looked at Monkey King who was lying like a blood man not far away and said. Hey, not yet. Sun Wukong raised his head reluctantly. Under the extreme pain, he still showed a smile and said. Just now, he was forced by Raditz's Qigong wave. He won the opportunity for Piccolo to attack. Otherwise, he would be so miserable. Hey, that bald head. Hurry up and get out the fairy beans. If this continues, Monkey King will die. Piccolo looked at Klin who had gradually gained the strength to stand up in the distance and said. Eno. Klin was taken aback when he heard the words. Then he took the bag from his waistband. Then he took out a fairy bean and ran to Monkey King immediately. He was going to let Monkey King eat it. They still realized their own weakness before. So they didn't plan to waste of fairy beans. It was prepared for Piccolo and Monkey King. So at present, Kellen, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Yamu tea are still bruised and weak. Wait a moment. And at the next moment, suddenly a person appeared in front of them. It's you. When Piccolo saw the person coming, his pupil shrank. Then he said in surprise. 41 Betka's decision. It is said that many people care about my typing. This is my habit, so I care about these details. It is said that a book friend suggested that I post more pictures of the protagonist. It makes me think hard. I simply made some super game pictures of the protagonist. Later I will send you a normal picture of the protagonist before PS. Hey! Nappa, hurry up and finish this planet. Then go to Earth. Vegeta looked at Nappa, then said with a sneer. Hey! To that inferior planet. Nappa was taken aback when he heard the words. Then he woke up. Although it's a bit absurd. But the Dragon Balls that the bald boy said in Raditz's mouth before should be true. As long as you make a wish at that time, you will get eternal life. The universe is the world of our science. Vegeta suddenly said in a good mood. Nappa was also very moved when he heard the words, eternal life, has an extreme attraction for everyone, even Frieza can't get rid of it, let alone take Pa and Vegeta, two ambitious scions. As long as they can get eternal life, Frieza will no longer be scary. This kind of temptation, Vegeta and Nappa can't resist at all. So both of them plan to go to the Earth. It's just, what about Betkas? Do you want him to go with you? Nappa suddenly thought of Betkas, and then said. Vegeta's face sank when he heard this. His expression began to change. Just when Nappa thought Vegeta was about to get angry, suddenly seeing Vegeta, he just said in an indifferent voice, inform him. If he doesn't go, forget it. Hearing this, Nappa immediately walked into the spaceship and began to press the button continuously. What was being sent? But Vegeta is here thinking about the changes in recent years. For Betkas. Vegeta deeply felt the psychological blow. This is like a psychological shadow. Since the gap between the two has been widening, he still does not give up chasing. But still it cannot be changed. On the contrary, the gap in strength between the two is getting farther and farther. Although we have met in the past few years, but it seems that there are not many words spoken. Moreover, it is the kind of elder brother who is weak than his younger brother that Betkas brought him shame. It is because of this reason. It makes him feel uncomfortable all the time. Even if he destroys several planets to vent, it still makes his face full of gloom. But the most important thing is not this point, but a sentence that Vegeta once pointed at Betka's. I am the strongest Saiyan in the universe. Don't be too complacent. At that time, Betka's answer was also very simple. But it made Vegeta feel a throbbing. Ah! I believe too. You can even become the legendary Super Saiyan who is invincible in the universe. No sarcasm, nor falsehood but serious answer words. It was the words Betka said at the time. He did not divide into two factions with Vegeta. On the contrary, he left the only connection. After all, they are brothers after all. If it is an ordinary person, maybe I feel proud to have a strong younger brother like Betka's. But Vegeta is because of his pride. On the contrary, he will feel more pressure. Vegeta. I've sent a message. I hope that guy will come over. In that case, we'll be truly invincible. Nappa was obviously eager to try and said expectantly. Humph. Even if we have to rush over, that guy will take a long time. Don't forget. He is currently carrying out the mission assigned by Frieza. If he changes the sailing route without authorization, Frieza will definitely get suspicious. Vegeta put aside the branches in front of him. Then he sat in the spaceship and said. That's true. Sure enough, Frieza doesn't trust us Saiyans at all. Nappa also took it for granted when he heard the words. Then he said. Humph. It's strange that he would be relieved. It's just that he can't see what Betka's is thinking. According to my understanding of that guy, Betka's. That guy seems to be waiting for something. Lisa didn't know at all. That's why he didn't suppress Betka's for a long time. Vegeta snorted coldly. Then he looked at the hatch that was slowly closing. Then he said, the two spaceships immediately lifted off together, and flew towards the distant Earth. Shameless dividing line. There is a letter. Betka's was sleeping lonely in the spaceship. Suddenly there was a flash of light in the spaceship, which made him wake up unconsciously. Then he looked at the information from the spaceship and opened it. So you want me to form a team with you to go to Earth to find Dragon Balls? Hee. Betka's looked at the message from Nappa and Vegeta. He smiled slightly, but then his expression changed. Betka's quickly stretched out his left hand to take off the scout. After that, he pinched and exploded without hesitation. Fortunately, I did it early. If that's the case, Frieza won't know what I'm doing here. Vegeta should also inform me. Otherwise, Frieza will really catch him. That's not fun. Betka's looked at the fragments of the reconnaissance device, and immediately began to send messages, but the next moment, his expression changed slightly. Damn it! Entering the magnetic field at a critical moment, damn it! Betka's complexion instantly became gloomy. Because entering such an area, all electrical communication will become unstable. Maybe if he sends a message, it may be sent directly to Frieza's headquarters. In that case, the direction of everything will become unknown. Is it God's will? Betka sighed slightly. Inquired how long it would take to leave such an area. Suddenly found that the magnetic area was too large. The planet he went to also belonged to the center of this magnetic area. Before that he can't even use the communication. Because it's too dangerous. It seems that history is like this. It's not okay to return without authorization. Just letting the scout disappear inexplicably is enough to make people suspicious. Betka sighed slightly. It can only show that he is powerless. So he can only silently pray that Vegeta and the others don't say extra words or things. It seems that I have to complete this task quickly. Then I will monitor Frieza. Let's see what he plans to do next. But we must not let Frieza go to the Earth. Then everything will become chaotic already. Betka suddenly had a decision in his mind. Immediately increase the speed of the spaceship to the highest level. 42 Arrive. About the super-dimension chaos. You go to the book review area to discuss. I think it is worth writing. Because it is indeed quite exciting. Although it is not made by the original work, it can also be regarded as YY. Of course, except for AF. Also. Cough cough. I don't care if the original author is a conservative. I don't want to discuss it. I don't want to detonate the explosives. And a book friend said 2 chapters a day. I answer this very calmly. I'm lazy. So it's very unlikely to explode visually well, it depends on the situation of the day. The long 6 months, under Betka's deep sleep, have already passed, the silent environment in the universe. I have long been numb to the sight. Boom. The spaceship entered the atmosphere of a pitch-black planet without warning, and landed quickly. The sharp impact made the spaceship turn red. It seemed to be scorched. It crashed directly into a thick mountain peak. It was sunken in. TCH. I've always felt like I'm sleeping like hell lately. I can't even wake up the alarm clock of the spaceship. What's going on? When the cabin door was opened, the dazzling sunlight of the sun shone in front of it. Betka suddenly opened his eyes a little uncomfortable. Then he covered his forehead with his right hand and murmured. The seal is getting weaker. Could it be the reason? Betka suddenly noticed that the pentagram on his forehead was gradually exuding some red light. Then he hesitated. Forget it. It's better to quickly deal with the vital forces on this planet. After that, I have to rush back immediately. Based on my current situation, I should have arrived earlier. If it can be resolved within a day, then hurry up if we go back, maybe just in time for Vegeta to arrive on Earth, then we can keep an eye on Frisia. Betkas looked at the forest under the mountain, his face turned cold in an instant. At the same time, he held the fruit of the spirit tree in his left hand. He didn't worry about putting it in the spaceship. Accidentally took it away and ate it. Then he will lose money. It is safest to hold it in his hand. And he is confident that one hand is enough to deal with people on this planet. Immediately, he floated in the air, sensed the surrounding atmosphere, immediately caught the atmosphere of a village, showed a cruel smile, and immediately flew over quickly. And at this time, in a certain city on this planet, a very young man wearing an old-fashioned combat uniform is walking happily carrying a bag. What is even more surprising is that this young man has a scout on the left face, and that the spiky hairstyle and the wagging tail behind her. Beep beep. Hey? This is, unexpectedly there is a guy with very strong combat power at the coordinates of 73,291. And he is still moving rapidly. What's going on? The young man looked flustered looking at the data displayed on the scout, he panicked. And at the next moment the scout exploded in an instant. It caused the passers-by to watch in amazement. The combat power has exceeded 1. How is it possible? Such a strong combat power will appear on such a planet. The young man's face suddenly became embarrassing and painful. Looking at the people around him who were still living their normal lives, he seemed to have made a certain decision in his heart. He walked forward firmly. You have to get out of here quickly. The young man walked very fast. At the same time his head was lowered. It seemed that he had done something wrong. But no one paid special attention to it. It was just that when the young man walked for a while, his steps suddenly slowed down a lot and even gradually stopped at the end. Damn! If you leave here like this, then this place will be given by that guy. The young man gritted his teeth unwillingly. Then he clenched his fists tightly. He was engaged in a fierce ideological battle in his mind. He had already scouted the high-end combat power of this planet when he first came to this planet. But there were only a few of the highest ones. Thousands come. So he has no doubts. But he has lived for nearly 20 years. Today, an existence with a combat power of more than 1 strength suddenly appeared. Even stronger. This made him feel a little shocked. more its fear and confusion. Because he is a Saiyan, the Saiyan who has always claimed to be the strongest fighting nation in the universe, it stands to reason that there is no fear at all, but he is different. He is a different kind from when I was a young child. I was judged by my biological father to have no fighting qualifications. I was sent to this remote planet. Even my own biological brother only met a few times. He came to this planet in a hurry. And that newborn brother whom I have never seen before. Damn! What happened to me? The young man covered his head all of a sudden. His thoughts became a little confused. On this planet, because he did not have that kind of killing and ruthlessness, it is also destined that his path will be different from other Saiyans. He was driven by this, influenced by the human beings on the planet. With feelings, there is also a bond. He is destined to be unable to escape. So, he has only one way, that is, to face that unknown powerful existence. Sweat was already dripping from his head, but he still didn't know it. I can only fight. I hope the other party is not a guy with evil thoughts. The young man seemed to have finally figured something out. Then he strengthened his beliefs. Then he let go of his clenched fists and muttered. At the same time, a burst of air enveloped himself. Then he flew away regardless of the attention of the pedestrians beside him. Get up! Fly quickly in a certain direction. Boom! Boom! Betkas looked boredly at the village below, which was constantly bombed into ruins by him. Still expressionless. Killing one after another guys who rushed to die. It really made him feel extremely boring. He longed for the kind that can the opponent in the First World War. But the current situation will not allow him to act out of line. At least he still needs to endure for a while. It's solved here. Then it's time for another place. Betkas sensed it carefully. He slowly moved towards a few trembling children hiding underground in a ruin. He sent out a Qigong wave without hesitation. Looking at what was left behind after the explosion, the blood drifted away. Suddenly murmured. Hey? A guy with a combat power of about 1,500 came over. Who could it be? When Betkas was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a weak aura rushing towards him. He stared in that direction with a blank expression on his face. He could faintly see humans are flying here. Hey? Don't be so anxious if you want to die. Well, I seem to be in a hurry. Betkas looked at the other party and seemed to be rushing towards this side with all his strength. He suddenly showed a leisurely expression. But then he became cold. 43 Tabor. What to do? It's going to school soon. Oh, I can't calm down anymore. Because going to school means that I have less time to play computer infinite squatting corner painting in the circle. I won't tell you that I don't have any summer homework, so excited. I hurried to make do with a chapter, and then buried the pit of chapter 1. Hope that guy didn't leave. The young man looked at the village in the distance that was emitting black smoke from the sky. His expression tensed and he flew faster and murmured. But at the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He couldn't help being startled. He stopped his rapid advance in an instant. Then he stared in surprise at the handsome man with light blonde hair who appeared in front of him. It was Betkas. You're actually a Saiyan. Betkas just appeared not long ago. I caught a glimpse of the unique tail on the young man's waist. His eyelids twitched immediately. Then he stared at the young man and asked. How could you are also a Saiyan? The young man's face changed drastically when he heard the words. Then he looked at Betkas's tail wrapped around his waist and was taken aback. Then he said. Wait. I always feel that you look a bit like Vegeta-san. Illusion or coincidence? Betkas nodded slightly. Then he said with some doubts. Vegeta? Do you know brother? The young man was excited when he heard the words. Hey? Brother? You bastard! Betkas's pupils shrank unconsciously. He looked at the young man in front of him carefully again. He had a hairstyle similar to Vegeta's. And that face looked very weak. But he was very similar to Vegeta. Resemblance, coupled with the relatively old combat clothing on his body. Betkus immediately came to a conclusion. You are Tabor's second brother. Betkus closed his eyes and closed his eyes. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, at this time, his heart was silently relaxing, because he did remember that there was a character named Tabor in Dragon Ball, but it was the plot after Majin Buu. And when Betkus was just born, Tabor had already been sent to other planets. As time passed, Betkus gradually forgot about such a character. And now that Tabor reappeared, Betkus recalled it all at once. You know me. And you call me second brother. Could it be that you are Betkus? Tabor was a little surprised when he heard this, and then said in surprise. That's right. I'm Betkus. Betkus yawned lazily. Then he said. He was not wary of Tabor at all. Because such a guy is very kind in the original book. Probably because he grew up on this planet and was influenced by it. For the sake of. Really you? Tabor was pleasantly surprised when he heard the words because when he set out that year, Betkus was almost just born. He would only get one specific news. The born third prince Betkus was considered weaker than Vegeta. The next step is to test your personality. If you are like him, you will be sent to other planets. He didn't know about the news after that. After all, he was no longer on planet Vegeta at that time. Now seeing Betkus as an adult feels very kind. I didn't expect you, second brother, to be on such a low middle-class planet. My father really went too far back then. Betkus carefully sensed his surroundings. Then he said. Betkus. Where is brother now? Tabor was taken aback. Then he asked suspiciously. He still has a lot of respect for the brother Vegeta. Although the two of them don't have a deep relationship at all. After all, the communication time is too short. Brother Vegeta, hehe, I don't know which planet the fireworks are set off. Betkus suddenly seemed to think of something. He smiled and said. Although I know, that kind of behavior is normal for Saiyans, but I hope, Betkus, you and your brother don't make too many unnecessary killings, because... Tabor glanced at the tragic village behind Betkus without a trace. Then he slowly opened his mouth. But before he finished speaking, Betkus interrupted him with a word. Because life is equal? Or, the strong should protect the weak. Betkus said with a blank face. This. Tabor was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't know Betkus's character. But if Vegeta was here, he would definitely be killed by Vegeta just now. Because of the Saiyan invasion and killing. It has never been allowed to be accused by others. It can even be said. This is something that every Saiyan must do. And Tabor's words can even be said to be contrary to the theory of Saiyans. Especially from when Betkus first appeared. Tabor already knew that the village was massacred by Betkus. And he couldn't feel any anger. Such a cruel situation. It made him very uncomfortable. It's just that he was facing Betkus, a younger brother who had never met before. So he didn't blame him. I just hope that Betkus can stop doing this. Brother Tabor. You have to know a fact. In this universe, if you don't have strength, you will be beaten. With strength, you can do what you want. This is why Saiyans will be defeated by Frieza. That guy dominates. That's because Frieza is strong enough. So all the premise must be based on strength. Without strength, everything will become extremely remote. The weak have the right to speak. It is always difficult to change the strong. Well, Betkus said in a long tone. But, you don't have to have strength to be able to coexist peacefully with others. Hearing this, Tabor immediately said without hesitation. Humph. You are really naive. And you are a different type of Saiyan. If your father is here or Vegeta-san is here, maybe what you said just now is enough to make you into the universe. It's dusty. Scions who are famous for fighting want to live in peace with others? It's ridiculous. Betkas curled his lips in disdain, and then said sarcastically, he finally understands why Tabor is so weak in the original book. It's not just because of poor talent, but more because of himself. Because he does not desire to become stronger in his heart. It is impossible for such a guy to become a strong person. No wonder. He has only a little combat power when he reaches the earth. It is really a shame for the Saiyan royal family. It's just thanks to the fact that Vegeta had changed at that time. Otherwise, Tabol would be obliterated by Vegeta without saying anything. Hey, are you angry? Betkas looked at Tabor's unwilling expression and clenched fists. Then he smiled. But in the next second, his smile froze. Because he suddenly felt a stream-like unique gas in his body, swimming in his body uncontrollably. Planet Lyra's. The unique aura hidden in that guy's body has begun to be released. Now that guy becomes a Super Saiyan. I guess it will be much easier. I don't know what kind of aura it is. As a 5th level Super Saiyan, the Saiyan seal I cast was dispelled just like that. Bardock suddenly sensed something. He frowned slightly and muttered. 44 Truth, Legendary Super Saiyan vs Super Saiyan. Normal picture. I don't know why I can't see it. Tragedy. Well. Speaking of which, today is even more tragic. It's been a long time since I updated it. I'm about to finish it. As a result, I accidentally chatted and made a fool of myself. I played it and clicked the button to delete a word. It's a bullet. Return it. Everything is gone. I'm going to fuck the uncle. I'm in a bad mood. Hey. What did I write in the previous announcement? About the truth about Broly's bombardment. I will write it at this time. Although the fight is a bit short. But time does not allow it. Well, it will be longer in the future. Betkas just clenched his fists in the air at this moment, standing upright, quietly feeling the abundant power in his body, as well as the trace of inexplicable aura that was not his own that still kept wandering leisurely, he was speechless for a long time. But at this moment, perhaps Betkas, who was in a bad environment, didn't know it yet. But Tabor, who was on the side, witnessed the change in Betkas's appearance with his own eyes. His body gradually exuded a golden aura. At the same time, the light golden pupils gradually turned into emerald green, a pair of tightly clenched fists. The veins were exposed. At the same time, an extremely strong sense of oppression swept over the surroundings. Ichiro's original clear sky in the sky strangely turned into black clouds. At the same time, a trace of lightning fell from time to time and hit the ground. This kind of scene deeply stimulated Tabor. What the hell happened? Tabor swallowed his tongue. He stared at this scene in a daze with cold sweat. He clenched his fists. He could feel the great coercion from Betkas. It was a kind of the invincible yin shadow that can only be felt by a strong gap. What? At the same time, Betkas himself was carefully feeling the chi swimming in his body. Let him ponder carefully, but he was not allowed to think about it for the next moment. He just felt the chi in his body that was constantly growing, and immediately let out a loud drink. Dozens of violent thunderbolts fell on the ground one after another. There was a booming sound at the same time. At the same time, Betkas erupted with an astonishing force. A hurricane swept around Betkas violently. At the same time, the tower under this strong wind, Bol was immediately blown far away. He could only put his hands in front of him and stare intently. But at this time, Betkas was covered with a flame-like golden aura all over his body. And that golden hairstyle that was constantly swaying in the strong wind, and even that colder demeanor, made people feel depressed. This is the Super Saiyan. Humph! It's such a great feeling. Compared with the previous one, it's simply too weak. It's just that the previous reason blocked me from transforming. Betkas looked at his current situation in a daze. unconsciously showed a nostalgic smile. Then carefully recalled the scene at a certain time. Memories. More than 10 years ago, the moment before the mimetic Broly killed Betkas. Damn! If you can transform into a Super Saiyan. If you can transform into a Super Saiyan, this guy. Betkas looked at the Qigong wave fired by Broly with a face of unwillingness. His body was still suppressed by this strong gap. Even if he wanted to move, it was too late. Boom! Ha ha ha! Broly was still laughing crazily. He didn't care about what he did just now. He just kept laughing happily. At the same time, his inflated body continuously exuded more and more powerful aura. It made people shudder. Suddenly. The next second. Broly suddenly stopped laughing. He just stared blankly at the smoke and dust place where Betkas was standing before. The smoke and dust there gradually dissipated. What appeared in Broly's eyes was a Betkas wrapped in a golden aura like flames. That golden hairstyle, those green pupils, and his stern and serious face. Even that more powerful power. Undoubtedly heralds. Betkas turned into a Super Saiyan. But it is different from other Super Saiyans. His hairstyle is not upside down. It's just still keeping the original appearance. Only the hair color has changed. And the petite body has also become a lot stronger. Broly just sneered. Suddenly, his momentum doubled in the next instant. A pair of hair turned green, his pupils disappeared, and his body became stronger. This means that Broly's real transformation into the legendary Super Saiyans. Not mimic pseudo Super Saiyans. Afterwards, he rushed towards Betkas immediately, and Betkas clenched his fists tightly, without saying a word. His green pupils fixed his eyes on the rushing Broly, and rushed over immediately. Just in the blink of an eye. Both of them rushed in front of each other. Broly raised his powerful right fist and quickly hit Betkas in the face. Betkas looked at Broly's right fist and immediately squatted down. Broly's fist came from his head, passed through. Hit empty. At the next moment, Betkas quickly clenched his right fist and punched Broly's chest with all his strength. Boom! Forehead. There was a sound of gun strikes. Broly only made a slight sound. Then he looked at Betkas's much shorter body. Immediately, the knee of his right foot bent and attacked towards Betkas. Betkas quickly dodged a somersault. Afterwards, his left hand quickly sent out a golden Qigong wave and blasted towards Broly. Broly Li Shi sent out a small green energy ball with his right hand without hesitation and blasted towards Betkas. Squeak! The Qigong wave and the energy ball leaned on each other with the slightest distance difference. They blasted towards each other. Both of them were hit by the inevitable. A very strong destructive force suddenly emerged. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded one after another. Two mushroom clouds with different colors emerged respectively. A burst of smoke and dust filled the air. The howling wind. Soon. Two figures appeared in the sight of both sides with different postures. Broly only had a trace of blood on his head. Then he laughed wildly. At the same time, he kept chanting, ha ha ha. Betkas! Betkas! And Betkas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Broly, who was still crazy with scars, and looked calm. The last move, bet my best. Betkas stared at Broly sharply. Then he said silently in his heart. Because he didn't dare to continue fighting with Broly. Because Broly would become stronger indefinitely. Now he can't even fight with Broly. Completely hurt. Broly can't be hurt in hand-to-hand combat. Then he can only rely on the Qigong wave of a full blow. Turtle. Pi. Chi. Kung Fu. Betkas thought of the trick in Dragon Ball, and suddenly thought of a common move, but it was very practical. Immediately put his hands flat on his right waist. Then he said slowly. At the same time, what shocked people was Bait on Cass' right hand, a blue Qigong wave prototype gradually formed, and continued to change. Ha ha ha. They all disappeared. Although Broly is crazy, but he also saw Betka's plan, immediately raised his hands high, and gathered a super large green energy ball, even stronger than the vitality bomb made by Monkey King in the early stage, much bigger. Both of them are staring at each other, the next moment they bombard each other at the same time. The energy ball and the blue Qigong wave collided together. An extremely bright radiance gradually blocked the vision of the two. At the same time, Betka's disappeared in place, while Broly was still laughing wildly. But there were many people around his body. A green protective cover appeared. And just a few seconds later, boom! This planet turned into the dust of the universe. 45 Return. I don't know if someone has misunderstood it. It's meaningless to say that this cheat is opened. 1. What I want to say is, this is not a cheat like other books. This is my simple digging setting. Foreshadowing. Prepared for the final ending. Otherwise, why would I make such a thing for the protagonist when I have nothing to do? I eat too much. Anyway, there will be a little explanation later. Second. Don't use it, read this book with an eye. Otherwise, I can't afford to be hurt. There is one more thing I want to declare. This book will not contain any cheating things other than Dragon Ball. What kind of infuriating or anything? I guarantee that it will not appear. Even if there is, it's also something in Dragon Ball. Okay. The chi that doesn't belong to me, disappeared, what's going on? Betka's carefully recalled everything that happened just now after his transformation. He was puzzled at once, because he could feel that the reason why he was able to transform so quickly was the aura that did not belong to him. In other words, it was revealed more than 10 years ago, the moment before Raleigh was killed. At that time, this energy was also at work. It seems that this energy can make him transform into a Super Saiyan at any time. It's just that he also knows that there is a price. For example, the one time more than 10 years ago, it was because of his transformation that he was completely banned. Only when he reaches a certain age can he truly transform into a Super Saiyan. Now this aura is crazy to move again. Can he not doubt it, but the aura suddenly disappeared, so he can't detect it. In this way, he has no means. It seems. I have to take some time to find Bardock and ask. Betka's frowned slightly, then murmured, sensing his current strength at the same time. It seems that I really overestimated myself before. Betka's carefully felt the power in his body, suddenly realized that being strong is powerful, but the only thing that made him feel dissatisfied was it was not as strong as expected, or it was because he overestimated it own. Forgot the most basic thing. Turning into a Super Saiyan. Although it is 50 times the normal. But if you don't have enough power, then you will still be weak after transforming. Cut. The current strength can solve Frisia's, it's enough. But it seems that the artificial man in the back may not be able to do it. It seems that we still need to continue to exercise. Otherwise, we will really be abused. 50.1.50.500600W.50253. It's just. Is Betka's real combat power really like this? This answer may only be known during the battle. Currently, I have capital. Although it is not as strong as expected. But, there is still time. I am not afraid of becoming weak. Betka's clenched his fists tightly. Looking at his current posture, an eager desire to fight immediately emerged from his heart without end. As soon as this mentality came out, Betkas felt very excited. Hey, the fruit of the spirit tree! Betkas suddenly found that his hands were empty. He was stunned for a moment. This stupefaction instantly attracted his attention. He no longer paid attention to his own psychology. It's just that the fruit of the spiritual tree suddenly disappeared, which made him a little puzzled. However, he seemed to remember that his hands seemed to loosen unconsciously when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Then the fruit of the spiritual tree almost fell off. It's right down below. It's just that looking at the densely exaggerated geography below, makes him feel a little dizzy. Because the fruit of the Jing God tree has no energy. After looking up and looking ahead, he suddenly found that Tabor was far away. His eyes narrowed slightly, his body was covered with flame-like air, and it drifted away. After that, Betka's disappeared in place in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Tabor. Forward! Gollum! Tabor was startled when he saw Betkastan, who suddenly appeared. Then he swallowed his tongue. He stared blankly at Betkas, who was still in Super Saiyan state. He had no words. Well, thank you for helping me hold this thing. Otherwise, I would really lose my strength. Betkas looked at the fruit of the God tree in Tabor's right hand, smiled slightly, and then said, he seems to be in a very normal Super Saiyan state at the moment, except that there is no burst of chi, which is almost normal. The state is a bit similar to the full power state of the Super Saiyan. It is the posture of Monkey King and Son Gohan coming out of the spiritual time house before the Cell game. But Betkas himself did not notice it. Because maintaining a Super Saiyan requires too much physical strength and energy. It is almost impossible to maintain it for a long time before reaching the full power state. This nothing. After a long time, Tabor recovered from the shock and said, was about to return the strange fruit in his hand to Betkas, and Betkas seemed to think of something. Suddenly he said, this thing you keep it. Tabor was taken aback by Betkas's words, he didn't know what the fruit was useful for. Well, it's a reunion gift. If you have the mentality to become a strong person, then eat that thing. If not, keep it. Betkas said thoughtfully. After finishing speaking, he was about to turn around and fly away. Because for him, there is no need for this planet to be destroyed. Because he already has the strength to defeat Frisia. There is no need to be afraid anymore. Wait. Betkas, what's going on with your form? Tabor looked at Betkas, who was about to fly away, suddenly thought of the question he had been holding back before, and asked immediately. Well, Super Saiyan. If there is anything, come to Earth to find me in the future. I believe Big Brother Vegeta will be there by then. Betkas just replied lightly. At the same time, he didn't hesitate anymore. He just disappeared. The legendary Super Saiyan. Tabor stared blankly at Betkas, who disappeared. The shock in his heart can be imagined. Frisia's base. That Betkas guy seems to have completed his mission and returned. It's so fast. Shambo reported to Frisia, who was still drinking leisurely, with a puzzled face. That guy's strength is more than enough to deal with that kind of low-level planet. It's just why that guy Vegeta acted without authorization. Have you investigated the reason? Frisia asked with an unhappy face. The voice in the scout. It was not interpreted at the time, and it was deleted by the personnel without authorization. I can't know it, but the only thing I know is, where Vegeta is going. It seems to be a remote planet. Champagne and Dodoria looked at Frisia in trepidation, then lowered their heads and replied. Really? Then you guys give me a good watch. Once you find anything, report it to me. Boom. Hearing this, Frisia burst the wine glass immediately, his hands were soaked by the wine, and he looked cold. Yes. King Frisia. We will monitor it ourselves. Champagne and Dodoria immediately responded when they heard the words. Then they retreated together. A severe storm is gradually kicking off. 46 Circumstances. Eyes closed face. Some people are entangled in the meaning of the foreshadowing. I said that I should not use the equal sign for digging and foreshadowing. Well, forget it. Pursuing me to write troublesome and natural foreshadowing. I don't want to. Simple digging is still almost. This chapter is a transition. King of the North. 99.99.10,000. Sun Wukong is doing training with a face of perseverance, completely ignoring Bobris who is supervising beside Ping and a certain insect. Wukong, you really worked hard. You came out for training so early. The king of the northern realm suddenly came out of the house. He pushed his little sunglasses. Then he looked at Monkey King with a comfortable face and said, "Of course. Lord Kai, after all, the earth is already facing a crisis. I have to work hard." Sun Wukong suddenly sat on the ground, took a few breaths, took the handkerchief that Bobris brought over, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then said, "Well, it's good to persevere in practice. But occasionally you have to relax. Practice blindly. Be careful that it will backfire." The king of the northern realm carefully looked at the current Monkey King, and then said, "Thinking back on the events of the last few months, the king of the northern realm really felt a little unbelievable. Because when Monkey King was on the verge of death when he was on Earth, there should have been a fairy bean brought by Kellen. It could have saved Monkey King from dying. But what? I know. But at a critical moment, I was stopped by someone. The reason is because it can make Monkey King stronger in the underworld within a year. The person who appeared in front of Piccolo and the others at that time, was God." After Sun Wukong explained, he also acquiesced. Because every time he thought of the extremely powerful power of Betkas from the previous year, he felt a little eager to try. This time, it was also because of Raditz. He misunderstood. He thought that Betkas would attack again. In this way, he agreed. Piccolo and others naturally had no extra opinions. They just promised to resurrect Monkey King 1 year later. And when Sun Wukong first arrived in the underworld, he didn't run the leisurely snake path like the original book. He used to fly almost whenever he was free. If he was about to run out of energy, he used to run. There was only a short section in the middle time rests and stays. This also causes Sun Wukong to arrive at the planet of the King of the North much earlier than the original. Now he is still practicing tirelessly. It is the same every day. The King of the Northern Realm is very pleased. But he will also properly remind Monkey King not to practice too much, causing too much damage to the body. "Don't worry. Lord Kai, I know it very well." Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Then handed the handkerchief in his hand to Bobris who was beside him. Then he said. Then he stood up and took a few deep breaths. What an incredible guy! In the past few months alone, his strength has improved so much. But he may still be a bit reluctant to deal with those scions. The King of the North Realm thought carefully about the remaining scions who have caused disasters in the North Galaxy in recent years. After comparing them, he found that there is still a gap between Sun Wukong and their strength. Especially one of the scions is even far more powerful than Sun Wukong. Multiples. Such a gap. Even with the upper realm King Fist, it is difficult to make up. This made him a little worried. Suddenly thought of a missing point. He suddenly came to his senses. Then he murmured, "First go and see who the scions in the northern galaxy are heading towards the Earth." Then the King of the North stood on the other side of the planet. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance. There were two tentacles-like things on his head. They seemed to be constantly sensing something. 1. 2. Both of them are very strong. But there is no such thing as that guy. In this case, Wukong still has a great chance of winning with the out-of-realm King Fist. After standing for a few minutes, the King of the North Realm suddenly sensed two spaceships moving towards the Earth. Then he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and muttered. Then he turned around and looked at Sun Wukong, who was still practicing with a happy face. He was full of self-confidence unconsciously. Earth. It's been a year since that guy said. It seems to be almost here. Piccolo sat cross-legged and closed his eyes in the air in a certain wilderness area. His cloak swayed with the wind. He opened his eyes with a serious expression and looked ahead. Then he began to think carefully. Over the past few months, Piccolo's cultivation can be regarded as absolutely strict, especially because he doesn't need to take care of the boy Sun Wuhan. He has also made great progress, but the only thing that has changed is, Sun Wufan can be said to be very hard at the moment because Piccolo was captured by Piccolo and forced to practice. But it made him fuss for a long time. As time went by, he was finally willing to practice seriously. As for why Piccolo caught Sun Wuhan to practice, it was because Sun Wukong reminded him, because Sun Wukong knew all the potentials of Sun Wuhan very well. If it is, it will definitely be very powerful. So Sun Wukong reminded Piccolo before he died. When practicing, he also brought Sun Wufan with him. As a result of Sun Wukong's words, Piccolo's curiosity came. Because Sun Wukong can be said to be his opponent. Since even Sun Wukong said that his son has extraordinary potential, then naturally he may become a combat power. So Piccolo went to arrest people like a city management. Kikai couldn't stop Piccolo at that time. If it wasn't for the explanation of Kellen and others later, maybe this matter would be a lot more troublesome. That stinky boy. It seems that he is not dead yet. Piccolo frowned slightly and sensed the faint aura of Sun Wuhan, and said immediately, then closed his eyes again. Don't run away. Let me chop another piece of meat. Sun Wuhan is on the flat ground at the moment, happily chasing the dinosaur whose tail was cut off by him before and shouting loudly. Ah! The dinosaur seems to have thought of some bad scene. It runs faster. It makes Sun Wuhan catch up. This is the potential of creatures to explode at a critical moment. It's really nerve-wracking. What should we do for dinner today? Are we going to catch fish again? Or eat fruit from the forest? Sun Wuhan looked at the dinosaur that had run away. Unconsciously, he felt a little headache. For pure meat food, he has not eaten it for a while. Now he sees a dinosaur. And it is cooked dragon. Originally, I wanted to chop another piece of meat for dinner. I didn't expect that the other party broke out and ran away. Starting Point Chinese website welcomes all book lovers to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all in the original Starting Point. Read. 47 Prelude to War. Is it bad luck this year? It just happened to be a time when meteorites are wandering intensively. There will be a lot of delay again. Damn it! Sitting in the spaceship, Betkus suddenly opened his closed eyes, looked at the stopped spaceship, and then looked out of the window. When he saw the meteorites floating in front of him like a torrential rain, he was shocked face annoyed. This group of meteorites is generally very common in the universe. But densely wandering meteorite groups are rarely encountered. But now, Betkus has met it. It has to be said that his RP is extremely weak to some extent, yes. And because of the meteorite group, this will cause him to be unable to move for a period of time. Or he can take a long way. But both will consume a lot of time. At best, there is only a relationship between motion and motion. Although he really wants to smash the meteorites in front, but he is not a creature like Frisia who can survive in the universe. Although it can be barely active in the universe for a short period of time. But it is impossible to completely destroy this densely packed meteorite group. If it can't be completely destroyed, then it's just a waste of energy. So he can't do it even if he wants to. It seems that we have to wait. If we take a long way, we will have to go back at least a month later. If that is the case, the Namek matter should be over. Betkus leaned back on the back chair. With his eyes closed. His hands were spread out on his knees. He could only wait slowly. And meanwhile, Earth. By the way, is this planet too light? There is no gravity at all. Nappa moved his arms with a relaxed face. Then he looked at the surrounding cities that had been reduced to ruins by him. Then he said strangely. Humph. In this way, we will not do us any harm. Forget it. Let's find someone first. Also, don't do such a stupid move next time. If Dragon Ball is accidentally destroyed by you, then it's just a waste of time. Vegeta stood by and said with a sneer. Oh, that's right. Nappa immediately reacted when he heard the words. He realized that he was indeed a little reckless. After calming down, he and Vegeta turned on the scout and began to explore the high-end combat power on the planet. Hey! This planet is really unusual. There are a few guys with relatively high combat power gathered together. One is only 1432, and the other is 2511. There are a few others with combat power between 1800 to 2200. It seems that the data assessment of this planet at that time was wrong. No wonder that Guy Raditz died here. After Nappa detected a lot of information, he was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a little ridiculous and said, "Humph. Never mind. Go find those guys first." Vegeta just said lightly, then floated up, and flew directly towards the place detected before, and Nappa followed closely behind. The two of them flashed in the sky like shooting stars. On the other hand, Uncle Piccolo, two very powerful auras are coming towards us. Son Gohan sensed two powerful auras with a trembling face. Then he said a little worriedly, "Hey? Strong. One of them is not bad. It's just that these two guys are too different from the Saiyan we met 2 years ago. No. It should be said. Too weak. At least this way. I am confident that I can find a chance to take out one of the much weaker ones," Piccolo said with a sneer. His tone was full of confidence, and Sun Wuhan next to him was a little stunned, because he couldn't imagine that such a powerful opponent in his perception was still too weak in Piccolo's eyes. Type. Although only one of them is specified. But it also shocked him. Of course. Piccolo only came to the conclusion after comparing Vegeta with Nappa and Betkas. It is not because he is very powerful. Indeed. It's just that the guy from 2 years ago didn't come. It really reassures me a lot. Kellen squatted on the side. The tightly clenched fists of both hands were released all of a sudden. After that, he seemed to have relaxed his mind and said, "And Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Yamcha have the same mentality as Kellen. Even Piccolo, what they are worried about is the attack of Betkas again. Then they have absolutely no chance of winning. Even Monkey King being able to learn from the King of the Realm and come back. It doesn't necessarily have a big winning rate. After all, Betkas's invasion of the Earth showed his full strength. That is, a combat power of close to 11. This has raised their vision to a certain extent. For Vegeta, who has a combat power of only 2W9, and Nappa, who is 1W2000, there will naturally be no tension and fear. After all, the eyes are higher than the top. Tried the most extreme punishment. Are you still afraid that a mere iron coat hanger will hit you? That's pretty much it. Only Sun Wuhan, a new fighter, has never experienced it before. So he is full of anxiety. Especially this is the first important battle he has participated in. A little carelessness can cause great trouble. Wait. Be prepared. Don't lose your life for some shit reason. No matter what. We must kill that weak guy. In this way, if Monkey King comes, it will be much easier. Trust that guy, your strength should have been greatly improved. We should be able to deal with the stronger Saiyan. So our goal is to kill one of the weaker ones. Do you understand? Piccolo said to everyone with a serious expression on his face. Klin and the others are naturally experts. Of course they understand. He nodded his head and responded seriously. Son Gohan is a young man who fights. I guess he will grow up slowly, just do it. Kellen Tower. The cat fairy was telling the fortune-telling mother-in-law with a serious face and said, "That's all." I handed the fortune-teller a thick and heavy bag. Inside were more than a dozen masterpieces from the past 2 years. Don't worry. Sun Wukong will definitely come back in the shortest possible time. According to his words, with Xiandu, no more than an hour at most. The divination mother-in-law said to the cat fairy with a face of peace of mind. Yaki Lobe looked at the small bag with a distressed and thirsty face. In the past 2 years, he has not even touched the fairy beans. It is because of the strict requirements of the cat fairy. Less than. Then I'm at ease. After all, although the scions who came to Earth this time are not as strong as the guy from the previous 2 years, they are not what Piccolo and the others can handle. Maybe only Wukong, who has learned martial arts from the king of the world, has a chance of winning. 2 years ago, just in case, I planted the seeds of fairy beans. And I let some gluttonous idiot save money. I can barely have this stock. I hope it can be of great help. The cat fairy sincerely said to the divination mother-in-law. Then I'll go first. Otherwise, there might not be enough time. The divination mother-in-law looked at the cat fairy, then said, and disappeared from the sight of the cat fairy and Yaki Lobe. Northern Realm King Star. I hope that the divination mother-in-law can be faster. In that case, I will have the confidence to use Kaiha Fist continuously to rush back. Sun Wukong looked into the distance with a serious face, then clenched his fists. This fellow also mistakenly thought that Betkas was attacking. 48 When the battle is in progress. Hey! 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 people. The high-end combat power on this planet is gathered here. Just catch them all. Save trouble. Nappa condescendingly looked down at Piccolo and the others standing in the wilderness below. He laughed loudly, while Vegeta next to him clicked his scouting device and glanced at it. He just smiled disdainfully. Nappa slowly fell below. He looked contemptuously at Klin and the others who had no sense of tension except Sun Wuhan. This guy looks like a Namek. Vegeta caught a glimpse of Piccolo at a close distance. He suddenly found it familiar. Then he muttered thoughtfully. Hey! You guys better be more sensible and hand over the Dragon Balls. Then I can let you die quickly. Nappa didn't wait for Vegeta to speak. He stepped forward. His tall body carried a sense of oppression. He said in a compelling tone. Humph! Want Dragon Balls? Your skills are not enough. Piccolo sneered disdainfully, and then said. Oh! You are quite arrogant. I don't think I saw Kakarot. Did he run away? Nappa was not angered because of this. For him, this time he came to Earth, he had to treat it rationally. Don't cause a catastrophe because of personal emotions. After all, this time is about the eternal life. Even if he is a fool Ching. I also know the importance of it. Especially when Vegeta mentioned it once. He will not come to direct destruction at every turn. Dad didn't run away. He will definitely defeat you guys. Sun Wuhan heard the words and immediately retorted loudly. Really? Ha ha ha. It's ridiculous. What can a low-level fighter do? Nappa laughed wildly when he heard this. Vegeta just chuckled from the sidelines, as if it had nothing to do with him. For him, Nappa is enough to solve these people. There is no need for him to take action. Sun Wuhan clenched his fists tightly when he heard the words. He looked at Nappa with an angry face. Piccolo and the others looked at Nappa with the same face and heart. By the way, Vegeta. Do you want to play with them with a vegetable man? Nappa suddenly remembered something. Then he turned his head and asked Vegeta behind him. Don't do such meaningless things. The fighting power of the vegetable people is not as high as them. Even if there are a large number, they can only drag 1 or 2 people to death. Waste of resources. Why don't you go into battle yourself and beat them up? Ask about Dragon Ball location. Vegeta thought for a while. Then he said. That's right, that's good, my uncle will deal with you in person. Let's go together. Watch me teach you a lesson. Nappa continued to walk a few steps forward with a proud face. Then he said. What a pompous fellow. Yamcha spit out unhappily. Then said, "It's good to be arrogant. The more arrogant the guy is, the faster he will die." But Piccolo said with a sneer. Kellen, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling heard the words, and nodded with a little sympathy. Sun Wuhan looked at this situation with a tense face. "Try to keep yourself calm, take it easy. But the battle is about to begin." Piccolo can't care about Sun Gohan anymore. He can only rely on himself. Vegeta went directly to a side rock and sat down. He looked at it with a blank expression. "Accept. Fuck the gas bomb. Qigong Cannon." The first one to make a shot was Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. Both of them took out their favorite skills at the same time and blasted towards Nappa in front of them. "Nanny." Nappa was very disdainful when he saw the chi manipulation bomb that flew first. For him, it would be strange if such a slow Qigong could hit a person. He just avoided it by bending his body slightly to the left, but when Tianjin Fan's Qigong Cannon followed, Nappa was shocked directly. Because although this Qigong Cannon is not as powerful as Shailu's, it is still somewhat lethal against the current Nappa. Nappa only felt as if his body had been hammered by something. Suddenly, his huge body was pushed back tens of meters abruptly. Just when Nappa was about to speak, Vegeta's haughty tone came over. "Stupid! Where are you looking? Pay attention to the back." Nappa was startled when he heard the words. As soon as he turned around, he found that the Qigong that he avoided before was flying towards him again. Immediately, he jumped up with all his strength. "Humph! I won't let you escape easily." Yamcha sneered slightly. Then the index finger and middle finger were put together and shook for a while. The Qigong ball suddenly hit Nappa's chest in the air. This sudden change surprised Nappa slightly, but it also can't hide. Boom! A burst of explosion sounded from the sky. At the same time, a black cloud of smoke also appeared in the sky, covering everyone's sight. Piccolo and the others looked at this scene with unchanged expressions, because they knew very well that greetings on this point, it is impossible to kill each other. This is just a test, for the murder plan later. No battle plan. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked at Nappa, who was hit with a slight displeasure. He felt that his face was dull. As a Saiyan, he would be hit by such a move. It's really shameful. This is his psychological thought. "Tch, you guys are really good at changing balls." Nappa suddenly rushed out of the smoke and shouted angrily. At this time, the armor on Nappa's chest was broken. There was a round hole. The abdominal muscles inside were exposed. At the same time, it looked a little black. This made him very annoyed. It was a shame that the other party destroyed his armor at the very beginning. Especially the other party was much weaker than himself. "Coming!" Piccolo's face tightened. Then he reminded loudly. Everyone was vigilant when they heard the words. Nappa rushed straight towards them. With a huge body, the speed was not slow at all. Piccolo and the others took a burst of aura, and then dispersed. These guys can actually improve their combat power. Vegeta, who was watching the battle by the side, shrank his pupils. Because he suddenly found that the numbers on the scout had changed drastically. To be precise, they had increased. How is it possible? The lowest fighting power of these guys is 2000. The others are about 3000. And the Namekian's fighting power is as much as 4000. No wonder that trash radits died here. The information on this planet is exactly what Nappa said. What a misrecording. Vegeta looked at the situation on the field with a slightly changed expression. Then he murmured in his heart. Estimated to be 50 chapters. Sun Wukong may appear. As for the next chapter, someone will die. Who is it? Guess. Tisk tisk. Mobile users, please go to M to read. 49. The Death of Nappa. This chapter can be regarded as a trick. Well, Nappa died very aggrieved. Even Vegeta can't prevent the destruction of the world, Oh! Snapped! Snapped! Two bursts of blowing sounds, accompanied by two figures being knocked into the air. At this time, Nappa hit Piccolo's face and Yamcha's body with both hands respectively. The powerful force sent the two directly to each other. It flew upside down and crashed into a small hill in the distance. It was dented. Uncle Piccolo! Sun Wuhan suddenly turned his head to look at this scene. Immediately exclaimed. And then a dark shadow enveloped Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan turned around immediately and saw Nappa's tall figure. His body trembled unconsciously. Humph! A brat who hasn't experienced actual combat is really weak. But you can blame yourself. Nappa lowered his head and looked at Sun Wuhan, who was standing below. He laughed at him suddenly. He stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist to hit Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan just looked at him submissively. It seemed that he forgot dodge. Get out of the way! Stupid! Piccolo just stood up from the hill. Seeing this thrilling scene, he immediately shouted. Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong! And Kellen blasted out Kameha Kigong at this moment. Nappa was suddenly attracted to the blue Kigong wave rushing to the right, and immediately curled his lips in disdain. Then flicked it with his hand. Kamei Kigong was easily sent flying. Gohan! Get out of there! Kellen looked at Sun Wuhan, who was still in a daze, and immediately reminded. What? Sun Wuhan came back to his senses when he heard the words. He looked at Nappa, who had just turned his head to look at him, and jumped back immediately. He opened the distance from Nappa, and Piccolo and Yamcha. Tianjin, the four of Fan and Dumpling just got together again. Kellen also approached all of a sudden. How about it, Piccolo? Tianjin Fan looked at Nappa in the distance with a serious expression. Then he asked Piccolo. Except for Sun Wuhan, who is still in a state of emergency, they all looked at Piccolo with serious expressions. It can be successful. It's just that the probability is only about 30%. Piccolo pondered for a while, looked at Vegeta, who was still smiling lightly, and said immediately. That's too high. Originally, I thought it might not even be 10%. Why don't you take a gamble? Kellen was a little surprised when he heard the words. The others were also a little bit happy. No. The failure rate is still too high. There is only one chance. If we fail, we will die. So I want to increase the probability of success. Piccolo shook his head and said. Increase height? How can you increase height? Yamcha asked in surprise. Others were puzzled. Wait. You all go to attract that big guy's attention. I will observe for a while and do it. As long as it succeeds, then kill that big guy. No accidents. The success rate is absolutely 100%. If you are lucky later. Don't even Son Goku, come here. We will be able to deal with these two Saiyans. Gohan. Then you should stop participating. Piccolo seemed to have thought of something. Then his face showed a hint of color. He opened his mouth and said. Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. The success rate was 100%. So they all acted as pioneers. And Sun Wuhan, he lowered his head in frustration. Kellen just patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. Then he nodded. He walked forward with Tianjin Fanyi and others. Hey? Are you done discussing? Nappa looked at Kellen, Tianjin Fan, Yamuti, and Dumpling, who were standing in front of them, then laughed and said. Go together. As soon as Tianjin Fan opened his mouth, the four of them rushed towards Nappa. Nappa looked at the four rushing people with disdain. Then he was thrown away without hesitation. Then he kicked the dumpling that appeared behind him. Afterwards, Yamcha, who appeared to the left with his left elbow, straightened his face, and then directly pointed his head at Kellen. Little bald head banged. In just the blink of an eye, the four of them were sent flying out together. At the same time, each of them felt a burst of pain. Humph! Is this not enough? Nappa looked at the 4 people lying on the ground. Said with a relaxed face. Vegeta on the side is still watching this scene with a faint smile. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, we are overestimating our capabilities. But the next moment, Vegeta suddenly felt something was wrong. Snapped. Snapped. When Vegeta reacted, he realized, the scout on his left eye and the scout on Nappa's left eye were both blown up by a tiny light beam Qigong wave. Then he stared at Piccolo with a gloomy expression. You guy, really did something you shouldn't do. Nappa looked at Vegeta with a gloomy face. Suddenly he was a little surprised, because Piccolo's actions are simply provocative. And the reason why Vegeta and Nappa didn't notice Piccolo was entirely because Piccolo gathered a small golden beam Qigong. And at that time, the fiasco of Kellen and others attracted most of the attention. So didn't pay attention to Piccolo's actions. Credit to the end. After all, it's because they can't sense chi. Otherwise, it's impossible for Piccolo to succeed. Nappa. Give me the speed to kill them. As for the Dragon Balls, at worst, let's catch Kakarot. I believe that guy also knows the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta ordered to Nappa with a gloomy face. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop suddenly. It became much colder. Understood. Hee. You really can't blame me for angering Vegeta. It's scary. Nappa looked at Piccolo with gloating face and said. Humph. Piccolo just sneered. He didn't care about Vegeta's cold-killing intent at all. When he saw Krillin and the others standing up and asking, he just nodded slightly. With a confident look, he began to act secretly. Okay. Let me kill you directly. Lest you will try a more terrifying hell. Nappa squeezed his fists. Looking at Piccolo, who was still motionless, he said. At the same time, he glanced at Kellen and the others who just stood up and looked at Piccolo. They seemed a little happy. Just now. Do it. Piccolo shouted loudly at this moment. Kellen and others immediately took action when they heard the words. Kellen closed his eyes tightly. At the same time, he opened his right hand upwards. And Tianjin Fan rushed to Nappa at once. He opened his hands and blocked his face. Instantly shouted, Sun Fist. Nanny. A burst of intense stimulating light directly closed the pierced eyes of Nappa and Vegeta, who was about to move. The two were shocked at the same time. Krillin. Tianjin Fan moved sideways quickly. Then he yelled at Kellen. Hey! I've been waiting for a long time. Kiwanjan. Kellen showed a hint of color. Then he opened his right hand in the air. At some point, a disc had condensed. Then, at the moment Tianjin Fan shouted, he threw it towards Nappa. Nappa! Get out of the way! What? Vegeta reluctantly opened his bloodshot right eye due to the flashing light. Looking at Krillin's extremely dangerous Kiwanjan, immediately reminded loudly. But Nappa himself was a little confused, he didn't know what happened casually. But he still believed in Vegeta's words. He was about to take off into the air to avoid it. But he found that his body couldn't be controlled for a moment, just when he was about to break free. He was bombarded by Yamcha's Qigong at the back. It made him feel a slight pain. At the same time, it made him a little strange. Could it be this level? Nappa was hit by the Qigong bomb, and then he was puzzled. As everyone knows, this is just a suspicious strategy. And in the distance, Yamcha and Dumpling are serious. They are operating something in cold sweat. And at the next moment, except for Nappa himself, everyone witnessed it. Kellen's Kiwan cut through Nappa's waist without hesitation. The tall figure was directly caught. It was drawn in two halves. Blood gushed out suddenly. It made people feel bloody. Does anyone think that Taeyankan plus Kiwanjan plus Dumpling's mind power plus Yamcha Qigong bomb's suspicious strategy equals kill Nappa in seconds? Mobile users, Please go to M to read. 50 Intense collision. In fact, there is no bug in the last chapter. If you think about it carefully, you will understand. This chapter will also give a brief explanation of the summary. Plus a few more people died. Speaking of this chapter, I decisively let Monkey King show up. Cough cough. This time the Earth defense battle is estimated to last about 2 chapters. Well, I can't skip. Because it is easy to be confused. Besides, I also showed a different way from the original to let the Z fighters show their talents. Really successful. Kellen looked at Napana's expression of not knowing what happened before he died. He said in disbelief, with a great sense of joy in his tone. Tianjin Fan, Yamuti, Dumplings, and Piccolo all showed a happy expression. Because they really killed one of the Scions. And they are still much stronger opponents than them. This is undoubtedly it gave them great encouragement and confidence. It's amazing. It really killed him. Sun Wuhan looked at this scene with a look of surprise. He couldn't believe it. Because he knew how strong that big guy was. But he didn't expect to solve it with the cooperation of all the seniors. This group of guys. Really insidious. Vegeta regained his eyesight a little at this time. He barely opened his blurred eyes. Then he looked at Piccolo and the others. He immediately raised his vigilance. It's your turn next. Yamcha looked at Vegeta confidently and said loudly. The others also looked at Vegeta with confident faces. Humph. I really didn't expect that you guys would have such an IQ. It's really a trick after a trick. First let these 4 weak guys attract the attention of me and Nappa. Then you but this Namek took the opportunity to blow up our scout. The fear is that the scout has the consideration of covering up that flashing move, and then took advantage of the 3-eyed guy to use some kind of sun fist, temporarily blinding us. It is impossible to judge. After that, the bald boy used the extremely dangerous disc move to give the opponent a fatal blow. Nappa should have been able to dodge it, but it was delayed for a second by the superpower of the little white-faced guy. Plus you also hit Nappa with some kind of gas bomb. It made him think it was your attack. This is the so-called suspicious strategy. In the end, he died because he couldn't dodge in time. Vegeta still had a haughty look on his face. Slowly analyzed this coherent plan. That's right. It's just that you missed the most crucial point. Piccolo looked at Vegeta with an unchanged expression and replied. Vegeta was taken aback when he heard that. That is, we used our lives and wounds in exchange for your information. At the same time, we have also judged that you cannot perceive the existence of Chi. This is your biggest failure. Piccolo said with a hint of force, and at the same time said the fatal thing about it all. Oh. This is also our mistake. I didn't expect to have such a convenient ability. Thanks to our decades of wandering in the universe, we have never met a guy who can control Chi. I didn't expect that you Earthlings would use it. It's just thanks to you. I believe that I can use this kind of move as long as I feel it. So your plan to deal with Nappa is no longer effective for me. Vegeta said with an unchanged expression. When Piccolo Kling and the others heard the words, their expressions changed slightly. Be prepared to face death. I can do it myself. Your existence is not in vain. Vegeta slowly jumped down from the small hill and landed on the ground. Then he looked at Piccolo and the others indifferently. One more time. I don't believe that this guy can really perceive Chi in such a short period of time. Tianjin Fan looked at the indifferent Vegeta. He immediately asked Piccolo and the others. The others nodded in agreement. Although Piccolo wanted to give up the exposed plan, this was the only possibility that had a chance of winning. Because the short scion on the opposite side had stronger fighting power than the big guy just now. Too much. Krillin. Sun Fist. Tianjin Fan tilted his head and yelled at Kellen. Immediately, he spread his hands to cover his face. Then he shouted loudly. Boom. Puff. I've said it all. This trick is no longer effective. But for unnecessary trouble, I'd better die. And at the next moment, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Tianjin Fan. A hand pierced his chest directly. Blood gushed out all of a sudden. At the same time dripped on the ground. Everyone's originally closed eyes suddenly felt that Tianjin Fan's anger disappeared. Everyone was shocked. They opened their eyes at the same time, and found that Tianjin Fan had been directly pierced through the chest by Vegeta. How come? Son Gohan looked at Vegeta with a look of fear. Trembling and retreating. Piccolo and the others also changed their expressions. They didn't expect Vegeta's speed to be so terrifying. Watching the tragic death of Tianjin Fan, Dumpling suddenly looked angry. Kellen held the Qi Yuan Zhan in his hand in a daze, not knowing what to do. At this time, somewhere on Earth, a crimson meteor is constantly flying towards the place where Piccolo and others are. A figure is at the forefront. At the same time, his face is full of pain. It is Monkey King who is driving the Kai Wonkin and is constantly on the road. Someone's Qi disappeared. Who could it be? An evil Qi has disappeared before. It seems that Piccolo and the others have solved an opponent. But this time... Damn it! Hurry up! Crack! Sun Wukong sensed the disappearance of a wave of Qi, and immediately became serious. At the same time, he swallowed a fairy bean. At the same time, he said silently again, Triple Realm King Fist. Just for a moment. The speed has increased a lot. Flying forward rapidly. And Piccolo and the others are already in a desperate situation. Although it didn't take long. But it is undeniable that, under Vegeta's powerful power, they have no power to resist at all. Immediately after Tianjin Fan was killed in seconds, Dumpling also wanted to the same with Vegeta return and was easily killed. You, a Namek, are indeed a bit smart. I don't know if your hometown, Namek, also has Dragon Balls, but you still have to die. Vegeta looked at the vigilant Piccolo, said contemptuously. Namek. Humph. I've heard you muttering so many times. I really don't know what kind of alien this is. Piccolo snorted coldly and said. You will know when you go to the underworld. Vegeta just sneered, and then opened his right hand towards Piccolo, blasting him with a Qigong wave. Piccolo looked at the Qigong wave coming, and immediately pulled Son Gohan who was behind him and jumped to the left. Avoid. Then he quickly sent out a Qigong wave and blasted towards Vegeta. Vegeta looked at this scene with disdain. Wei Wei flicked away with her hand. Immediately after the next moment, without waiting for Krillin, Piccolo, and others to react, Vegeta teleported and appeared in Piccolo's reluctance. A Qigong wave reached out and pressed Piccolo's abdomen. Oops! Piccolo was startled when he saw this scene. He quickly pushed Sun Wuhan to the left. Boom! Big! Kellen Yamcha was shocked when he saw this scene. Mobile users, please go to M to read. 51 Son Goku vs Vegeta. Well, some people feel that the protagonist is soy sauce. There is no way. I can't jump here. Because this can be regarded as a good chapter to recall in the future. If I skip it, I will feel lack of integrity at the end and I don't want to give them too few roles for the Z fighters. Especially Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Maybe the roles I give them can be as good as Betka's. It can be said. In my case, in my idea, Betka's takes 3 parts of the scene. Sun Wukong and Vegeta each take 3 parts. The Z fighters get 1 part. As for the actual situation, I still have to decide according to my inspiration at the time. The position of the part can change at any time. I have seen many Dragon Ball fans in the past. Most of them like to play and jump. Z fighters have very few roles. Some even go to the soy sauce. It makes me feel very sorry. There is almost 1 chapter left. I still have to go to school tomorrow. Let me temporarily inform you about the update time during the school period. Well, 1:30 at noon. If not, then I am afraid it will be at 6:30. Just these 2 time points. If there is no update time, I will notify you the next day. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan looked at the astonishing aftermath of the explosion. The moment he was thrown away, he yelled, but he was blown far away by the strong wind. However, Yamacharan blocked his face with his hands and fixed his pace. Kellen could only barely stretch out his left hand to block the front because of raising his right hand, making himself slightly keep your body balanced. Don't be blown away by the wind and waves. And Vegeta still had a faint smile on his face. Then he crossed his hands in front of his chest, as if sitting and watching Piccolo's miserable state. Kara Kara. The gravel fell from the sky. When the eyes were gone, Piccolo was buried in a small hill. Purple blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The clothes he was wearing were ripped apart by Vegeta's blow. At the same time, there is a deadly big hole in the abdomen. It is obviously caused by Vegeta's attack just now. And anyone can see. At this time, Piccolo has more air intake and less air output. He looks like he is about to die. It is terrible. Looking at this scene in a daze, Klin and the others only felt very terrified. Because Vegeta's strength once again woke them up. It made them understand that small tricks are still so powerless in the face of absolute power. There is still a fatal gap between them and Vegeta. And Son Gohan hurried to Piccolo's side to care. Vegeta looked indifferently. He tilted his head in disdain. Looking at Krillin who was holding Chi Yuan slash, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Just being stared at by Vegeta, Krillin felt shuddering. Facing Vegeta's powerful gaze, Krillin felt as if he was enveloped in despair. He couldn't move. His body was trembling unconsciously. Whoosh! And at the next moment, a red shadow suddenly flashed in front of Vegeta, causing Vegeta to be surprised. Then he fixed his eyes on the figure that just appeared. Krillin and Yamcha saw the person coming. Immediately a look of joy appeared. Is it still a step late? Damn it! Sun Wukong looked at the crying Son Gohan and the lifeless Piccolo with a serious face. He clenched his fists tightly and said unwillingly. Goku. Dad. Kakarot. Krillin, Yamcha, Son Gohan, and Vegeta all looked at Sun Wukong and said in unison. The reason why Vegeta was able to know that the Monkey King in front of him was Kakarot was because of the conversation with Raditz and others a year ago. Otherwise, it is estimated that Monkey King was standing in front of him. He didn't even know Sun Wukong was Kakarot. Kellen, Yamcha, Gohan, you three, eat all the remaining fairy beans. Sun Wukong lifted the Kaiwang fist. Then he felt a burst of fatigue and exhaustion. He ate a fairy bean without hesitation. Then he felt full all of a sudden. Then he said to Kellen and others. Then he threw the fairy bean bag, gave it to Yamcha. Yamcha took the fairy bean bag thrown by Monkey King in a daze. Then I came back to my senses and opened it. I found that there were just 3 celestial beans left inside. Then he ate one of the 3 fairy beans. He gave another one to the relaxed Kling. Then he ran over and gave one to the less injured Sun Wuhan. The 3 of them recovered completely immediately. Vegeta was surprised. I didn't expect that it was you 2 Scions who came to Earth. I thought that strong guy would come too. Sun Wukong turned around and looked at Vegeta and said. A strong guy? Vegeta frowned slightly. Looked at Monkey King with a puzzled expression. Isn't he your companion? He is also a Scion. Compared with your strength, it seems to be much stronger. At the beginning, I thought he also came together. It made me rush non-stop. Sun Wukong rarely showed a smile and asked. On the way, he consumed not only a few fairy beans, but more than a dozen. Think about it, in the original book, it took Sun Wukong nearly half a day to get back. At present, it took him less than half an hour. I rushed back. If it wasn't for him not being able to withstand the higher Kyoan He would definitely have arrived sooner. Is this guy talking about Betkas? Did that guy come to Earth? Hearing this, Vegeta frowned and meditated, because in his cognition, the only Saiyan stronger than him is Betkas, other than that, no one else. Of course. If he knew of Broly's existence, he wouldn't think so. You know Betkas? Vegeta suddenly became interested and asked. It turns out that his name is Betkas. I want to fight him again. The previous time, I was too unwilling to lose. If you know him, please tell him for me. I hope he can fight me again. Sun Wukong said seriously. Humph, are you joking? Kakarot. Don't even fight him. You are not my opponent. You are just a low-level fighter. After all, it won't be too big. And you didn't fight him, now is your chance. Today you will die at my hands. Vegeta laughed when he heard that. Yes. On the contrary, Sun Wukong said indifferently, and then assumed an offensive posture. Vegeta still looked indifferent, but he was very vigilant in his heart, because the red shadow of Sun Wukong that suddenly flashed just now made him feel very nervous, dangerous. So he thinks it is necessary to take Kakarot seriously. Welcome all book lovers to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all here. For mobile phone users, please go to M to read. 52 Target Namek. ... Oh. ... 1330 ... Oh. ... 1. At this moment, Friesia's planetary base. King Friesia Betkas has returned. Xiaobo spoke respectfully to Friesia, who was in high spirits. Really? Call him into the castle. Hearing this, Friesia paused the hand holding the glass, then put down the glass and said. As ordered. After hearing the words, Xiaobo immediately left the room. Dodolia looked at Friesia with a serious expression. She was shocked to find that Friesia was still expressionless. Because Friesia has been crazy ever since he learned about the existence of Dragon Ball from the wiretapping of the reconnaissance equipment. Although it was destroyed by a Namek named Piccolo later, the content behind it could not be eavesdropped. But still a clue was found in the database for many years. Namek. The birthplace of the Namek people. There is the most powerful Dragon Ball there. Because I found the Namek planet before and found that there is nothing strange on it. Over time, I have forgotten the information of this non-existent planet. But now it was dug out again. After several days of research, it was discovered that the reason why some subordinates went to the Namek planet to look for the Dragon Ball a long time ago but failed to find it was because a devastating disaster broke out there at that time, which almost led to the extinction of all the Namek people. It's a pity that some of them escaped after all. They survived on other planets for the time being. Then they returned to Namek. Missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from the point of time. And this opportunity came again. Friesia wants to get the Dragon Ball even if he uses up all his forces. Realize the eternal life that is impossible to achieve. Squeaky. At this moment, Betkas pushed open the door and walked in numbly from the outside. His expression was as calm as a stream. Friesia turned around and looked at Betkas sharply. He seemed to want to see through something. But Betkas still had the same calm and mechanical demeanor. It was such a demeanor. Friesia couldn't guess it at all. Find out what this guy is thinking. The thing about Vegeta, you know. Friesia also stopped thinking about unnecessary things and spoke directly. What's the matter? Betkas asked indifferently. His eyes and expression remained unchanged. Boom. Don't play tricks on me. That fellow Vegeta sent you a message before leaving. Don't think I don't know. Friesia was furious when he heard the words. He smashed the wine glass in his hand. He didn't care about his wet right hand. Then he said angrily, while Dodoria and Baobo, who had just walked in, looked at Bet with a sneer. Cass. I'm sorry. I entered the magnetic field at the beginning. So I didn't receive any information at all. I don't know what Vegeta-san did to make you unhappy. Betka's just narrated a fact naturally, without any panic. You. Frisia choked up when he heard the words. The anger in his eyes seemed to kill someone. The cold murderous intent gradually dissipated. A huge invisible pressure spread towards the surroundings. The temperature was like turning on the air conditioner. It gradually dropped by more than n degrees. Ziobo and Dodolia watched this scene in a cold sweat. Betkas pretended to be struggling. Then he said, no. Something. Then I will leave first. Frisia remained silent. Betkas didn't take it seriously either. He slowly exited the room. Subo. Dodoria. Prepare the crew and the spaceship. Let's go to Namek. By the way, inform that guy Jinyu. Tell him to keep an eye on Betkas. Frisia snorted coldly, and then gave an order. Hearing this, Xiaobo immediately nodded. Just as he was about to go out, the ground suddenly shook violently. Frisia and the others suddenly felt something bad in their hearts. At the same moment, a person rushed in and shouted. King Frisia! It's not good! After Betkas destroyed all the king's spaceships in the base, he left in the direction of planet Namek. Nanny! Humph! Frisia! Do you think it's fun to play tricks? This time, I'll make your ass hurt once. Namek's dragon wish will be mine. Let me see whether Bolunga can achieve eternal immortality's life. Sitting in the spaceship, Betkas murmured while staring at the constantly shuttling environment outside the window with a sneer. And just when Frisia's egg hurts, Betkas's ambition was exposed. The Earth is in an unprecedented war. Damn cockroach, he actually has that much power. Vegeta was covered in scars. Panting in embarrassment, he looked at Sun Wukong who was sunken in the stone wall in front of him. Panting sharply, he opened his mouth and said. This time he really felt that it was too careless to come to the earth. He didn't expect that Sun Wukong would have enough strength to surpass him. If he hadn't transformed into a giant ape, he had suppressed Sun Wukong. I'm afraid he would have been completely blown away by now. 2W9.1W5.4W5. Krillin, Yamcha, and Son Gohan were almost paralyzed by Vegeta at the last moment. So he can be said to have won a miserable victory. At present, only the strength that can act is left. Go back quickly. Damn it. It seems that Betkas must be brought over next time. Vegeta looked at the spherical spaceship that he had just summoned with a mechanical remote control. Then he opened the hatch and sat in. He left this planet without obsession. Because he has received the most important news. Dragon Ball on Earth already abolished. Next time I must go to the hometown of the Namekians. Namek. There are the purest Dragon Balls, it's just because of the wound. He can only go back for treatment first. He is slowly plotting. Mobile users, please go to M to read. 53 Jinyu's Pursuit. Suddenly I realized that people are really cheap. Put it in a bowl, eat it in a pot, and turn outside. Oh. I'm describing myself. Don't mind. Because I suddenly had an inspiration. It's not about Dragon Ball, it's about a new kind of canon in the genre of the new book. A completely different script. Definitely a genre that has never been written by anyone before. Although I'm not sure. But at least I guarantee that there should be no fan fiction. Inspiration. Excited, I want to open another book. But it seems that my Dragon Ball is very slow to update. Although I am in school, at least I can have a moment of explosion. It is during the holiday. I will open a new book about the new drama road. It seems not appropriate. For the time being, I will write more about Dragon Ball first. In the vast universe. Betkas has been flying for several days. Finally arrived at his destination. Namek. This area is at the early turning point in the original book. It is completely presented in front of Betka's. The green sky, the blue island and the ground. And some weird trees like lollipops. I watched it appear in person on TV. There was only a ripple in his calm heart. By the way, that fellow Vegeta should have just arrived at Frisia's base. I hope there will be no accidents. Betka's thought of Vegeta, and murmured in his heart. This time, his behavior is indeed very dangerous for Vegeta who knows nothing. But he also has self-knowledge. Because although he destroyed the spaceship at Frisia base is actually just a part. There are also many small spaceships that can be used. It's just that they are all old models. The performance and speed are relatively slow. And Betka's estimated that it was impossible for Frisia to take that kind of spaceship. Instead, he asked his own sub-bases to bring new spaceships over and set off. As long as Vegeta comes back after Frisia leaves, then he will be fine. But if you are unlucky and meet Frisia who is still at the base, then Betka's can only say that Vegeta's character is not good this year. If Vegeta is really killed by Frisia, then Betka's can only use Dragon Balls to revive him once. After all, for him, Dragon Balls will not die if you use them more. Of course. Evil Dragon come out. Responsibility. Tisk tisk. He doesn't know. Go and collect the Dragon Balls first. According to my expectation, the dragons on this planet still need the Namekian language to speak. Then just go to the so-called Great Elder to catch a brat. I hope they don't make useless resistance. Betka's thought about it for a while, and said immediately. Then he closed his eyes and sensed the atmosphere of the planet carefully. After finding a village, he immediately flew in that direction. Cough cough, the doom of this planet has arrived, cough cough. A bloated and elderly Namekian sat on a tall chair. He coughed a few times worriedly and spoke again. Master Great Elder. Next to him, there were a few combat-type Namekians looking at him worriedly. They were not worried about the evil coming, but worried about the body of the Great Elder himself. Niru. The Great Elder paused his throat for a while, then said dryly. What orders does the Great Elder have? Hearing this, a Namekian immediately walked up to the Elder and asked respectfully. Command down. If there are villains who come to snatch the Dragon Balls, tell them not to resist. The Great Elder said something deeply that made everyone feel puzzled. Great Elder? Why? All the Nami stars felt unbelievable. All of them suddenly said in amazement. The evil coming this time is not the kind of evil person with destruction. As long as you don't do unnecessary actions, then you will be safe. This is what I predicted. The evil person after him is our real enemies, and friends who are coming from Earth. I don't want to add unnecessary sacrifices to my clansmen. The eyes of the Great Elder opened slightly. Worried. But now. Neil immediately wanted to say something when he heard the words. But the Great Elder interrupted him with one sentence. Niru. I know what you want to say. It's just that none of you will be the opponent of that scion named Betkas. In my prophecy. He is a super scion full of mystery. That Frisia, who claims to be the emperor of the universe, is even vulnerable in front of him. So, I don't want everyone to die in a situation that they shouldn't die at all. Unfortunately, I didn't expect him to come so soon. If you don't act quickly, then many clansmen will die tragically for no reason. His goal is only the 7 Dragon Balls. If you meet him, bring him. The Elder said slowly. Clear. Neil immediately lowered his head when he heard the words. He could only accept this surrender order. Then he backed out. Even Betkas himself doesn't know. His actions and behaviors are all predicted in the mind of the Great Elder of Namek. This ability to see through and predict the future is so amazing. The Great Elder himself made such an order because he understood Betka's hidden kindness, consciousness in the prophecy. It is because of Betka's character. He would not kill the Namek people innocently. In the final analysis, it was Betkas who hadn't killed people for several years and caused the hostility. The evil has been suppressed. Otherwise, he would really become a crazy existence like Broly. And at this time, well, isn't it good to hand over the Dragon Ball obediently? I have to do it. A bunch of idiots. I won't kill you just because you are the original characters. Anyway, Vegeta also killed N people at the time. Later it's not for nothing. Betka's just slaughtered an ignorant Namek village. A huge 7-planet was found from the buildings inside. Then he looked at all the Namek people who died in the village. He muttered leisurely road. As everyone knows, this guy's crimes can't be washed away at all. Yan Wang, add a few hundred more crime points. And at this moment, hey? This Chi is Jinyu. Oh. Interesting. Is Jinyu the starter? Wait. There are also a few tiny Chi coming over there? Who could it be? Betka suddenly sensed a very unusual familiarity. The corner of his mouth showed a playful arc. At the same time, he looked at the other side of the sky of Namek. He suddenly felt a few smallness that suddenly appeared. Also a little puzzled. Mobile users, please go to M to read. 55 Jinyu is over. Serious statement, those who are too old-fashioned and feudal. Conservative should stop reading. Because I'm afraid you won't be able to hurt. And I'm also afraid that I won't be able to hurt myself equals. Smiley face, on Namek, Betka's is fighting with Jinyu happily. Too slow. Betka's leisurely voice sounded beside Jinyu. At the same time, Jinyu, who had just punched out, turned around instantly. Looking at Betka's who appeared behind him without a sound, his face was full of disbelief. How can this guy be so fast? Jinyu stared at Betka's carefully with a dignified expression. At the same time, he secretly thought that he had attacked Betka's several times in a row. But he was easily dodged every time. Especially Betka's Cass's laid-back demeanor. It seemed as if he was playing with him in the applause. There was no sense of urgency. This made Jinyu very angry. As the captain of the Jinya team, except for Frisia and the Kurdish king including Kvela, he has always believed that he is the second strongest in the universe. But now he is being treated like this by Betka's. Just kidding. Can he not be angry? Of course. That was only at the beginning. As he continued to fight, he gradually calmed down. At the same time, he changed some views on Betka's. Hey. Is this the way to stop? Or do you want me to make a move? Betka's was still turning the 7 planets with his index finger, and said to Jinyu, who was silently observing, with a leisurely look on his face. It seems that you are indeed hiding some strength. I didn't expect King Frisia and us to be kept in the dark by you. No. I'm afraid it's not just us. Even Vegeta was deceived by you. Jinyu spoke slowly. At the same time, he secretly prepared to attack at any time. Some strength? Hee. When Betka's heard Jinyu's words, he suddenly laughed a bit coldly. That's right. Betka's was really laughing this time. It's just that he looked a little gloomy. It made people feel it's a bit gloomy. Simply put, it's like the wretched laughter of the villain boss. Okay. Jinyu. If you have any moves, use them quickly, or you will have no chance in the future. I don't have the spare time to play house with you here. Betka stopped smiling for a moment. Then he stared at Jinyu coldly and said. Jinyu was stared at by Betka's. Looking at the murderous intent and sharp coldness in Betka's eyes, he suddenly felt oppressed. But then he shook his head, indicating that it was an illusion. Damn! Jinyu looked at the arrogant Betka's, and immediately uttered a sentence. Then he stepped back, causing a sound like a vacuum burst, and rushed over Betka's sharply. Along the way, smoke and dust from both sides floated up, as well as flying sand and rocks. It rushed to Betka's in the blink of an eye. Stretched out his right hand and opened it towards Betka's. A purple Qigong wave blasted out instantly. Boom! A strong explosion sounded. A thick cloud of black smoke slowly floated into the air. At the same time, some stone chips were scattered. It's just a few tricks to play around. Sure enough. It's so boring not to fight with guys of the same level. While Jinyu was carefully observing the situation ahead, suddenly at the next moment, Betka's voice full of dissatisfaction came from the thick smoke in front of him. This made Jinyu, who was at a close distance, instantly turn pale with shock. Because Betka's stands intact in his previous position. Didn't even move. Except for some dust on the body, there is almost no damage. This makes Jinyu horrified. Impossible. This guy received a Qigong wave from me head-on. Impossible, nothing will happen. Impossible. Jinyu looked at Betkas, who appeared in disbelief. He muttered incoherently. You know. One of the things I like to do most in my life is to hit people. Looking at the other person's high face. And then the sluggish look. I feel it is a kind of enjoyment. 4 decades. Yes, for me, it was a good experience. Now, let me let you experience it for yourself. What is the gap? Kill you. I don't even need 1/10 of my strength. Betkas looked at Jinyu with cold eyes. Then he opened his mouth. Before Jinyu could speak, his right hand clenched his fist and hit Jinyu's abdomen in an instant. Snapped. Boil. A swift punch. Jinyu could only see a phantom. At the same time, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. The body turned into a vertical V shape. Some froth was even spit out from the mouth. Snapped. Boom. What? Just when Jinyu was about to raise his head, he suddenly felt as if his head had been hit hard. A strong impact directly hit him into the ground. It was Betkas who hit Jinyu with a single punch. The back of the head. Let him be shot into the ground. A human-shaped pit suddenly appeared. Jinyu's body was deeply engraved in it. Crack. Zitsizi. Forehead. Betkas didn't wait for Jinyu to stand up right after that. He just inserted the tip of his right foot directly into the soil on the ground. Then, ignoring the hard crust, he kicked forward quickly like kicking a ball. The ground was directly drawn a crack by this blow. At the same time, it kicked Jinyu's head without warning. Kicked him out directly. Huge kicking force. Kicked Jinyu far away abruptly, hitting and sinking several small islands one after another. Betkas himself watched this scene blankly. Then he stretched out his right hand again and opened it towards the direction where Jinyu was flying backwards. Whoa! Several golden Qigongs were sent out from the palm of Betkas immediately. They chased in the direction where Jinyu flew backwards, and it didn't take long. A series of bangs sounded. At the same time, the ground shook violently. Boom! 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 The sound of successive bombings made people feel terrified. The momentary shaking of the ground made people uneasy. Only Betkas himself. He didn't feel anything at all. His gaze was still staring at the front with a stern look. It was as sharp as a goshawk. It made people fearful. He dared not look directly at him. It's time for the game to end. Betkas looked coldly at the thick smoke in front of him. His expression didn't change at all. He just turned the 7 planets in his hand. Mobile users, please go to M to read. 56 Frisia is coming. Thank you for the reward of 3 dishes without soup equals. You are awesome. But I don't have time to explode right now equals. I will explode if I have a chance. Ahem. Betkas. How could he be so powerful? Jinyu climbed onto an island from the sea, coughed a few times, and then thought with a solemn face, because the previous moves alone would have killed him. If he hadn't been lucky enough to escape, bet in the end some of Cass Qigong waves are bombarded. Maybe he has already gone to the underworld to meet Hades. The value of the combat power is still 12W. There is no change. It seems that this guy has mastered some special method to control his combat power to a certain level. No wonder I have a combat power of 14W. I can't match him. Jinyu sat on the ground with tattered armor and took a few breaths. He began to think carefully in his heart, because he suddenly realized that he had taken the order to come alone rashly. It was still too careless. With such strength. And I don't know the bottom. Humph. Just use that trick. It's not a loss anyway. Betkas. Just wait for me. Jinyu suddenly thought about it. In the end, he could only rely on his own move. Jinyu is very proud of his own move. He believes that according to the careless and arrogant character of Science, he will definitely be lax and easy to get caught. Therefore, it is better to act than to be moved. Immediately flew towards the place where Betkas was before. Ha, it made me wait so long. By the way, is the time of day on Namek different from that on Earth? It obviously feels like half a day hasn't passed. But it feels like a day has passed, is it an illusion? Betkas was leisurely throwing the 7 planets upwards. At the same time, he tilted his head to look at the sky. When he felt Jinyu's aura reappear, he said with a little sigh. Quack quack. And at this moment, a very dissonant voice came over. Take a closer look. You will find that Betkas is holding 7 planets in his left hand and a weird frog in his right hand. There was a slight curve at the corner of the mouth. But Jinyu appeared in front of Betkas in an instant. Damn it! Betkas! You pissed me off! Jinyu first pretended to be angry. Then he shouted. Haha, suddenly I am in the mood to continue playing again. Betkas didn't even look at Jinyu. He just looked at the sky. It seemed as if Jinyu didn't exist. It's now. Haha. Jinyu saw Betkas being so careless. He was secretly happy. Then he immediately raised his hands up. Just when he was about to say the word exchange. Suddenly, Betkas just threw the frog in his right hand in front of him. He still looked at the air with his head tilted. He didn't seem to care at all. Exchange. Ah! When Jinyu just said the word exchange, a burst of luminous qigong shot straight in the direction of Betkas, and suddenly discovered that a strange frog was actually blocking in front of Betkas, which made him he was shocked in an instant. It was impossible to stop. And it's just a blink of an eye. The light is gone. Hey? It's over. Betkas suddenly turned his head and stopped paying attention to the sky. Then he reached out and grabbed the frog that was no longer croaking in front of him. Then he looked at Jinyu, who fell in front of him with strange eyes. Quack quack. Kainu lie on the ground with weird limbs. Just like a frog. Jumped away. Jinyu. How do you feel? Betkas covered the mouth of Jinyu, who had already exchanged with the frog. At the same time, he laughed. Woohoo! Jinyu turned into a frog. His mouth was blocked again. He just stared at Betkas with a sad face. His eyes were pitiful. Your exchange technique is really powerful. If you don't pay attention, you may get hit. But as long as you know it, it will be much easier to defend against it. Betkas stared at Jinyu's frog eyes and said with a sneer. If he didn't see Jinyu's research, he would have killed Jinyu a long time ago. Although he has done this before. But Jinyu knew life is not dead. It also made Betkas a little interested for a while. By the way, I'd better get rid of your 2 frog feet. Or you'll stab a knife in the back. It's always disturbing. Betkas suddenly remembered when Jinyu seemed to turn into a frog in the original book. Even if he couldn't speak, he could still exchange. He said without hesitation. Jinyu was immediately excited when he heard the words. Of course it was not happy. But he was afraid. He immediately went crazy and wanted to stop it. Although he really wanted to exchange Betkas's body immediately. But he just used the exchange once. It is impossible to use it again immediately. The so-called cooling time. Originally he planned to take the opportunity to exchange again. Unexpectedly, Betka's to do so absolutely. Ka. This seems to be safe. And you can't look at me. It's also very dangerous. Regardless of Jinyu's excitement, Betka's just coldly broke off Jinyu's first 2 frog legs. Then he suddenly thought of it. Then he looked down and fell down. Randomly pulled some blue grass. Then tie Jinyu's frog eyes directly. Then tie Jinyu's back foot with a piece of grass. Then hang it around his waist. Poor Jinyu. Instantly turned into a doll-like existence, you can't even look at it. You can only croak. The exchange technique is completely blocked by Betka's. He is destined to be a frog in this life spent. Yoshi. Continue to look for Dragon Balls. Wasted a lot of time. Frisia's idiot anger. I can already feel it. Betka's glanced at the sky, then looked ahead, and immediately flew up. At the same time, planet Namek is not far away. A huge spaceship is approaching here. Report King Frisia. Captain Jinyu's energy response has disappeared. A reporter knelt on the ground in a panic and said to the gloomy Frisia. What did you say? Frisia frowned slightly when he heard this. Shambo and Dodoria were shocked. Because Jinyu's combat power can be regarded as the best in the entire universe. Such a character is actually dead, this makes them very unbelievable. After all, the energy reaction disappears. It means death. If some people can hide chi, that is another matter. Damn Betkas! I must kill you. Frisia looked at Namek with a gloomy face, and said angrily. For him, Jinyu's death is also a loss for him. After all, Jinyu's fighting power is the strongest among his subordinates. Of course, except for Betka's. And losing one such combat power like this. It's a pity. That's fake. Because his father and brother all have decent subordinates. He has finally gathered some good subordinates over the years. Now, the little head of his subordinates is dead. Then this is a bit troublesome. Because it means that some things must be done. He did it himself. Mobile users, please go to M to read. 57 The Prophecy of the Great Elder. Eyes closed face, some people are still fighting against the dragon faction. Forget it. Let you talk about it. The big deal is to let the protagonist use less. Anyway, there are many moves that can be used for reference in Dragon Ball. It's so strange, why is there no one? Betkas just flew above a village on Namek. Looking at the village below without a trace of life, he frowned in puzzlement and said. He also felt that there was a few breaths here before. But after that, Jinyu appeared and let him play for a while. As a result, he searched for the feeling before and found that the place was empty. Of course. There are some buildings. But there are no people. It's all your fault. Make me overplay. Betkas flicked the frog Jinyu hanging from his waist with his hands in displeasure. Said. You. Jinyu almost burst into tears when he heard the sound. He is now an ordinary frog. His body is so fragile, but Betkas didn't take too much force to flick it. It's like cutting his flesh. This makes Jinyu very regretful. The egg hurts. I was too careless at the beginning. I was too impulsive. Strange. Could it be that all the Namekians on this planet have gathered together? Betkas carefully sensed the existence of chi. Although he could only feel a part of the amount, he still noticed a key. So it felt very strange. Shouldn't it be like the description in Super Dimensional Brawl? Playing infinite assimilation. In that case, TM is still a fool? Let's play soy sauce. I hope it's just a coincidence. Betkas frowned. Thinking of an unreliable fact, he was a little suspicious. Forget it. It's still time to pass. I believe it is just a coincidence. It can't be infinite assimilation. There are really not many fighting type Namek. Betkas killed himself so that he could not believe this. Then he flew towards the place where a large number of Namek people gathered. But when Betkas was on his way, Kellen and Yamcha were already watching secretly somewhere. That huge chi disappeared. Klin seemed to have thought of something. He lay down on the ground and looked towards a heavily guarded Namek village below. Then he muttered in a cold sweat. Although it was only for a moment, the sudden burst of aura is definitely the aura of that scion from 2 years ago. It seems that the scion killed the owner of that mysterious aura. Yamcha also lay on the ground with Kellen, peeping at the bottom, trembling a little. Damn it! If Wukong was here, it would be fine. Kellen clenched his fists a little unwillingly, and then said. It will take at least 4 days for Wukong to arrive. After all, when we set off, the cat fairy said that it will take at least 3 days for the immortal beans. Yamcha frowned and said. We can only expect Goku to come soon. Now that the scion has appeared, then his target must be Dragon Ball. We must stop him. Klein went on to say. It's just. Krillin. What do these Namekians want to gather together? And they put the Dragon Balls at the gate. Although the security is very strict, if it is discovered by that scion, it is impossible to resist it. Yamcha was a little puzzled looking at the 6 Dragon Balls as big as footballs placed at the door of a residence below. Puzzled? I don't know. These Namekians haven't discovered their enemies yet. Kellen shook his head. At the same time, he looked carefully at the several Namekians who were constantly patrolling below and said suspiciously. Wait, have you noticed that, there is a chi, coming this way? Yamcha suddenly patted Kellen on the shoulder, said with a look of horror. Hearing you say that. Oops. It's that scion. Kellen was taken aback when he heard the words. After careful perception, he was shocked and said. Then he and Yamcha lay down on the ground and stared at the right. Gradually, they saw a figure flying towards the Namek village at high speed on the sea surface. The rapid speed caused the sea surface to be cut in half abruptly. The waves kept splashing. That familiar hair color. That familiar face. That familiar powerful aura. Once again, Kellen and Yamcha recalled the absolute spike situation 2 years ago. Now thinking about it, there is even a little psychological shadow. That scion is coming. At the next moment, Kellen and Yamcha heard the shouting of the mechist below, and then they were all stunned. They looked down and observed. Master Grand Elder, that scion has come over. Neil said to the Great Elder sitting on the chair with a paralyzed face. Let him in. Before he does it, I have something to tell him. The Great Elder moistened his throat when he heard the words. Then he said in a hoarse voice, because he now knows, that planet Namek cannot escape the disaster this time. The key lies in the scion named Sun Wukong from the earth. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. And Betkas will be the first difficulty they face. As long as they can avoid it, then the rest will be easy. But Betkas is not easy. Because the Great Elder predicted anew the future. Has 2 different endings. First, the planet is destroyed but it is the end with the least loss. The second, still destroyed in the battle. The rest of the people except Super Saiyan Betkas and Super Saiyan Sun Wukong in the fierce battle. There are no survivors. 2 different endings. And this is the future he has seen most clearly in his life. It is not a pure prophecy. For this reason, he has consumed too much life. The Great Elder is very wise to make the ending as close as possible to the first one. Because the second one is too terrifying. When the prophecy sees the aftermath of Betkas and Sun Wukong fighting to the death, almost no one can fight with such power the next remaining. And the Shenlong Bolunga is dead. If the Earth Shenlong is dead, there will be no third kind of Dragon Ball. That kind of destructive ending is not what he wants to face. So he can only try his best to let Betkas not run away for some special reason afterwards. Because the bifurcation point of the 2 endings, is when Betka's made a wish. That is the critical moment. If it cannot be stopped, then everything will go to the second ending. It can be said that the success rate of the first is even less than 10%. But even so, the Great Elder still hopes to change this situation, because only in this way can the future move in the best direction. Welcome all book lovers to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all here. For mobile phone users, please go to M to read. 58. The Prophecy of the Great Elder. This chapter is considered a foreshadowing. You can guess it. Then it means that your brain is very flexible. Today I suddenly thought of a good plot. It's just that today I suddenly got inspiration. Tisk tisk. I thought of a bunker setting. So equals I'm going to nakedly catch your appetite again. At the same time decisively update a chapter. Please smash it with an egg, oh. Tisk tisk. At the same time, thank you for your reward. Ta ta ta. Betkas walked into the building from the outside with a blank expression. At the same time, he looked at the big elder who was sitting on a chair and leaning against it. His face was full of vicissitudes and obesity. He just folded his hands on his chest and closed his eyes to listen quietly to the other party. What? Saiyan, you really want to, cough, plan to use Dragon Balls to make a wish? The Great Elder looked at Betkas, who had a stern face in front of him. His tone was a little breathless. Besides the Great Elder and Betkas, there were no other Namekians in this room. Because they were all dismissed by the Great Elder. After all, he doesn't want the rest of the conversation to be overheard. Of course, otherwise how would I come to this planet that doesn't shit? Betkas still closed his eyes and said indifferently. Then, what will happen if you fail? The Great Elder suddenly spoke in a heavy tone. This sentence actually made Betkas slightly frown. Because whether Dragon Ball can realize his wish, it is still unknown. Such a bad news was suddenly asked by the Great Elder. Betkas Tikas naturally had some doubts in his heart. Since Dragon Ball claims to be able to fulfill all wishes, then I believe it should be able to fulfill my wishes too. Betkas just said with a serious tone. Although he was a little bit drumming in his heart. Because Dragon Ball is indeed not omnipotent. A wish beyond the scope of ability is absolutely impossible to realize. So he didn't have much confidence in his heart. He just wanted to find out what the Great Elder wanted to say. Is it? The Great Elder muttered 2 words when he heard the words. Then he didn't know what he was thinking. His face was sad. If there is nothing else to say, then hurry up and find someone from Namek to make a wish for me. Don't think I don't know that the dragons of Namek need Namek language. I hope you can cooperate well. Then I will let this planet go. Betkas turned around suddenly. At the same time, he said indifferently. He was about to go out, but the elder suddenly said, wait a minute. Betkas paused slightly. Still didn't turn around. He just stayed where he was. He didn't turn his head. If you can promise me that you will not kill because of your dissatisfaction after making a wish, then I will tell you a very important thing. This thing is also very important to friends on Earth. The Great Elder suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Betkas and said. Hey! Earth? I don't remember that I have much friendship with that planet. And for me, there is nothing important. Betkas snorted coldly. He still said ungratefully. Then when he was about to walk out again, the next moment, the words of the Great Elder made his face stiffen. Really? If I tell you, 4 years from now you will die at someone's hands. So what? The Great Elder's words immediately made Betkas stop completely. I saw Betkas staring at the still squinting eyes of the Great Elder with chills in his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly and observed the confrontation at the same time. Just kidding. Will I die in someone's hands in 4 years? Artificial man or cell? Cell in lightning form may be possible. But artificial man number 17 and number 18. And those guys on number 19 and number 20 are absolutely impossible. Betkus thought disdainfully in his heart. He believed that he would become stronger enough within 4 years. At that time, he was quite confident in facing Cell and the artificial man. Now it was announced for no reason that he would be slaughtered in 4 years. It's no wonder he's happy. This is not alarmist. This is the future within 4 years that I have spent the last few months of my life to see. You and the Scion called Sun Wukong on Earth and your big brother even have a person named Sun who surpassed you Gohan's mixed-race Scions, will all die at the hands of the same person. The Great Elder uttered the words incomparably domineering with full confidence. I will believe this kind of nonsense. Betkus looked at the Great Elder coldly and retorted. Although he didn't know if it was true. But if it was true as the Great Elder said, 4 years later, he would be able to kill Betkus, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the murderer behind Sun Gohan who surpassed them. Only Lightning Cell has such conditions. Because if Sun Gohan can really surpass the 3 of them, then it means that Sun Gohan's strength was definitely at the level of the second level of Super Saiyan. And the only one who can suppress it is Lightning Cell. Maybe I should pay attention. Although Betkus didn't know the truth, he still planned to practice quickly after the Frisia incident. Otherwise, he might really die. Although I don't know what you are thinking. But your eyes are full of unwavering, predictable eyes. And you only half believe my words. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. If it's just these things, then there's no need to talk about it, I have my own plan. Betkus replied coldly. 1 year. Just 1 year later. You will know the truth. Then you will know whether what I said is right or not. So I hope, you don't kill my people. If what I said is wrong after 1 year, you can use teleportation to kill all of us Namekians. Then I have no complaints. I know your next wish. One of them is to learn teleportation. The elder said firmly. Betkus' eyelids twitched slightly. He suddenly felt that the situation seemed to be beyond his imagination. Because an ominous premonition gradually grew in his heart. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Okay. Although I don't know what you saw. You tried to persuade me in every possible way, but I promise, no matter what happens in the future, I will not kill your people. But if it is as you said a year later, I will not get the answer and the truth. Then you are ready to make the entire Namek disappear from the universe. Betkus just stared at the elder with a serious expression and said something. You can go out and make a wish now. Neil and Dandan will help you. The Great Elder breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. His face was relaxed. He actually had no way to stop Betkus just now. It was just a moment ago that he suddenly thought of consuming a lot of lifespan in exchange for seeing the future. I hope to find something useful to impress Betkus. But I didn't expect to see this. I saw a shocking situation. Ha ha ha. Destroy all. Betkus cockroach. Vegeta. Damn it. It's too late to fuse. I always feel a little unwilling. Isn't it? Betkus Vegeta. Humph. Bet. Last. 1 hit. I also. Kill him. Super 2 Gohan was taken away by a few tricks. Do you think we can destroy him with the strength of the 3 of us? Even if I am a Super Saiyan 2 at the moment, I have no confidence. I can only say, the guy is too scary. I didn't expect him to grow to this point. In this universe he is completely invincible. Even if Vegeto is here. The result is the same, he will still die after all. What an irony! Who is Vegeto, X2? You will know if you are not dead. Boom! Thinking back to the shocking battle that I peeped in my mind, the Great Elder felt the pressure doubled. Cough! 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 What will happen in the future? Let them worry about it. I don't have a few minutes to live. The great elder coughed violently a few times, then said with a trace of sadness. Welcome all book lovers to visit and read, the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all here. For mobile phone users, please go to M to read. 59 When making a wish. Ahem. I read the book reviews and found that everyone is very excited. As for the truth, I can't tell you. You just wait slowly. One hint I can give you is someone guessed the truth but did not guess the truth. Hey! Why did the sky turn black all of a sudden? Frisia had just stepped off the spaceship. He suddenly noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened. He frowned and said in doubt. It's probably the special weather on Namek. Dodoria said a little uncertainly. Shang Bo and Li Gao and Jess on the side nodded in sympathy. Beep beep. Frisia turned on the reconnaissance device, quickly checked it, suddenly his eyes were fixed, and he said with puzzlement, the combat power values of the entire planet are gathered together. It's really strange. King Frisia, could it be, that group of Namekians found us, planned to use Dragon Balls? Chambord suddenly thought of a possible thing. Then he opened his mouth and said. Let me go quickly. Frisia's face changed instantly when he heard this. Because Dragon Balls are things that can grant all wishes. If Frisia was wished by the Namekians to destroy Frisia, then he would die aggrievedly. So he immediately speeded up and went directly to the front, flew over. Shangbo and Dodoria all followed up together. Including some young people. They still don't know the disadvantages of Dragon Ball. What is your first wish? A young Namek child tremblingly looked at the serious Betkas and asked. He is Dandan in the original book. And there are many Namek people standing next to them with displeased faces. Even Kellen and Yam Shah appeared. Because during the chat between Betkas and the Great Elder, the two were caught. Lu was picked out. After some conversation, he appeared. Although Betkas noticed Krillin and Yam Shah looking at him vigilantly, he didn't care. Because apart from Monkey King and Vegeta, there are not many guys in the protagonist series that are worth noting. Even if it is the current Son Gohan. Let me and Vegeta live forever. Betkas slowly stated his purpose, not even forgetting the existence of Vegeta. Everyone's faces turned a little ugly when they heard the words. But Dandan looked at all the people who didn't speak. He could only follow the Namek language. He made a wish to the huge dragon Bolunga in front of him. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Because it is beyond my ability. Polenga was only silent for a few seconds. Then he said. Betkas frowned when he heard the words. The Namek next to him had a smirk on his face. Kellen and Yam Shah breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll change my wish. Let me get the energy that can never be exhausted. Or let me get the energy that can never be exhausted. Either one. Betkas was silent for a while. Another shocking word was uttered on his stern face. Everyone looked at him in surprise when they heard the words. Because they got infinite energy, it means they are fighting middle. Betkas can completely fight to the end. As long as his physical strength can sustain him, he will remain at the peak. And if his physical strength is unlimited, then it is terrifying enough. That's why Kellen and Yam Shah just put down. My heart reached my throat again. Neither of these two wishes. It's still beyond my ability. Polenga replied without a trace of emotion. Cut. If that's the case, what's the use of you, a waste? When Betkas heard the words, Ling Tian said in a cold voice with murderous intent. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated instantly, making everyone around feel a sense of oppression. This guy is stronger. Kellen looked at Betkas with trembling feet and said in surprise. Yam Shah was dripping with cold sweat, while Nero had an unbelievable expression on his face. I lost my composure. Then I'm changing a wish. Betkas suddenly remembered the previous agreement with the Great Elder. Suddenly understood some things. And then said. Because he is indeed very upset now. So upset that he wanted to destroy Bolunga and even the entire Namek planet. The wish of an immortal life. He didn't have much expectation at first. He was only disappointed when he failed. But then any wish could not be fulfilled. It would be strange for him to be happy. At the same time, he also understood why the great elder said that he would be dissatisfied. The reason is here. It was also at this moment that he discovered that Dragon Balls are nothing more than useless in the end. He can only get some low-level wishes. Therefore, he completely lost interest in Dragon Balls. If it weren't for the words of the elder, he might have just already killed Polanga. Let me learn to teleport. It's best to be able to move to any place. Betkas pursed his lips. Then he opened his mouth and said. There was deep dissatisfaction in his eyes. If it can't be realized this time, Betkas really has the mentality to destroy the Namek. Dandan instantly according to Betkas's words. Read it quickly. No problem. Bolunga heard the words, but he didn't refuse as before. Instead, he said very simply. At the same time, his blood-red eyes flickered. This also made Betkas finally show a knowing smile. It's just that Bolungalunga's next sentence almost made Betkas go berserk. I have already recorded the method of this move into your memory. You only need to practice it yourself to be successful. A faint remark from Bolunga almost made Betkas want to go crazy once. Looks like Dragon Ball is really bad. Betkas was gradually disappointed. He could only make a very uncomfortable judgment. But he did have some more memories in his mind. After reading it carefully, it became clear. This is the so-called teleportation. Or it can be said to be true teleportation. Unlike Sun Wukong, who must perceive Qi to be able to teleport over there, Betkas can go anywhere directly. Even the center of the sun can be. Of course, the premise is that he can resist the harsh environment of the universe. It seems that this move will cost me a little more effort. After Betkas finished reading, he also knew that this trick might take him a certain amount of time to practice before he could succeed. There are 2 more wishes. Hurry up. Polenga said lightly. When Betkas heard the words, he immediately became thoughtful. He was going to see what the remaining 2 wishes were about to make. But he suddenly sensed a few gusts of air flying towards him. He immediately showed a cruel smile. Then he said, I'm going to clean up for now. Some guys, by the way, let me think about the remaining 2 wishes. I hope you don't make it up for me. Just when everyone was looking at Betkas with a dignified look, they saw Betkas disappear in the same place in an instant. Long time no see. Frisia. Betkas suddenly appeared in front of Frisia and the others. Then he said with a smile. Betkas. You really did something you shouldn't do. You were the one who killed Captain Jinyu. Frisia paused just now. He looked at Betkas with a serious face and said, while Shambo and Dodoria smiled lightly. Woohoo! Jinyu, who was hanging on Betkas's waist, was struggling hard when he heard the words. He seemed to want to attract people's attention. But no one noticed him, an ordinary frog. So what? Betkas sneered with an unchanged expression. You should be honored. Let me personally bury you. Frisia stepped out of his seat with a haughty face. Then he loosened his hands on his waist. Then he sneered. You can't win with the current you. Betkas shook his index finger. He didn't take this form of Frisia seriously at all. Because the current Frisia's combat power is only 5-3W. Betkas himself remains unchanged. The combat power is between 500W and 600W. It is almost 10 times the strength. Frisia has to transform to the 3rd stage at least to be able to deal with Betkas. Or use 100% strength. Then Betkas will transform. Anyway, no matter what. Frisia against the current Betkas, the loss rate is 100%. This is an absolute thing, of course. If there is an accident, it may be possible. 60 The change of Kellen Yamacha. 3232. 0.7.220. 30 dot 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 equals dot dot. Humph. I never thought Scions would be so arrogant. When Frisia heard Betka's words, he sneered and said, and the others looked at Betka's with gloating eyes, because many of them knew that Frisia's real strength was more than that. At this point, it's useless to talk more. Frisia, you should use all your strength from the beginning. If you hide and accidentally die, you will probably be very unwilling. Betka's looked at Frisia with a contemptuous face and smiled lightly. You seem to be extremely stupid. To deal with you, I don't need much strength at all. Don't think that you are strong if you kill Captain Jinyu. Frisia just sarcastically said confidently and arrogantly. Boom. But at the next moment, Betka's suddenly appeared in front of Frisia. With his fist clenched in his right hand, he hit Frisia directly on the bridge of the nose. The strong force sent Frisia flying backwards. Frisia fell the moment of flying. It crashed directly into the bottom of the sea. It caused a layer of waves to churn. But Xiaobo and Li Jiao looked at Betka's in shock. What a terrifying speed! Bart turned on the scout. His mouth was open. His body trembled unconsciously. Others are also looking like hell. Drip drip. Boom. At the moment when Bart was investigating Betka's battle stats, the scout just exploded suddenly. Ignoring everyone's surprised eyes, Betka's just kicked towards Bart's waist suddenly. What? It was just a blink of an eye. Everyone just saw Bart's upper body and lower body divided into two, and Bart himself let out a scream when he was hit. Then the two bodies suddenly disappeared, fell down. Impossible. Li Jiao and the others were terrified when they saw this scene, because they didn't expect that Bart, who was a member of the Jinud team and claimed to be the fastest, was just killed by Betka's. This kind of absolute the gap in strength made them feel deeply afraid. Damn wild monkey! And just when Betka's was about to kill someone, Frisia's angry tone suddenly came over. At the same time, a tall body quickly flashed past Jess and the others. Towards Betka's rushed straight away. Snapped. Betka's just stretched out his left hand easily in front of his face without changing his face. He immediately blocked a fist that appeared suddenly. And everyone saw clearly who was coming. It was Frisia, who had transformed once. Because Frisia's current body has become the same size as his father's. His face is full of exasperation. Frisia is indeed very angry now. Because he was punched by Betka's just now. He was almost killed on the spot. That kind of powerful force deeply woke him up from his ignorance, because the injuries were too serious. So Frisia performed a transformation without hesitation. After the transformation was over, all the injuries naturally recovered. Only, it's not enough. Betka's just looked at Frisia, who was still exerting his strength in front of him with indifferent eyes, and then said, "What did you say?" Frisia suddenly heard Betka's words, and immediately gritted his teeth. But the next moment, before he could speak, Betka's stretched out his right hand and opened it to Frisia's chest. In an instant, a Qigong wave blasted out. Its speed is amazing. Boom! A burst of violent blasting sound suddenly sounded in the distance. Thick smoke and dust filled the sky. People couldn't catch what happened. The violent storm swept the surroundings. The people of Baobo could only die only by relying on full strength. Can I control my body shape? And those little guys are missing. But the people of Sangbo were stunned. Because they saw everything just now. Frisia's superpower was just like a child in front of Betka's. Was easily countered kill. This gap in strength makes them very puzzled. It seems that you still haven't given up. If that's the case, I'll let you experience it once. What is terror? Betka's suddenly sensed a huge air in front of him. The corner of his mouth showed an arc. Then he opened his mouth and said. In the blink of an eye, a body disappeared in place. Klin. Do you really want to do this? Yamcha stared at Kellen's serious face with a serious face, and then said, "That's the only way to do it. Otherwise, you won't be able to stop that guy at all." Kellen nodded seriously. Then he said, "But we don't know the Namek language, and even if we ask these Namek people, they may not help us." Yamcha said regretfully. Because Kellen's idea is indeed good. But without the cooperation of the Namekians, everything would be useless. It doesn't matter. Do you see it? That guy who looks like Piccolo, as long as we can pull him, we will be able to succeed. Kellen suddenly tugged at Yamcha's trouser legs. Then he pointed at Nilu and said. Yamcha's eyes flickered when he heard the words, but he closed his eyes in the end. He nodded silently and said, "Okay. Just this time." Immediately, the two walked in the direction of Niru. Z fighters changed again. What will happen this time? What kind of interesting situation will Betka's face?